days go. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. With a brave eye free and love for soul, come ride with me to the distant shore. We won't hesitate to break down the garden gate. There's not much time left today.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name I just want to grid them here. Time, I'll announce. Okay,
What is our form?
Parson, Johnson.
And I'm Austin Lawless. Welcome to MidPond.
All right, welcome everybody to KlutchKickers 100K Drift Series here in Columbiana, Alabama at MidPond. My name is Tara McLamory.
And I'm Austin Lawless.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we are stoked to have you. Obviously, the weather turned out perfect. Little gnarly yesterday, unfortunately, but everybody's equipment's safe, everybody's car's safe. So we're going to have an exciting event for you today.
Yep, we're looking forward to getting it fired up. First few words not coming out here, but we're getting there.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah, yesterday the storms were not as long as we thought, but they were pretty intense. Intense downpours, insane lightning. We've got a lot of people and equipment to keep safe. So as much as we hated to kick that down to the next day, here we are. The sun is shining. Track's looking pretty dry, pretty good. Everyone got a little practice, and we're just about to get fired up.
Yeah, kudos to the drivers and to the staff who worked so hard to get the track prepped last night. They were working late into the night to try to get the track dried off. It was a little cold last night, so we weren't sure how quickly it was going to evaporate. But honestly, the drivers who were out there earlier for practice said everything was looking fantastic. So we should have a great show for you today. Lots of smoke, lots of horsepower. So, to get things kicked off, we're going to do a little introduction to our drivers. We weren't able to do that for you yesterday because of the rain delays and all of that, but we did do the lottery, so you kind of got to see who some of the drivers were. So why don't we pass it over to our friend Sarah Reardon, who's going to do the quick introduction with our drivers. Hey, Sarah, it's at you.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I've got the drivers down here on grid, ready to say what's up to you guys, give you guys a little show to kick things off. So let's start with our first driver in the number 3 Monte Carlo. Bring him on down whenever they're ready. We have the one and only Taylor Hull. Everyone's excited back there watching it in our stands. So as soon as our grid workers are ready to send them down, I'm so glad, honestly, that we did get to have some nice weather today. We were delayed by a bit of rain yesterday on Saturday when we were supposed to originally have the comp. But today, as you can see, much better weather for drifting. Personally, I prefer a nice, clean, dry track here. We have our drivers gridded up on the backstretch, getting ready for competition while we get them in the right order so we can go ahead and introduce them really quick to you guys. We've got them down here lined up, reverse from what they'll actually be running here later on in competition. From here, as soon as we have our drivers intro to you, we'll get started straight into our comp. Guys, keep in mind, this is a double elimination, so they'll have to lose twice. You can still fight your way back from that loser's bracket. You'll have to win 2 battles in the end, but it's going to be a ton of competition here today at MidPond. Very excited to kick off the first round of Klutch Kickers. And as soon as we have our drivers ready, we'll go ahead and get them up here, get them introduced. It's going to be a good day of drifting. I'm excited. Up. And if you guys are here in the pits, in the stands, make sure you guys cheer for your favorite drivers out here today. Make sure they can feel the love. They're out here to put on a show for everybody. Watching at home, everybody here in the stands. If you guys are watching the live at home, make sure you drop us a comment, say what's up, ask a question, cheer for your favorite driver, drop some emojis, whatever it is. If you are watching at home, make sure you share that link. Let everyone know Klutch Kickers is back here at MidPond in Alabama. And if you guys are watching here in the pits, go ahead and share that as well. Post some stuff to social media, tag us at Klutch Kickers. That way you guys can, shout out to everybody, let them know you're out having a great time today here at MidPond, one of my favorite tracks. We'll get the action started here in just a few seconds. No worries. All right, I hear the car's going into gear now. Thank you guys so much for your patience. We have our first driver up here, the first one to do battle in the number 3 Monte Carlo. The man himself. Guys, give it up for Taylor Hull! He's going to see Taylor Hull in battle. Our second driver up here on the line in that VPF Tuning 370Z. Guys, give it up for Ben Lee. Next up in the Camel Style S13, give it up for Kashad Parson.
Ready, baby.
And his tandem partner in the S550 Mustang. Mustang. Give it up for Trevor Johnstone. The only other S550 Mustang in competition today. Guys, give it up for Alex Dubois. Send it. His tandem partner in a 1UZ, if you can believe it, S13. Give it up for Danny Morse. Up next in this C5 Corvette, give it up for Dawson Fletcher. Up next in this 350Z, the ham himself, Dustin Patton.
Let's go, baby. Let's make some noise.
Next we have in the Grindle Garage, S14, Andrew Grindle. Up next in the Team Low Tide S13, we have Chris Jennings. Up next in that big body Toyota Chaser, we have Paul Jimenez. Up next in this LS S14, we have Hunter Shackett. Next up, in this 2JZ E46, we have JP Wyndham. We're going to take a quick second to shout out Brandon Bass in his Supra. Had a little bit of a mishap in practice, so he's still in the pits. And then we'll move straight on to Hannah Emerson in the LS 350Z. In another LS 350Z, we have Cabot Cardoso. Up next in this 350Z from VPF Tuning, he's got a teammate already in competition. We have, come on down, we have Flores. All right, we've met most of our 18 drivers here at round one of Klutch Kickers. So with that said, I'm tossing it back up to the booth. You guys have fun. Let's go ahead and kick off competition.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's exciting to see all these drivers that were able to make it out despite the delays with the rain. schedule changes. Honestly, we really appreciate having these drivers here, and I think they're going to put on a really good show.
Yeah, I think we're in for a good time. Really, really happy with everyone just having a good attitude despite the delays and the weather yesterday. I think everyone's just really excited to be here, see this get going, and bringing it back to life. And that energy has carried us through some issues yesterday, right into a good show today, and we're really happy about that to get it going.
Absolutely. Well, why don't we take a quick moment to look at the brackets and just see what we've got going on for today. So I know it looks a little funky here. It may be something you're a little bit it's a little bit new here. So as a reminder, we're doing double elimination. So we will have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. So the loser's bracket is going to have a chance. Basically, if they win their way down the loser's bracket, they will be able to compete against someone in the winner's bracket. So a little bit of a change here. Do you want to add something?
No, I'm sorry.
I thought you were about to talk. We're totally professionals at
yeah,
this.
we're
new at
figuring this out, and honestly, figuring out the double elimination bracket as well. I probably should have studied that a little bit more, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it's something different.
Yeah, it's completely different, and we're trying it out. Hopefully, it works out here, timing-wise. And but yeah, basically, you have two chances. You have to lose twice to be knocked out. So if you lose once, you can still come on back through the other bracket and get a chance for redemption. And we're going to see how that plays out today. We also have our first battle is actually a battle to get into the bracket. Mm-hmm. And then we have one more of those at the end of the bracket to make sure that the two drivers outside of that can get in, because we had, I think, 18 drivers, and it was like a top,
Correct.
So we've got a little bit of finagling to do and getting everyone in there, but...
Yeah. Well, yeah, so it's definitely something new for drifting. Those of you who watch baseball, I'm sure you're used to double elimination, but definitely new for us here in drifting. So we'll see how it goes. And we would love your feedback. If you think it's a great idea, let's hear it. Make sure you're putting those comments in the YouTube channel. Of course, if you're not watching via YouTube, what are you doing? Come on.
Get out there, watch it online with us, hang out with us a little bit today. If you're just chilling on a Sunday, we'd love to have everyone out there tuning in.
Are we the new Sunday morning cartoons?
Today we certainly are.
I love it. I love it. Well, so those of you who have never been to MidPond, this is a magical place. It's home to me, home to you. We're both drivers. We've been driving this track for several years now, and definitely a fantastic location for this comp. It's a very technical track. It's a very sort of narrow track in certain areas, so these drivers are going to have it out. There's going to be a lot of really good areas for to see good proximity, good speed build. I think we're going to see some awesome driving today. Yeah,
this track is going to make you work for it, both in the lead and the chase. It is a bit of an equalizer with how tight it is, but also, something that was mentioned earlier today, even the chase drivers have work to do, because with this course being so tight, if you end up too far on the inside and impeding the lead driver to make a transition or something, you're also going to get deductions for that. So it's going to be tough for both drivers. Everyone has to get in where they can fit in, but also, if you go too hard in the paint, you might end up messing yourself up in a chase position, something like that. This track really makes you work to be in those places but still be out of the way, and excited to see how these drivers maneuver around that as they get into the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one of the things that we, as you're seeing the view of the track here, from the rain yesterday, we did have a little bit of washout, so we are kind of anticipating that. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge for some of the drivers, but fortunately the track is dried off. You can still see some standing water, a little bit of mud runoff, but for the most part, the track is looking like it's in a great condition. Now, for those of you who are accustomed to driving the party line, or if you're used to driving fun days here or private events, this is going to be a little bit of a different layout. We're going to do things a little bit differently in terms of the clipping points, where we want to see the drivers in their line, as well as the actual start and stop as well. So we're going to see things a little bit different. If you've done a comp here before, like at Spring Break Bash, for instance, we're going to do a little bit of a different start line, and the criteria for judging is going to be a little bit different as well. So before we get into all the judging, we're going to pass it back over to Sarah real quick. Sarah, you ready with us?
How's it going, guys? Thank you so much. We're here just hanging out in the pits, do a little bit of a pit walk for you guys. All of our drivers are hard at work getting ready for their battles. So quick set of tire change if they need that, just once over on the car, make sure everything's dialed in, tire pressures, etc. I want to see if we can get to the other side of the pits in just a second and check on the two drivers that did not make it down to our driver introductions. That typically means they're still working on the cars. And while thrashing on your car all the way up to the buzzer is kind of part of drifting, I really do hope they're able to get their cars back together for their actual battles, which are coming up very quickly. So we do have Brandon Bass here, who did get into some little bit of sticky situation in practice. He is one of our final battles. So hopefully he's able to get that Supra back together, kind of a hometown hero here. We'd all like to really see him in competition as well. Absolutely. So we actually have a little bit of tape of what happened in practice so you guys can get a better idea. So go ahead and take a look at that, and we'll see if we can track him down in the pits here. Literally right there. Yeah. I'm not going to stick the mic. All right, so we were able to track down Bass here right behind me. The team is working hard at work on getting the car situated. I was told that it was a upper control arm, or a control arm rather, that was the issue earlier. The team is trying as hard as they can to swap that. Another great part of drifting that I always go hard on is that everyone is all hands on deck, all in on the repairs, because they want to see him back out here. They want to see him in competition. Also worth noting, the double elimination, kind of nice to help the driver in this situation. So if he's not able to get up for his battle, he does lose that first round, but he does have the opportunity to battle his way back in from the loser's bracket. So while some might not be huge fans of the double elimination, there is some upsides to it, one being a little bit more time in these situations that no one really likes to see here. So we're not going to get up too close and personal. We're not going to bother him while he's working, but hopefully he can get that car back together. Another great part about drifting, one of my favorite parts, is that's the driver under the car. If you guys are not familiar with Brandon, the driver often is the one also thrashing, is also the crew chief. And we've got one of our race directors helping him out inside the car as well. So it's absolutely a team situation. Everyone, all hands on deck to get this car back together. All right, so with that said, we're going to get out of the team's hair. We're going to toss back up to you guys in the booth and see if we can find out anything else going on in the pits. Back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. And gosh, Brandon, we hate that for you. We really hope to see you back out there. Hopefully he can get it put together quickly.
Yeah, we're cheering for you, man. That's always a bummer, especially when an early morning short practice. But, these accidents do happen, unfortunately, and we just hope they can get it slammed back together. Thankfully, he's a little later in the bracket, giving him a little time to get that thing sorted out. And, Brandon's been a ripper here for quite a long time. We'd love to see him getting some doors out there in the competition today.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite drivers to drive with because he puts down a solid, consistent line. Definitely makes a lot more power than I do, but he is a fantastic driver, so we're always cheering for him. Obviously, we've got a lot of other great drivers here, but he is sort of a MidPond legend. Has been here with us for several years.
It's easy for us to wax poetically about Brandon because he's been on our doors and we've driven with him a lot. So, yeah, it's a little easier for us to be like, bleeding hearts. But, we hope the same for everyone. But in this case, we're like, that's our boy. Hopefully he gets out there and gets some runs in today in the competition.
Well, and I've already said this before, it's going to be really hard not to play favorites because there's a lot of drivers out here that we know that we've driven with before that are fantastic. But honestly, hanging out this weekend, just getting to know everybody with the rain delays, we have made friends with so many of these drivers. They're fantastic humans. Some of them are coming from small teams from as far as Texas and Oklahoma just to be here for this weekend. It's great for us to be able to see them here all the way in Alabama, which... honestly, I can't imagine not having them here because we're hoping we'll see them again here for round 2 and beyond.
Absolutely. We're hoping everyone comes back and brings more drivers with them. And, despite the delays yesterday, it was actually a good time for us to kind of get to know a few people and really get to start to know the new community that's going to be bringing up the driver field in this series. And, not myself personally, not knowing really very many drivers that are competition drivers outside of local guys that I know or people that are here. It's been really cool getting to know everyone, seeing where they're coming from, and chatting with them a little bit yesterday. And hopefully that'll just keep growing.
Yeah, well, speaking of new people in the community, I think we have something really exciting to share with you. So, those of you who have had a chance to watch the preview show that we did on Friday, we actually have some really exciting team members to bring to you. They're actually going to be judges, but they're bringing with them a basically a digital judging system called Wally. The team's called Race Data Labs. They're all the way from Australia, so they flew here from Australia just to be here for this event to bring something new to the U.S. They have a system that has never been used in the U.S. for any sanctioned body. KlutchKickers gets it first. So this is really exciting for us to try out. Now, we do still have physical judges, of course.
Yes, that's just an aid.
Exactly. Wally is just an aid. So why don't we pass it over? I think we've got some of the guys in the judging booth. There's Will Parsons, and we got Michael. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, guys. Oh.
Oh, we can't hear you, bud.
Bud.
Got to push the green button. There you go.
Oh, we got some. We're gonna work this mic issue out real quick. Got someone on the scene. We got someone in the. We got him in the tower, figuring that out real quick.
They're better at judging than they are at commentating. I promise.
Ouch. But we're.
Sorry, Will. Yeah, so those of you who may recognize Will Parsons there on the left,
He's on that one. He's on that one over
he is one of our former judges from KlutchKickers. We've had him here with us for a couple different rounds and a couple different seasons. He's a fantastic judge. Some of you have probably had great interactions with him. Some of you may have not. Apologies.
I think we've got
But
a
Will
mic
is a
out there.
fantastic person, so he's going to be one of our judges here. And there to the right of him is Michael, who is one of the Race Data Labs team guys, who's going to talk to us a little bit. Wally, guys, do we have audio yet? Or you?
Yes, I think
You're good.
we.
Let's go grab some water. And
Hi, yes, Michael here from all the way from Australia. Obviously, lovely to be here on this beautiful day here at KlutchKickers. We're super excited to bring our Wally system here. Again, yes, first time in the. It's actually a really big honor for us. So you might see some cars out there today. You will see some cars out there today with our devices on the roof. They're the little black things with an antenna sticking out the top. That's transmitting data directly to us here in the judging box, so we can see it live, and that data is actually processed and collated after the run, and we can review it in real time. So we can see tyres dropping off out of clipping zones. We can see tyres dropping off the course. We can see proximity. We can see angles, speeds, acceleration, deceleration, all the vital stuff for us to make a really good call. And it's it's all about making our decisions easier and improving the sport. We want to improve the sport for the caliber of drivers, for the caliber of judging, and for you guys at home to get a really good experience. One of the really cool things that we're able to do is to create the whole run in 3 dimensions. So we can replay it just like a video game. So we can pan the camera around, we can zoom in where tires are, we can zoom out, we can see how close cars were. We're going to show that to you guys at home as well. So we're really excited to bring that here for the first time and to make our me and Will's life a little bit easier this afternoon.
I don't know if we're. Oh yeah.
There we go. Well, we are looking forward to seeing more from you. And I know you've got another counterpart there with you, Tony. Right now, he's getting those devices put onto the drivers' cars. So you'll see him in the judges' booth as well. But right now, we got to get those devices locked onto the drivers' cars so they can start collecting data. So as we go through the comp today, you'll see a couple different screens. We're going to have the replay screens, of course, that'll be drone footage or the side cameras that we have alongside the track. And you'll also get to see the Wally data so you can kind of follow along.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to have hopefully good visuals for everyone throughout the event here and switching it up a little bit so you can be a little more in tune with what's going on and follow along a little closer than just, obviously having us up here, which is, part of it. But we want to spread that around. We got a killer production going on here today to try and help everybody see just what's going on as it's happening.
Absolutely. Well, I'm seeing the tip of that Monte Carlo peeping out from the side from where the guys are going to be entering the track. So it looks like we may be getting ready to get this comp started. Obviously, the drivers are going to need a little bit of time to get in position and to get onto the track. But we'll have 10 cars on the track at a time just to keep things safe and, of course, to make sure we've got enough of the Wally devices to get those cars tagged.
Yep, we want to make sure we've got enough of those to go around. So we got a few extras, throughout the weekend. We may, maybe a couple of them went down, but we got plenty to have 10 cars out on the track with all the devices locked and loaded. And then, if anything happens, got a couple spares. So we got to keep that data rolling help these judges make a few decisions or make their life a little easier, because Lord knows judging is not an easy job. Yeah.
No, it is not. I do not envy those guys at all.
No.
Well, while we're waiting for the boys and the girls to get into position, why don't we send it back over to Sarah? Sounds like she's got somebody to interview. Sarah?
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Justin Flores, and I did want to ask you, because I saw you taking a ton of practice laps, but on Friday, I also saw you and your team kind of thrashing on the Z behind me. What was going on?
So we just had a cam phaser failure. It was shorting out the ECU, and luckily they're locked out and we didn't need it, so we just pulled them out. It was a hard find because it was shorting out the ECU, cutting the car out all the time. So as soon as we found it, we yanked everything out because it's not needed anyway. So couldn't see the failure, but glad we found it.
Gotcha. So some factory non-essentials.
Yeah.
So did you get enough practice laps, do you feel? Are you confident going into competition?
Yeah, so I was a bit hesitant because the car kept shutting off and it was scared. But once I got it used to it, realized I had trust in the car again like I always do. I've had this car 15 years, so I trust it with everything. So it felt good, ready to go.
Awesome. Good luck out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so luckily we have seen some guys working on their cars out here. Obviously with drifting, it's a little tough on these machines, and these guys have built these things within an inch of their lives. So we'll try to be the insider info here inside the pits, let you guys know what's happening, when there might be a car issue, and talk to the drivers when we can to keep you guys informed there on the live stream. Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Well, awesome. Thanks, Sarah, and good luck to you, Justin. Yeah, you've got some specs on his engine, too, so he's been sharing some of that with us.
Justin's got a 3.7 liter, I don't know if it's an HR or what that is, but it's 370Z engine. That thing's pushing out 700 horsepower, so it's here to boogie. And Justin's been doing this for 17 years, so he's definitely been going for quite a while on that thing. Obviously running the 265, 35, 18s with the tire rule here. And yeah, that thing was boogieing all day in practice. We're excited to see that thing get to moving on the track.
Awesome. Well, all right. We may be ready to get started here. Are we ready to get them out on the track and get going? Looks like it, but 11:30 start we're hearing. All right. Well, we got a little bit of time here, so let's see what else we can chat about in terms of the track expansion. So those of you who have not been to MidPond in the last, I'd say when did he start that? About a year ago?
Yeah, I'd say they started breaking ground a year or more ago.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
a lot's happened in a short amount of time.
It really has, and it's still kind of happening to this day. So we've got a lot of construction that's still going on. So basically what happened is the entire left side, if you're facing the track, of the property that Ken has is essentially, yeah, there it is. You can see it's all cleared. All of that used to be pine trees. But what that's going to become now is essentially a different track in itself. We'll also have different pit areas. There'll be spectator parking areas, spectator viewing areas. Eventually, we'll have some camping spots. There's a little creek that runs back behind the track that you can camp at. But this is essentially going to be its own separate track. Now, optionally, you can run the track at the same, like the full track.
It'll be sort of interconnected throughout. But yeah, hoping to have kind of, I don't know if they're going to call it an intermediate or advanced layout or how they're planning to label that, but it will be two separate tracks that can be combined as one and run together. It's going to be pretty wild. Just seeing, showing up here and seeing all the trees taken down one time, and then, there's a good visual for you guys. That's the general idea. Now, what the image doesn't quite show is the absolutely wild elevation changes that are going to be going on. And anyone that's been here since they've started and has walked over there can tell it's going to be pretty cool. But yeah, ideally we're going to have a double track with the kind of the hot pits in the center. It's very NASCAR style, if you will, with everything going on inside the track as far as the hot pits and the drivers. And then, maybe some expansion on the camping. Most of the old areas we're used to parking in and setting up our rigs and stuff will probably be mostly just general parking at that point. But looking forward to some of this expansion. A lot of us have, a lot of people know that the parking lot vibe at MidPond is pretty cool because you are just bumping elbows with all the drivers. It's a tight squeeze in there, and they managed to get a lot of cars in here for a lot of different events. And it's a process, and it's been really great up until this point, but we're really stoked to see some expansion, have a little more room, and obviously a whole new track getting built is just wild in itself. And
Yeah, well, and as you can see from the drone footage here, we were fortunately able to use the new parking lot. That was part of some of our delays here with getting this season started. We wanted to make sure that we had ample parking area because, as Austin mentioned, if you've been to an event where we have 60-plus cars, it is insane for parking, and it's obviously not ideal nor safe. Uh-oh, had a
Drone
little
just crashed.
see with the drone. That's all right.
Drone down.
As long as he's okay, that's all that matters. He'll get his equipment recovered. But yeah, so the current layout that we have in the pits is very tight. So having that extra track parking area for either drivers who have big rigs, which a lot of the teams that are here this weekend do have, but also our spectators, and making sure that they're safe, they have a comfortable place that they can work on their cars. So certainly something that we want to make sure we continue to expand upon. But sounds like we've got Sarah in with another driver. So Sarah, we'll pass it back over to you. Who have you got with you?
Thank you so much, guys. I have JP Wyndham here with his E46, the only E46 in competition this weekend, and it has a 2J in it.
Yep, OTG Motorworks 2JZ, tuned by TDC Performance. Luckily, there are neighbors here. We're surrounded by friends, having a blast.
That's great. He's ready for competition here today. How's the car been so far in practice? I know it was all the way back on Friday, which seems like 100 years ago, and a little bit this morning. How was the car feeling?
Yeah, car feels great. Thankfully, L&L Automotive has this thing set up. Feels great. I feel super comfortable. I'm ready to take it to the top.
That sounds good. And you do have Brandon Bass, who did hurt his car in practice. We saw that a little bit earlier. How are you feeling on a potential buy run? What's going on in your head right now?
I would really like to battle him. He's a really good driver. The guy knows this track like the back of his hand. I really hope he can get his car fixed because I don't want to go by with a buy run, you know.
Absolutely. Another point I was speaking to earlier, these guys want to battle out here. They're here for the show. They're here to really throw down. They want to win by beating you, not by having a buy run. One nice thing about the double elimination is that he does get a chance to battle back, but I hope he gets his car back together so he can see you in competition.
Right.
And thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Absolutely. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Throw it back up to you guys.
Oh, JP, I'm so proud of you. I can tell you I've been personal friends with JP and his wife, Allie, for several years, and you have no idea how painful that was for him, but he did a fantastic job. So kudos to you, JP.
heck yeah.
Well, yeah, I was
Stoked,
surprised he was the only BMW that was going to be here this weekend.
I am as well, actually. The E46 in general, BMWs, but the E46 chassis in general is really popular in drifting right now. And sometimes, especially at the regular days, like at the drift days at the end of the month, or even at our local track, you will really see a ton of E46s out there with all variations of a stock engine, turbo engine. In JP's case, I think he's running a 2JZ, which is a great swap for that car because it came with a straight six from the factory, so it kind of shoehorns in there pretty nicely. But yeah, you see a lot of BMWs out here. Today, he's the only one. It's a little surprising, but that's cool. You know, there's a good variation of cars out here. I think the 350Z is probably the most popular.
Of course.
But yeah, we've got 350Z, JZX100, MK3 Supras, E46. Pretty good for the amount of drivers that are here. Well, you know, Monte Carlo. It is a Corvette technically. It's a Monte Corvette. But yeah, good variation of cars. I'm assuming as this progresses, we will see more BMWs like JP's out here ripping and getting it.
Yeah, he's been doing awesome, and he's doing he's doing U.S. Drift Circuit, correct? Or U.S. Drift in
I believe
Florida?
so. In that car, yeah.
So he's been prepping that car for comp for quite some time, and is actually tried and true in a comp environment. So excited to see how JP's able to handle the competition here at MidPond.
Yeah, he was looking solid in practice, and like he said, he's hoping to get to drive with Brandon because if you get, it's kind of cool getting to drive with someone, even though you're driving against them, that knows the track, because it gives you a little bit of confidence in the chase. You can jump in there. You know they know where they're supposed to be. And when someone's on point and they know where they're going to be, you can be there for the party and right where you're supposed to get in there. So I'm sure he's excited to get to drive with Brandon at the same time as against him. So it's pretty cool. The spirit is there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and, you know, it's funny. So his wife, Allie, also is a driver. She does crew defend with us out of New Orleans. And she's a fantastic driver. She's a ripper in his old car. And dare I say, JP, your wife drives harder than you do.
Oh,
so
wow.
I want to see some energy here from you this weekend, JP. Super
turn it
stoked
up.
to have you. So sounds like we may actually have somebody else in the pits. Is that correct, Sarah? Are you ready for us?
Back.
That is correct. We have Ben Lee down here. We're going to talk to him for a little bit. There's some interesting stuff going on. But first, Ben, can you tell me a little bit about this 370Z you've got going on here today?
Okay, sure. So it's still a VQ37. It is my own brand of a built motor, custom turbo kit. Turned all the way up, it'll make about 840, running about 650 right now. And it feels perfect and ready to go.
All right, and you know I have to ask, this is one of the only drivers that traded the pill that they pulled yesterday during the live. Can you give us a little background? Why did you trade? Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, so when we were looking at the bracket fill out, I noticed that me and Justin were really close to each other. We're gonna have to run into each other for battle. So to increase our chances of someone doing really well, we wanted to split up. And luckily, some of the guys down there had the same idea, so it just worked out for everyone.
That's great. So Justin is your best friend and teammate, so that kind of works out here for you guys in the pits.
It does.
Awesome, but you're seeing Taylor Hull in the first battle here. How does that make you feel? A seasoned competitor for Klutch Kickers.
Pretty excited, to be honest. This is probably going to be an insane battle. Luckily, it's double elimination, so even if I don't pull it off, I still get to have a good competition. So win or lose, I'm here for it.
That's great. Again, I'm going to be talking about this all day, guys. The spirit of drifting. At the end of the day, it's out here to throw down with other like-minded drifters, have some fun, put on a show, double elimination. Good luck out there. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
Great job, Ben. Great job.
Yeah, awesome.
Super stoked to have him all the way from Texas. He's probably, other than Oklahoma, he's probably one of our drivers who's come the furthest to be here today. So
Yeah, quite a trek up from out there in Corpus Christi, Texas.
absolutely.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it looks like he actually, like he said, he built his own engine. He builds and tunes cars, so he built that car himself, making quite a bit of horsepower. 600 should be pretty rowdy for this. Like he said, it's a little turned down, which is smart. You don't need, probably don't need 850 horsepower here. I'm sure it's nice to have at some tracks, though. And but yeah, he's got to turn down to 600, and it's, yeah, he's here from Texas and ready to party. And he's got a serious battle coming up for the first one because he does have to battle Taylor Hull, who, as we said, seasoned Klutch Kickers driver and someone who's out here to get some in that Monte Carlo. And he's not going to be an easy pull. And they're doing the first battle to get into the bracket, so it's going to be guns out.
Awesome. Well, Ben, we wish you the best of luck. We know this is going to be a tough first battle for you, but hey, we have faith in you. We have faith in Taylor Hull that y'all are going to make this a great battle. So good luck to you, Ben. Oh, I am hearing word that we have another. And again, I told you it's going to be very difficult for me to not play favorites because these are all people that we drive with. But this one in particular, I will tell you, I've known her since she was a foot tall. She is a fantastic young girl. I've been with her the first time she went out on the track, and she scared me to death. I've been out on her on the track now that she's been driving for about 4 years now. She still scares me because totally different concept. One, it was because she was new. Now she's a ripper. So I'm so stoked to introduce you. I'm going to pass it over to Sarah to introduce Hannah Amerson. Hey.
Thank you so much, Tara. And honestly, this pit is filled with your favorites. So luckily, you don't have to pick them if every single driver is your favorite. But we have one at the top here, Hannah Amerson. Can you tell me a little bit about your car that you brought this weekend?
So I have an LS350Z, and it is tuned by TDC Performance, and L&L Automotive has helped a lot on it.
Awesome. So how are you enjoying MidPond as a track during practice Friday and then again this morning?
Oh, I love it so much. I hate that we did have a break in Saturday, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so with the weather, would you have rather drive in the wet, or would you rather save it for today, drive in the dry?
I really like the dry, honestly.
Me too. I'm with you on that one. Well, thank you so much. Good luck out there today, and rip it. Make us proud.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Good luck to you. Her dad there, know him from drag racing. He is her crew chief, making sure that her car is taken care of, and then her mom, of course, is there to make sure that Hannah's taken care of. Gotta love to see the family atmosphere, and I think we're seeing a lot more of that here in drifting, especially as we get younger and younger drivers signing up, not just for drift days, but going into competition, which is insane.
Absolutely. It is pretty wild, just considering there's so many drivers that are hearing about it when they're younger and getting into it when they're younger, and they have this amazing support system. It's really cool, especially in the grassroots and the grassroots-styled competitions like this. Yeah, to see the whole family come together, create a program, and be here executing and running it is really, really cool. And you're seeing it more and more. And I think between just the general popularity of drifting spreading into the younger crowds, and also a lot of these drivers are able to get into drifting sooner because of things like sim driving and sim competitions and stuff like that has really opened doors for people to start when they're just barely teenagers or, 12, 13, 14 years old. Some of the heaviest rippers in my local scene are like 18-year-old kids that have been just out there since they were 16 on a waiver and driving before that and still on the computer. And it's to see that and to see the support of the family in the pits is really cool, man. It's really good for the scene, I think. It's good for drifting.
Agreed. And I mean, here's the thing. If you've got a kid who has been doing sim racing, maybe you've got a car that you're working on for them to let them start to try driving, MidPond has a great opportunity for you to do so. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're doing consent in terms of the age. So you may want to reach out to Ken just to confirm the age of your child and you're okay to bring them on track. However, we do have public drift days that you can bring the whole family to, whether you want to come as a driver or a spectator. Those drift days are on the calendar on the MidPond website. We'll post those as they come up. Of course, the Klutch Kicker schedule had to kind of shift some of that a little bit. So we used to do them at the end of every month. But we're going to shift it up a little bit, so be sure to pay attention to the MidPond events page on Facebook as well as the website.
Yeah, most of those I think are still going to be at the end of the month. That's kind of the standard thing. But we've got the schedule on the screen right here for the Klutch Kickers Series dates. So obviously we're here today. Round 2 is going to be on July 4th weekend, and so that's not going to affect your standard drift day. But the next 2 or 3. It looks like the next 2, round 3 and round 4, are both at the end of the month, end of September, end of October. And those are probably going to affect the monthly drift days just a little bit. They may have to shift around, so keep an eye on that website. Looks like we got round 2 on July 4th weekend, round 3, September 26th to 28th, round 4, October 24th to 26th, and then the final round 5, November 21st to 23rd. So that might be the 3rd weekend of the month, and that might resume standard drift days. But yeah, usually they're at the end of the month. Keep an eye on the website or check in with MidPond on social media or email them if you're trying to figure out when you can come out here and drive, or if you need any technical things explained, like how old can your kid be to drive here, what do you have to do as their parent or guardian to allow them to drive, and yeah, come out here and check it out.
Yeah, well, awesome. Well, sounds like Sarah is making some work happen in the pit. She is wrangling these drivers left and right as we get ready here in 15 minutes to go live with our comp. So, Sarah, we're going to pass it over to you. Who have you got with you?
No one's safe down here, Tara, in a nice way. We have Daniel Morse down here with his S chassis. You want to tell us a little bit about your setup here?
Yeah, so it's a 99 VVTi 1UZ with cage kits, KBD, Goon Squad and Yankee Special were nice enough to hop on board. I'm from Arkansas, so the whole state's on my shoulders for this one. So got a lot of people back home that are really rooting for me. It means a lot.
Well, no pressure. I want to know personally, what would you say to all the KBD haters out there?
Look, man, you want to spend 6 months fixing fiberglass? I call Irving, get a warranty. So end of the day, I still look good driving, and you still fixing fiberglass, and you itchy.
Ooh, tough words. I like that. Thank you so much. Well, we're going to leave him and his crew to keep crushing Dr. Peppers and getting this 240 ready for competition. We'll throw it back up to the booth to you guys.
Oh, man. Well, hopefully, other than Yankee Special, maybe he can add Dr. Pepper to his sponsor list if they're taking care of him that well. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to hear. Big talk on the fiberglass there for a guy with 1UZ. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
But shots fired.
We also heard that in this info here, he's an avid skateboarder. Something we often see in the drifting world is the crossover of extreme sports like skateboarding, snowboarding, racing motorcycles or motocross. And he, driving that 1UZ powered car is a skateboarder from Central Arkansas. We'd love to see that. As I get older and have to step off the board a little more, I'm trying to be in the car more because it's a little not quite as hard on the body, unless you're, of course, working on fiberglass, which I'm guilty of.
Yeah. I can still, it makes my skin crawl just thinking
it's
about
awful.
it.
It's awful. Just find a good fiberglass guy and support him. Shout out to him.
Daniel. There you go. Daniel's your fiberglass guy. Hit him up all the way in Arkansas. Well,
And-
geez, man, she's busy.
Yeah, we got another driver interview
Sarah,
down there in the
let's
pits.
go.
Sarah's getting after it. Let's go to her in the pits there.
I'm just so excited for the competition to start. I, too, may have crushed a Dr. Pepper. You may never know. But we've got another driver here, Kashad Parson, a.k.a. Camel. Such a fun nickname. You want to tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's from my homies back in the day. It kind of stuck, and we just kept going with it.
All right, tell me a little bit about your S chassis that you've got here.
It's a pretty grassroots style car. It's a stock 2JZ block with a 1J head, all OEM, 350Z trans, and 350Z diff. It makes about 530, 480, and somehow it stays cranking.
And we interrupted him a bit, just wiping down the side. How'd you get all the mud on the side of that car?
You know, I was getting a little too aggressive in practice, and I kind of went off the track. Now it's a little bit muddy.
Well,
I got it down the back of my suit.
You're joking. Well, we'll get out of your hair soon, and you don't know where the edge is until you find it. So I applaud you for finding the edge, literally.
We're pushing the limits. We're pushing it.
Thank you so much. Keep pushing those limits out there. Good luck in competition.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, Kashad. He's such a fantastic person. I got to spend some time talking with him in the pits yesterday. He's had that S13 for 14 years.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's a long ride.
Yeah, it's a long ride. It's been through, I'm sure, quite a few transitions over the years, but man, he has absolutely done a killer job of putting that together. Him and the Whoops Motorsports team, fantastic group. Here all the way from South Florida. Well, they'll scold me if I say South Florida.
Is that a
It's
personal
Palm
thing?
Bay, Palm Bay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
us Floridians, we're really particular about what we call South Florida. So
Is that like when people ask me where I'm from and I say Atlanta? I don't say Atlanta because people in Atlanta are like, you're not from Atlanta.
yeah,
because
exactly,
I'm not.
exactly.
Okay. But yeah, no, you can tell that he's been with that chassis. He is out here both days in practice and in this morning getting after it. Really consistent. Yeah, he may have had a little bit of off and taken some mud down the suit, but you know, it's a little slippery out there in a few places, so it's definitely shook a little bit of that up this morning. But he has been real consistent, filling those outer zones. Definitely looking forward to see him driving today and getting after it in the competition.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of which, we've got one more driver before we go into comp, and it's actually one of Kashad's partners here with
Let's
Whoops
go.
Motorsports. Let's hand it back over to Sarah. Who have you got, Sarah? I can already take a guess.
Well, you don't have to guess hard. We've got our favorite pink pony girl in the pits here, Dustin Patton. Do you want to talk about the chassis? You have to tell me. What's the backstory?
Yeah, just the homie Max Council and all the Drift Factory boys in Colorado and Florida, so we're just repping them really hard out here.
Colorado doesn't shock me. Florida does a bit. You're from Florida. How often do you rock that thing?
When I'm running pockets.
Spicy. Anyway, let's get back to the car. Do you want to tell me a bit about your 350Z here?
Yeah, 350Z, repainted it, refreshed, just got done flying it 8 feet in the air down in Florida at Fuel Fest. So got to fix the whole front end, new trans, new clutch, flywheel, all the fun stuff, and all the electrical problems that come with the Z.
And if you guys want, we will be taking a collection for a better muffler for him, because we do love Dustin, but we do not like to listen to it. That's straight from me. So do you have anything you want to say to the VQ haters?
Yeah, it's a symphony singing for me, not you. I'm the winner. You're the loser watching me. Have a great day.
Oh my gosh, quite the mic drop. Thank you so much, Dustin. We're going to toss it back up. We're done goofing around down here in the pits, but we'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
Oh, man. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Dustin. We appreciate your time. So, Dustin, you can tell he's a ham, but he's also an announcer, so you know he's got that great camera front personality.
Yeah, he stood by me at spring break before and hollered at the crowd and hyped everybody up. We have a good time. You know, thankfully he gets to lose twice today because he already lost once with having that freaking car the way it sounds. But you know, we'll give it to him on this one. I'm not a VQ hater. I think 350Z is a great entry-level machine. It's a great, really, from the entry to the top. 350Z chassis, football chassis, gets a lot of hate, but it's a great car, great machines. They have been since they came out. Some people out here really putting them to work, and Dustin's one of those guys. He has given that car everything it has. The tires, he was a little too gripped up in practice last couple of days and trying to work through it, but he was working through it. That car is very capable. He looked pretty settled in today in the couple of laps I got to see him take, and he's definitely, that little car here is still going to be a weapon because it is completely gripped up. There is no moment where those tires are really completely spinning free, so that car is going to move pretty quick. As long as he doesn't put himself in a pinch point or something, he's definitely going to be running those doors.
Yeah, absolutely. So, let's not hate on the VQs and the 350Zs too hard. I
They're
mean,
good machines.
come on.
They're good
come
machines.
on,
I
come on.
love a good 350Z.
Yeah.
A lot of people like to hate on them, and I think a lot of that is, burble tunes and straight pipes and, whatever. But everyone's going to hate on something,
Of
And honestly,
course.
if you hate on 350Zs, all I can say is drive one that's set up well and have fun with it, and you might change your mind.
Yeah. Well, let's hope some of these drivers change our minds today on who we think are our favorites, because let me tell you, there's a lot of really good drivers here today. But you know what? We've got 5 minutes before we go into our comp. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to show you some footage from practice, and we'll see you here at 11:30 Central.
What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. Never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Too brave. The world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the The walls are caving in. I feel like I can barely breathe. I think I'll just pretend this isn't killing me. Fake it like I know it's real. The walls are caving in. I feel
All right, well, welcome back. It is time to officially get this party started. Starting off with one of our first battles. So it looks like we got the drivers out on the track, ready to go. That was fast.
They're here already, yeah. Taylor Hole in the lead with Lee in the follow position.
Taylor doing a fantastic job of filling that outer zone.
Lee
like
trying to sorry.
Oh, it looks like he had one tire on the rumple there. We'll see. We'll see. We might have to look at that in the replay.
Lee diving in on the hairpin. Oh, he goes off. He's 4 off. Uh-oh. Lee was trying to dive in there on the hairpin. Looks like he might have had a little bit of understeer or something going on there as he unfortunately drove off the left side of the track.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see quite a few drivers, especially when they're coming back in the follow or in the chase a little bit behind. I think we're going to see a lot of drivers trying to cut the track here. But, hey, great job, Ben. Hopefully he can come out in the lead or come out with a good lead run. But Taylor, man, what a heck of a driver to go against because he is an absolute beast.
Yeah, I think we're, one area where he went off is going to be a tough area where drivers are making mistakes because you come off the sweeper just before that turn. It's probably one of the most momentum parts of the track where you are just on throttle through that entire sweeper, and you've got to transition into the hairpin without going off, so it's a tough one. So here we go. Ben Lee in the front, Taylor Hole in the chase.
Taylor a little slow to get his initiation there, but
Ben doing a nice job of filling that outer zone. Taylor Hole's not letting him get away.
Absolutely not. Applying that pressure.
Oh, yeah, right there. Here we go into the hairpin. Whoa!
Oh,
Ben goes outside. I think he went 2 wheels off.
Oh, wow.
Taylor Hole
Ben
makes a clean pass on him as he goes a little too wide into the hairpin. Like I said, that spot right there is going to be challenging for these drivers because you're carrying the most speed and you're having to scrub. You have to basically transition straight to lock into the hairpin, and it's a tricky dance to do it just right without going too far or falling short of the outer zone there. And if you go too far, it's off camber in the lower section of that right before you go into the dirt. So if you do go too far, it's hard to bring it back because it's pulling you out.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely one of the more technical hairpins that we have here at the track. But let's see what happens in terms of selection.
Got our boys at the start line out there. Josh, Kevin holding it down. Drag style start.
I love it, man. Brings you back to street racing days. Yeah, we had a little bit of problem with the start light today, unfortunately. Everything was working great until today. So we're doing old school. We're doing street racing style flagging. I love it.
All right. Looks like they're waiting for the call. So, I mean, unfortunately, Ben Lee did go off both of those runs. I'm going to have to assume that he is going to be knocked out of this round. But we'll see.
Lots of discussion happening. I'm sure the judges have quite a bit to review.
Yeah.
We're working on the replay here in just a bit. Give us just a second while we're talking through. Sounds like there's lots of discussion happening at start.
We appreciate everyone bearing with us. There may be a few quiet times throughout this process. We're going to try and fill that in for you. But at times, these guys are trying to figure out technical data and learn to work with these systems. And, we appreciate your
Looks like we got our winner. I believe it was Taylor Hole. So congratulations, Taylor Hole. Ben, thank you so much for coming out. Fantastic. We hope we see you in the losers bracket. He's still got a chance to come back in. Oh, is that OMT? Oh, number 3 for his car.
He was throwing the 3 up. Yeah, he was throwing the 3 up there for Dale. And we
Three
can
for
always
Dale.
appreciate that. It was just recently the Intimidator's birthday, so.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah.
Rip.
Rip in peace. Is this going to be Morse and Fletcher? Yeah, because that's Morse right there.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, a little dirt
Nothing
drop
like
in
a
the
little
burnout
mud
box.
on the tires to get you started. I love it.
All right, so that was our first battle, and those guys were battling to get into the bracket. So Taylor Hull is going to advance into the first bracket. I wish these had first names with the last names, but probably not necessary.
All right. Looks like we got Carson and Johnson here. We'll get some names up on the screen here in just a second so you can follow along at home.
Oh, I see where I was at now. Sorry, I was lost. My apologies to
looks
the
like
viewers.
we got the lead. There we go. Now we're right.
All
So
right.
Trevor Johnston against Kashad Parson.
Looks like they're switched. Well, okay. Sorry. Yep. Trevor Johnstone in the Mustang there. Kashad in the S13 with the 2JZ. Let's go. We got Josh at the start line. He's getting them revved up, and they're off.
Here we go.
Oh, 2 tires over. Kashad throwing it in. Getting into the outer zone pretty nicely there.
Nice throw.
All right, Trevor's staying with him. Going a little inside to make it happen. Kashad putting on a seemingly pretty awesome lead run. Let's see how he carries it into the hairpin here. He's on it. He has been really consistent all weekend, and it's showing right now as he drives that lead run.
Yeah,
Well
to your
done.
point, 14 years in the chassis will certainly give you a lot of familiarity with the car.
Absolutely. It's showing. It's showing right now.
Well, we'll take them back to the start, let them switch it up a little bit. We'll have Trevor in the lead and Kashad in chase.
All right. Both drivers are at the line. Little drone there waiting for him to take off.
Making sure everybody's ready. Getting some people off the track. We got some drivers that have just had their Wally systems installed, so they're on their way out. So got a little flip-flop here. Got Kashad in the green S13, Trevor in the Mustang. Flip-flop those runs a little bit. Sorry about that. Should be the other way around. All good, though.
Yep. Trevor in the lead. S550 Mustang. Let's see if he can lay it down. And see how Kashad does in the chase. Great first run by these boys. Great first lead by Kashad. Looks like we got one more driver coming out on the track. Once he's clear, I'm assuming this battle will get going. I think that's the other 1UZ car out here, the orange S13, which is one of the next battles, and this white hatch, both running the 1UZ engine out here. One of Toyota's most reliable engines ever made, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we didn't have a lot of data on Trevor's build, but I feel like they're about evenly matched in terms of power. I know Kashad's making about 530. I believe
know what's
he's
done
got
to
that Coyote
Trevor's.
in there, so
Yeah.
that 5.0 Coyote. So I don't know.
It might be a little down on power, but he's running pretty good, so we'll see if he can keep up. But yeah, it's I don't even know what Coyotes make anymore. I guess they're probably 400 horsepower engines, but
Something like that, yeah.
I'll have to work on that. All right, Trevor Johnstone throws it in the lead. Here they go into the first outer. Oh! A lot of angle from Trevor, but falls inside a little bit. Kashad doing a nice job of following his line there, but he dips inside right as I spoke a little too soon.
But he recovered quickly, right back in it. Got to fill that gap. Come on.
Into the hairpin.
Trevor slowing down just a little bit. Shot right on him. Great run, boys. Great run. I don't know. I'm a little torn.
Yeah, I think that it was pretty, I think Kashad was pretty in there, and he ended up dropping a little bit inside on the follow around the pond, but a good run. I think he had a pretty solid lead, and we'll see how the judges feel about that. And also what the data says, because right there, you can see Trevor flicked it in pretty hard. I think he almost, well, it's hard to say if you over-rotated. These cars have so much angle. A little outside of that touch and go, trying to get back to the outside zone there.
Yeah, straighten up just a little bit, and that's where he went off. Trevor doing a fantastic job of filling that outer line, though, right there after.
Right on the touch and go.
Ran away from him there for a little bit, too. Lost a little bit of speed here in that inner hairpin, which is somewhat to be expected. But, yeah, great run from both drivers. We'll see what the judges have to say. Going to try to get you some of the Wally race data so that you can actually see what the judges are seeing. Make sure that we get that connected here for you in a second. It may take us just a minute, but we may have a decision here in just a second.
Yep, the judges are deliberating, reviewing the footage, reviewing the data.
There we go.
Okay, so here we have a little bit of an insight onto what's going on here. They're kind of showing us a little bit of the points.
Yeah, so guys, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, come on back, man.
How we going? Guys, so we're just going through some of the data here. We're currently looking at just the run that just happened. It looks pretty clear that the Mustang, the green Mustang that was in the lead, he wasn't great in the clipping zones. We can go back to the start. Got clipping zone 1 pretty well. Missed outer zone, the touch and go by a long shot. Clipping zone 3 missed it way together. So lead had a very consistent. We can see here by the statistics. This is from the chase run. He had a 73 out of 100 for the clipping zones, and then this particular run 57. So based on a few things, it looks like.
It's like
looks like our friend in the 240 SX moves along, based on the data, and missing being more consistent with the clipping zones.
Fantastic. So just a reminder, the Wally data system is just an aid. So the judges are using their own eyes and ears to kind of pay attention to what the drivers are doing on track and then looking back at the data for any kind of confusion. But fantastic job, Kashad.
There's Kashad pulling off right there. He's going to take the win on this one. Good job, boys. He had just had a better lead, and he was out filling the zones a little better. Again, he's just been really consistent. He's been in that chassis a long time. I don't think Trevor's had the Mustang for very long. It's good to see him out here trying to get after it and figure it out. But it's tough to beat someone that is really experienced in their car because they can put it where it needs to be, and that consistency is what wins these competitions.
Well, don't count Trevor. You can count him down, but don't count him out because
down,
he still
not
has
out.
an opportunity to come back into the competition.
Yep, that's the beauty of the double elimination. He's down for one, but he's got another swing. So hopefully he can get back in there, make a few adjustments, and hit it hard on the next one.
All right. Looks like we got Dawson Fletcher and Danny Morse. Once again, little flip-flop there. Lead is going to be Dawson Fletcher.
No, that's right. Dawson's in the Corvette.
Oh,
So it's flipped left to right on the screen. But the lead is Danny Morse in that orange S13 240 SX with the 1UZ. And then in the chase, we got Dawson Fletcher in the Corvette. It's like a Corvette, but it's just missing the back hatch. It kind of looks like a truck. Oh, here they go. Dawson giving him a little bit of a jump there because he's probably got a little bit of the faster car with that turbo V8.
And he's giving him no room right on his wheel.
A little shallow, but he's out there. He's trying to get that outer zone, number 3.
Danny ran away just a little bit there around the sweep. Nice job.
That little 1UZ is trying to get out of the way and keep it running. Little shallow on the outer zone there in the hairpin, but he's getting out there. Dawson Fletcher doing a clean job of following. See how he does. I know Dawson and his team were working on the Corvette yesterday. They had a few issues to sort out, but it looks like it's running pretty good right now, so hopefully they can keep it rolling. We're going to switch the drivers up here. All right. Dawson Fletcher is going to be in the lead now. That Corvette. Yankee Special 240 SX pulling up for the chase.
And back around they go. Let's see what we can do with a little slip swap action. Making sure we're ready on the track. All right, looks like we're ready to send them.
A little bit of radio play at the start line.
Josh, doing the most. You're doing great, Josh. Man, these drivers lucked out today. We had a little bit of cold front come through, so you know they got to be hot in their cars, but man, it is nice outside. So for that turbo, it's loving this cooler weather. Let's go!
All right, Dawson Fletcher in the lead, Danny Morse in the chase. And the chase driver does not have to enter toll the first corner. Dawson Fletcher right in the zones there. He nailed that both outer, inner to outer right through that section. He is, a little wide, but he's still in there.
Little bobble by Dawson, or by Danny there.
Solid run from the boys there. Dawson Fletcher out front, laying down a pretty good lead lap. Filling the outer zones where he needed to. Getting the touch and go on the inside. As you saw when they took off, the chase car did not initiate at the same time, but that's totally cool. We just want the lead car to be initiating right by the end of that white stripe going down the center lanes, and at the yellow, there's a yellow cone that they have to initiate by. The chase driver is allowed a little bit of wiggle room to line their car up, and they don't have to initiate until the outer zone of the first corner. So that gives them a little bit of time to set up and throw it in and get tight for the chase. And some cars don't need it, but some cars do, so that's an option. You see here when they take off right here on the replay, Dawson Fletcher throws it in, and then Danny throws it in at the outer zone 1 there. So that is totally normal here. We're just giving that a little bit of a chance for the chase drivers. Looks like he straightened out there going into outer zone 2. So we'll see how the judges feel about that.
Well, Danny's certainly putting that Uzi through it.
Yeah, that little UZ is working hard right now. It's not easy keeping up with the turbo Corvette. So.
Not at all. Still waiting for a decision here, so fantastic.
Here's some people yelling, cheering.
Oh. One more replay just so we can watch along at home.
I didn't watch the other one close enough, but also if anyone that notices that white line down the center as both the drivers take off, the lead driver has to straight line through that area without putting 2 tires over the center line until the very end of it. They're allowed to touch 1 as they flick it in, but if you go 2 tires over the center line, it's a 0, as they want the chase car to be able to move around freely without worrying about getting whopped by the lead car initiating. It's a bit of a drag race, but before they flick it in. So we'll see if that comes into play today and how many people dance with that line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know in at Holt, when we had the previous track, one of the things that was a little bit difficult is you've had that straightaway right before was basically a downhill straightaway. So we had the chicane back in that time, which was a fantastic way to kind of allow the chase driver, especially if you're going up against somebody with much more power than you, which again, this is a grassroots series where you can go against pro drivers or drivers who have very well-built cars, making a lot more power. So it gives it an opportunity, or gives your chase driver an opportunity to catch up. And you can actually, we learned this last time, not necessarily the case here, but you can jump the line a little bit as a chase driver in order to kind of fill that gap before you go into your first initiation.
Yep.
All right, I hear we're getting closer to a decision. One more replay.
First
with
run.
Danny.
Yep.
in the first. So this is the very first battle, it looks like, with Danny in the lead. Dawson coming in hot right on his rear at that first hairpin.
I didn't notice the drone went down until we watched that. not relevant, but is relevant. That thing ran into one of the cars or something. Fell out of the sky. Yeah, first run here with Danny in the lead. You can tell, I don't know if it's the gearing or what, but a lot of times if you get between gears in a car like that where you're running out of gear, it can cause you to end up being a little bit more inside than you might want to because the car can't keep tracking out. He was a little shallow right there. I'm sure that's going to play a part in the judge's decision, but he held it down.
All right, one more look. This is the one that judges wanted to see one more time just to make sure. We'll follow along with them and see what we can see. So it looks like they're trying to figure out right here at the sweeper around the pond as we go into this second turn.
A little slow-mo action right there.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to see the tire fill in our... Lord, I'm losing my words already.
In the outer zone?
Oh, man. Outer zone, thank you. I'm just hearing word that we got a one more time.
All right, okay.
So we'll send these drivers back into the pits, let them cool down for a second. We'll send our next round, or our next battle out, and we will see these drivers again for one more time.
All right, who's up next here? Looks like it's going to be Dustin Patton, and who's driving that?
That is Nate Chambers, another one of our young boys here who's, gosh, he's been in the driver's seat quite some time as well. He's also a local hero. He's been having some problems with the car. That car came together literally hours before they showed up. This car went from being completely disabled. I mean, we're talking about junkyard in the backyard. Looked like it was worse for wear. And you see what it is now, which is a beautiful white S13. Looks fantastic. His dad has been working hard on it. So he gets to go up against Dustin Patton, who has also been working hard up to the hour, making sure his car was ready and could pass tech. So kudos to both of these drivers for the hard work that they put in to get their cars ready for this moment.
Yeah, these guys are jamming. Dustin, unfortunately, had a recent accident in his car, so he had to rebuild a ton of stuff on it. So we've got Nate Chambers in the lead here in the UZ S13 hatch, and Dustin Patton in the 350Z. Let's go.
Oh, nice little backfire there out the start. Oh,
and Nate Chambers undershoots the first zone. Looks like he over-rotated a little bit there and ended up just going way inside trying to catch it. And thankfully, he knew not to park it. Obviously, that's one thing. You know, he stayed on the gas even though it went a little over, and unfortunately, it just stuffed him right to the inside of that first corner, so I'm almost sure that is going to hurt his score there. We'll see what happens.
Well, let's see. Now, do we have a false start there? Because I'm noticing Dustin's not driving the rest of the track, so either he's taking it and saying, we'll see what happens and follow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I need to double-check on the rules as far as I think if you have a clean lane, if someone does spin, you would obviously continue. But in that case, you had to stop to avoid the accident. So I don't know if you would reinitiate and finish the,
that's a good point.
The lap or not.
That's a good point.
So I need to touch up on that. But no matter what happens, I guess we'll find out about whether or not it was a start situation or not. But entry definitely, a little overcooked. Maybe he was trying to, well, I don't know. We'll see. It looked like he threw it in there pretty serious. So.
Yeah, well, if anybody knows the rules, it's going to be our judges. So we'll see what they have to
We'll
say
lean.
when they go into review after this next run.
We'll lean on them, and I'll just banter about it because I don't know.
We'll speculate. And here we go. One more round for Nate Chambers and Dustin Patton.
Yep, Dustin in the lead in the 350Z. Getting to the outside zone there. Very nice. Little wide on the inner, but he's in there. Nate Chambers runs out of gear or something. He straightens out and a couple times in the sweeper. That's going to hurt.
Oh, man, he must be really struggling with the car.
Yeah,
I was hoping they were going to be able to
on.
get it together, but, man.
Yeah. Dustin running his lap as best he can in the lead there. With, unfortunately, Dustin's almost
having some issues,
out.
too. Wow.
Yeah. That car does not have much to give. It's gripped up for what it is, and if you come off the throttle in that Z for a second or run out of gear, it is going to straighten up pretty fast.
Right
so it's a tricky car to drive, despite being good for this track, because you have to really be where you need to be without too much correction. It makes it pretty tough. But yeah, Nate Chambers clearly having something going on. Maybe it's a vehicle issue, but it had to straighten out and finish out the lap. The car is still moving under its own power, but something's going on there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when I was talking to Richard yesterday. That's Nate Chambers' dad. I was thinking he was saying it was a steering rack issue. So obviously, unfortunately for Nate Chambers, Dustin Patton gets the win, but fantastic, Dustin. Looking forward to seeing you in the winner's bracket. Now, do remember, Nate does still have a chance for redemption. So when we get into our second side of the bracket here, our loser's bracket, Nate does have a chance to get that car fixed and back out on the track.
It looks like we got Taylor Hull warming up in the donut pit, scrubbing in those fronts and heating up those rears. This is his first battle of the actual bracket now that he's worked his way into the bracket.
That number 3 Monte Carlo chassis, Corvette body. Or, Sue, I said that backwards.
I was going to say Corvette chassis, Monte Carlo body, but
yeah,
it's
there
sick.
We go.
We love to see, it's just cool to see the Monte Carlo,
It
even though
really
it's a Corvette
is.
underneath. G-bodies forever. That's some hashtag Southern
preach,
Dreams.
Preach.
You know, G-body boys. But we got him going up against the young kid in the Mustang. I need to pull his name up.
Oh, that is going to be Alex DuBois.
All right, so Alex DuBois in the lead in that S550 Mustang with Taylor Hull giving chase in the Monte Carlo.
Taylor, of course, doing what he does best, applying pressure to that lead driver. Alex is holding his own, though. He's looking pretty solid.
Oh, Taylor getting in there a little too tight, but he's on it.
Let's see what they do in this inner hairpin. Oh, Alex lost some power there, but he's pulling through. Wow, that was a good run.
Whoa, Taylor Hull dives all right.
Taylor taking the scenic route.
I think that was after the course was over, so he should be good. A little quick cool down for the tires through the grass there. Nothing serious here.
Indeed.
Alex DuBois, I've never seen him drive before this weekend. Looks like he's getting some work done in that, some comfortable work in that Mustang, but still working it out. A little bit of correction in the front end there. Let's see how they do as they swap positions.
Taylor looking focused. He is dialed in.
Yeah, Taylor's going to be a tough act to beat this weekend. He's had a lot of time behind the wheel of that car and also just in these competition settings. And he's going to be definitely tough to beat.
Well, let's see what he does in the lead. We've got Alex in the follow.
Taylor laying down a nice wide lead run, getting both zones. Alex trying to keep up.
He is trying to close that gap. He's got an opportunity to do that right here.
That Corvette that Monte Carlo's fast. Taylor just really laying it on thick down. Oh, Alex trying to come in hot.
Look at that entry. Oh, he goes two tires
down.
off, but man, he came in hot in that inner hairpin.
Alex trying to make up some time there, and he did. He threw it in hard at angle to try and get back in there. Unfortunately, went a little wide, but that was a solid attempt to get back in the zone.
That's all you can hope for when you're going against a driver like Taylor Hull. So
Yeah,
kudos to Alex, young driver. I believe he was the one who hyperextended his arm yesterday. Yeah,
I did not hear about that.
Yeah,
if he did,
yeah.
that's tough. And always tough driving after any injury.
Absolutely.
Or anything. That'll slow you down a little bit, especially when you're steering.
For sure.
But yeah, he's doing his best to keep up. Obviously, Taylor's pretty fast in that Monte Carlo, so that was a pretty impressive toss into the hairpin, trying to really just lay it out on the line and get back in there. We'll see what the judges have to say, but
yeah, let's take one more quick. Yeah, let's take one more quick look here. So it looks like they want to see Taylor's lead run first.
He was really right where he needed to be through that outer zone, hit the touch and go on the inside, and that's where he starts to take off on Alex with a little, I don't know if he shifted right there or just had to straighten out for a second. Yeah, he was flying through that sweeper, Taylor was. And then it's right here, Alex trying to make his move and get in there. Car had a lot of angle. He got
almost
there.
threw a backy in it.
He was gunning to get into the zone there, but Taylor was already gripping up and heading out. We'll see how the judges feel about where they were at on the track.
still got some deliberation happening, but it looks like we have our winner. So Taylor Hull wins this round, which he is now, of course, in the bracket. Now, again, we will likely see Alex again in the losers bracket here, so he still has a chance. But great driving from both. Alex, super proud of you for sticking in there. That's a heck of a driver to go against. You held strong, my friend.
Very cool.
Looks like we got Hunter Shacklet warming up in the burnout box.
Yep, the old S14.9. That's what he calls it. I'm not actually sure why.
He sent that over to us in the registration. I got to remember, he and I had a brief conversation about it, but I think he's got that Iron Block LS in there, making about 796 horsepower, going up against, is that Kashad? Oh, no, this is Team Low Tide.
Yeah, that's the Low Tide car powered by K24.
Welcome Chris Jennings to the comp.
Yeah, Chris Jennings got a K24 DET. Love to see it. See if he can keep up. Oh, no. Jennings straightens out. Gets a little close. Avoids contact, thankfully. Good, solid rips there. Jennings struggling to find his way here. That little KA is hunting.
Clutch kick, there. Fantastic run. Hunter putting down one heck of a smoke show. Wondering if Chris got a little lost in the smoke there, but he still did fantastic. Had that little bobble right in the beginning where he straightened up. So we'll see what happens when we swap the drivers around and we have Chris in the lead.
Yep, that K24 DET, 420 horsepower, getting a little lost in the smoke. Yeah, it's going to be tough to keep up with a car that makes basically double the power, but he was giving her hell. Oh, wait, no. Sorry.
Hey, we're trying to keep it PG-13. We apologize. Yeah. But, hey, sometimes, especially us drifters, we have a tendency to have a little bit of a potty mouth, so please excuse us.
I'll keep working on that. That's my bad.
We're all adults here for the most part.
I think that's only my second slip for the weekend, so I'm doing all right. Yeah, we'll try and work on that. And these boys are going to line back up. We got Chris Jennings, KA24 DET. It used to be a really common setup, not so much anymore. Pretty cool to see it out here at Klutch Kickers today. Look at that wing. It's taller than the car. That's pretty rad. Got some nice paint. Team Low Tide going to do the lead lap with Andrew Grindle chasing him down in that LS-powered S14, or I guess it's an S15 front. It's all of the S chassis.
And I owe you guys an apology. I said it was Hunter Shacklet, and unfortunately, it is not. Oh, wow. Losing the bumper out the gate.
Well, bumper's gone. Yeah, I didn't catch that until...
Yep. So,
all right, these boys are on it.
Andrew Grindle giving him no space right in there. See if he can close it even more.
Oh, no! Chris Jennings with a spin in the hairpin. It looks like they avoided contact. Clean avoidance.
Andrew, my friend, I owe you a huge apology. I saw the red car coming through the track, and I thought that was Hunter. My apologies. So Andrew Grindle is our chase driver here, putting a lot of pressure on Chris Jennings, who unfortunately had a spin right there at the end. Hopefully he's okay. Maybe he can get the car restarted.
Uh-oh.
Looks like he's coming out. I can't tell.
Kevin.
Oh, there's the bumper.
Oh, no. Maybe they did have a little contact.
Oh, man. He was having some troubles getting that bumper to stay on yesterday. So he's a bumper man. I will tell you this. He is going to do everything he can to get that bumper back on his car for his next round.
We love to see it. We love to see cars looking good out here. Obviously, people have different reasons for removing bumpers and things like that and cooling and all that, but we'd love to see a complete car looking good. And that Team Low Tide car was one of those cars. He's missing a couple bumpers now, but he's giving it heck out there. So
yeah, absolutely. So again, my apologies for the confusion with the Andrew Grindle versus Hunter Shacklet. Shacklet is actually up next in our bracket. I was jumping ahead a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Getting a little excited.
So Chris Jennings, Andrew Grindle. Let's see how the judges feel about that.
Wings almost as wide as the tent.
Yeah, barely made it through there. Did we get a call yet on that? Or I don't know. I can't hear them when they're saying it.
Yeah, it's okay. We're still waiting for confirmation on the winner, even though Chris did go first. So because of that spin at the end, I am pretty sure Andrew got that win. We'll get final confirmation for our judges here in just a minute.
Yeah, a safe bet, but we will let the judges deliberate and confirm. Someone's wiping the camera down.
Quick clean of the camera.
Very
Got
nice.
a little dirt there. You're doing a great job. Now we have Hunter Shacklet. My apologies, everyone. I was jumping ahead just a little bit there. So Hunter coming in was with S14.
No, so where? Sorry, did I go the wrong way? I think I went the wrong way.
And we got Paul Jimenez in his Chaser, our only right-hand drive car here today. So we'll see if that's going to change as the season progresses. But he's been struggling a little bit with that car. But yesterday he was doing fantastic. He's put down some great practice runs. So we'll see what happens with this run.
All right. Jay-Z boys. All right. Looks like they're about to get kicked off here. Paul
And here we go.
Hunter Shacklet in the chase. Whoa, big understeer
Hunter.
situation for Shacklet. Hunter, unfortunately, understeering pretty bad there in the first outer zone while Jimenez works his way around the course. He's a little shallow in the outer zones, but he's getting through it.
Paul a little shy with those outer zones as well, but hey, we'll see what happens in this inner hairpin. That's so tricky for all of our drivers. Paul doing a great job, straighten it up just a little bit. Hunter right on his tail.
Looks like Cabot is entering the course. Cabot Cardosa, he's going to be a force out here.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's switch it up here. Get Hunter Shacklet in the lead and Paul Jimenez in the follow. Love seeing that JZX out here. Obviously, you know, talking about it with some of the guys yesterday, and he's probably at a small disadvantage because that car is probably the easiest one to follow out here out of every vehicle, being a little bit longer wheelbase and transitioning a little slower, but he's here for it. I love to see it, so see how he does in the chase.
Absolutely.
As a four-door guy myself, can appreciate the fact that you're out here trying to party in a sedan. But yeah, it does give people a lot of real estate to go for.
Driving the yacht.
Yeah. Land yacht boys and gals and dudes.
All right, looks like we got the Wally guys coming in here with us. What you got, boys?
Oh, we got no sound over here.
That's all right. We got you pulled up on screen, though. So we're watching the Wally database here on the left. This is what the judges are looking at.
Oh,
Hey guys, so
Perfect.
we're just reviewing. There was obviously a straightened by the S14 on the chase.
Yep.
And we're just seeing if the JZX did anything funny, but it looks like a clean initiation into clipping point 1. And yeah, looks like it was an unforced error by Shacklet in the chase. So unfortunately, he's had a big penalty there. So we move on to the next battle. Hopefully they can match it up. But data shows that the chaser at the lead did no error. Was ready to go.
All right.
All right.
Sounds like Jimenez has the advantage in this situation due to Shacklet having that big understeer in the first corner there. We'll see how he does in the lead position.
All right. Well, it's Tennessee versus Oklahoma. Let's go, boys. Oh, Paul, no.
He's gone. He's off the course completely. Let's see if Shacklet can have a clean run here and get back in. Maybe they'll have another chance to redeem himself after that understeer because Paul seemingly just left the entire course there on the initiation.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but Hunter's finishing it out strong, coming into this inner hairpin. Slowed down just a little bit, still got good speed, filling that outer. Oh, that's beautiful. Textbook Hunter, fantastic. Paul, we hate it for you, but hey, he is still coming in. He said, hey, count me down, but don't count me out. I'm going to finish this run. Still giving a good show. Fantastic job, Paul Jimenez.
Okay.
Shaking things up a little bit, man. Lots of people having some issues here today with their cars. Not sure what's going on. Could it be nerves? Could it be mechanical? Who knows? We'll find out here in a bit. We should have some more pit footage from Sarah once we get into our quick break before we go to top 8. But remember, we still have a whole other side of a bracket to go through. So lots of driving for you today while we wait for the judges to speculate. Watching Josh on the comms there. Looking great, Josh. Kevin. They look like professionals. Those of you who know them know that they're professional idiots, but they're two great, fantastic humans for sure.
Yeah. They're drivers. They like to have a good time. They're out here helping us out this weekend, trying to keep things facilitated and going. I'm not sure what the call is, but they're waving the drivers off the track, so the judges must be making something going on here.
Yeah, I can't imagine with Paul going off course like that, that could be a Hunter win. But hey, you know what?
I don't know if it's both, if they both got zeros or not, because
that's possible.
Because I don't know how much of a straighten, like if it's a deduction or if it's just like a Formula D where they, I don't know now, because again, I'm not 100% brushed up on those rules, but that kind of a straighten can get you a 0 in some series. I don't know if they're just going to do a deduction or if it's a full 0, in which case both drivers would have had a 0 on their lead, but I'm interested to see.
Yeah, we should get some replays here in just a minute to see what's happening.
And the fact that both drivers are still out there, well, actually that's not true. Looks like Paul pulled off the track. Huh. Okay, well, we'll have some more information for our viewers here shortly as we figure it out. Oh, and looks like Brandon made it back out on the track. All right.
All right, well, we got Will. Hey, Will, we got you. What's going on, man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. So in that last battle, both of the drivers earned a 0 for their chase. So obviously the chaser spun out like immediately after entry, and the 240 on his follow had a major straighten right after initiation also. Yep. So both of them got a 0 for the chase. In the lead, they both did pretty decent. They didn't really fill the zones all the way. We didn't want to decide it just off the lead laps. So that's why we did it one more time.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification, guys.
Yep.
All right. Well, you heard it here, folks. Both drivers are going to have a one more time shot, and we're moving on to our next battle.
Brandon versus JP. Brandon able to get his car back together just in time to go back against one of his friends, JP Wyndham, in
JP
the BMW.
throws it in. Oh, Brandon almost touches wheel to wheel. Has to straighten a little bit. They're back at it. JP in the lead. Brandon in the chase. Not giving him much room. A lot of angle from JP going into this next outer zone.
A lot of tire smoke, too. Wow, JP.
This is a battle of the JZs right here. I'm pretty sure both these drivers are running like 600 to 700 horsepower JZs. And Brandon diving into the hairpin and extremely hot. But maybe he overcooks it a little correction there, but that was a hot dive right there. He wanted to get some.
Absolutely.
All right.
Man, JP putting on a smoke show. Pretty sure those are his Zek Novas, if I'm not mistaken, but he may be running Valinos now.
Yeah, what a great lap between those two drivers. I know we had a little interview earlier with Sarah and JP in the pits, and JP was fired up to have a battle with Brandon here at his home track, and it looks like both of these guys were ready to get some because they were going all in. That was awesome.
Oh, man. Well, shake the Etch-a-Sketch. Let's try one more run, see how they do with Brandon in the lead.
Yep. All right, both drivers at the line. Those JZs are revving.
Waiting for clearance so they can go hot on the track. We got Brandon's wife who's, wow, she's days away from giving birth here to their twin boys.
Yeah, maybe less than days, hours away.
Yeah, she is hanging in tight, making sure that she's here to support her husband. Hopefully he can pull this out so they can go and maybe have a couple boys here in a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. She's here with us, watching the screen, very nervous. But, hey, she's accustomed to this.
She's tapping her watch. She said, when this is over, we're going. It's awesome. Still here supporting.
And, of course, JP's wife, Allie, is one of his spotters. She is here with us, making sure she's giving him feedback on what he needs to do for his follow run.
It's like the judges are just reviewing a little bit of that first run before they send the drivers out, and then I think they're just about working through that.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. Brandon's ready, JP's ready, and away they go.
Oh, JP jumps the line, trying to get in there close.
It's a good strategy.
Brandon not phased at all as they throw it into the first outer zone. He's JP spins.
Oh, let Brandon finish up strong.
Let's see if Brandon can hold it together for a run here. He's a little shallow, but that's okay because he's got a major advantage after that spin on the entry. I'm not sure what happened there, but they were tossing it in pretty hot, and that, over rotation does happen.
Sounds like the car's struggling there just a little bit, but hey, he made it through.
All right.
Fantastic run, boys. Again, 2 of our local heroes. Brandon, of course, a little bit more local than JP. JP in Mobile, Alabama. Brandon right here in Columbiana, Alabama. So we'll let the judges deliberate, see what they think. Wally and Will taking a good look at that Race Data Labs data. Got it pulled up on the screen here. Of course, we got the replay on the right, Race Data Labs data on the left.
Yeah. So we're just reviewing what happened, obviously clipping zone 1, and what was the cause of the error.
It looks like it just... Wow, you can even see the throttle inputs and all that. These guys have a lot of data to look at. It's pretty rad.
Yeah, so what we're looking at now is the second row, which is acceleration. And we're just seeing if... Yeah, so Bass and... So yeah, we're just reviewing, why that spun occurred, if it was the lead car slowing down excessively. Looks like he wasn't, looks kind of clean. Accelerating into this clipping zone, neutral, 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 neutral.
Oh, wow. So you can see on the left, we've got the Race Data Labs and the live on the right. Fantastic way to set this up, guys. Really helps us see what we need.
Hey, judges, we got some mic feedback on the radio there.
So that's I think the super.
Really cool view here. We've got the live rewind from the front here and the Wally on the left. It's really cool. We can see both of these at the same time in real time. Technology is wild. It looks like Brandon was on the gas. Maybe JP just over-rotated it a hair. Maybe he was expecting him to go a little wider. Anticipation is a big part of this game. But it looked, yeah, maybe he had to touch the brakes, came in a little hot or something. Yeah, the judges just going over this footage, trying to decide if there was any fault with the lead.
Should have the judges coming on the air here in just a bit. Sounds like they're kind of coming to a decision, watching this replay over and over again, of course, with the Race Data Labs Wally system on the left and the live replay on the right. Great job, boys. Good job, Brandon.
Getting that car back together for that battle. Very nice. He whopped a JZX pretty hard earlier in practice. So.
Can we shoot to the judges real quick and maybe get some feedback on their decisions?
Looks like they are chatting about it. Okay, we got some deliberation still going on. If y'all could just hang tight with us. Judges are working on seeing who was if there was any fault in that spin or if it was just a mistake on the chase driver, and I'm sure that's going to be the deciding factor on the winner of that run. Looks like we got a couple other drivers pulling up to the line. Oh, this is our one more time battle that's about to go on.
Oh, yes.
Off the ball altogether.
Looks like we got Dawson Fletcher in the Corvette. I believe that is Daniel Morse.
That is Daniel Morse.
There, yep, yeah, I can see it now. Sorry, I was trying to see through the trees there. It looks like Daniel Morse is going to be our lead driver to start us off.
Just a one more time battle. Looks like Dawson Fletcher starting a little further back so he can get a little run up. That Corvette's pretty fast.
Smart strategy there. Again, that's something that a lot of drivers did at the old days at Holt Track with Klutch Kickers. Keeping it going. Let's see what they can do this time.
All right, Daniel Morse in the lead. Dawson Fletcher in the chase. Both drivers coming into the first zone. All right. Daniel Morse pretty clean to the first couple zones. Maybe a small straighten. Well, inside view here. Dawson Fletcher on the bumper.
Oh, little dirt. Oh, his trunk came up right at that dirt drop.
Dawson Fletcher not phased. Whoa!
Oh.
I think he made it past the cones before he dipped off there, so it shouldn't count against him. But
no, not at all. But
surprise
that
hatch pop.
That hatch pop, though, you know, actually, I don't remember. There are typically regulations about gas door and truck pop. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that will affect him. Some organizations will be deducting for certain stuff like that, but we'll see. Dawson was not phased by it. He stayed in it all the way.
Yeah, here it goes. You can see he just drops that right tire right off the track there, and
a little bit of chassis flex, and there it goes. Yeah, that's the classic S13 hatch flex. I've heard that's what makes them so fast. They're like a little noodle flexing around there. Little extra grip. Heard that straight from the top. In order of grippiest chassis, least to most S chassis. S13 vert least, coupe, middle, hatch, fastest boy.
Well, we got the hatch closed now. We're going to swip them around and see what we can do with Dawson in the lead. Of course, Dawson in the Corvette, Daniel Morse in the S13. Drivers are ready, and away they go.
Dawson flicks it in. Daniel Morse taking advantage of not having to start until the first outer zone. Whoa, Dawson goes wide, takes out a cone, and his bumper falling off. Daniel staying in it. Little shallow through that second zone. Maybe he's making some corrections. Whoa, straightened out by Dawson Fletcher. Sounds like he may have a little issue there. He tried to get back on it and missed a little bit. Not sure exactly what happened there, but he definitely had a bit of a shutdown for a second there, causing the car to straighten out and continue without drifting. Daniel Morse may have gained a bit of an advantage on that one because of what seems to be some kind of mechanical function coming out of that around the pond. Here we go on the replay. Dawson Fletcher a little bit wide, takes out a cone, but stays in it. I think both tires were mostly in the zone there. Not too crazy of a deduction.
That bumper hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, he was a little shallow right there, and he went to flick it back to the outside towards the pits. You're good. Yeah.
Going into this inner hairpin, you can see where basically the drivers kind of just shut down at this point. Danny giving him some space. Not sure what was going on with the Corvette, but of course Danny kind of spotted that as he was coming after that turn where Dawson straightened up there quite a bit. So,
yeah, he had to finish the run without drift, so we'll see how that affects him in the overall score. Obviously, that's going to be a 0, and I don't think Dawson could have followed at that pace and stayed in drift, so I don't think that's going to affect him too much in the chase. This is a one more time battle, so I don't think there will be another one more time. But
let's hope not. We still got a lot of driving to do today, but hey.
Yeah. I'm no judge, but I would assume that Daniel Morse takes the win due to the Corvette having an incomplete run. All right, looks like we're going to get ready to line up the next battle here. A couple of 350Zs. All right, we'll get with you guys on the details of who won that. Of course, we have some speculation, but we are not the judges. But we will get with you guys on that here shortly. Until then, we've got Hannah Emerson and Cabot Cardoso pulling up to the line. Cabot getting a little warm-up rip in there. Hannah in the lead, Cabot in the chase. Couple of young guns out here.
Oh, man.
I'm definitely sure that Cabot is going to be a force out here today. He knows this track very well. They've been working through some things with that car, and he's pretty in tune with it. That thing moves pretty fast, so.
Well, he's been driving since he was 12. Hannah's been driving since she was 14. Now here they are, driving side by side. Of course, friends. They know each other from driving fun days together.
Yep. Pretty rad.
Here we go. The kids are at it.
Hannah in the lead here. See her.
A little slow on the start. That's all right. Hannah a little shallow there.
All right, both cars coming through the sweep. Cabot doing a good job of mimicking the lead run. He's giving a little space. Oh,
little bobble there from Hannah.
Straight in there from Bobble. Oh, straight in there from Hannah. Bobble there from Hannah. I'm taking your words and mixing them up.
Great
solid
job.
Solid little run from the young guns there. Hannah having a little bit of trouble going into the hairpin. Cabot leaving just enough distance to really copycat that lead run, which is what the judges want to see. If the lead car is a little shallow here and there, that's fine. But the chase driver needs to mimic that run more importantly than filling out zones that they're not. So he did a great job of copycatting that run. Let's see how they do when they switch it up. I have a feeling Cabot's going to be on the gas. He's pretty fast in that thing, so let's see.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Hannah's mom up here with us. She's looking nervous, but you know what? Hey, this is going to be a great run for both of them. Good experience, good times, going to be had by all. Hannah, you got this, girl. Just put the pedal to the floor.
We're all learning here. Let's go. Cabot in the lead, Hannah in the chase.
Hannah whipping it wide.
Cabot flying around that sweeper.
But hey, don't count Hannah out. She is still coming in.
Here she comes.
Oh, she backed out just a little bit.
Oh, Cabot on a tear right now. Let's see how he fills this hairpin zone. If he can stay on the track there. Of course he does.
Fantastic.
Looks like Hannah's a bit straightened out there. Solid, though. Good show. Good show from the V8 350Zs here.
Two most colorful Zs, other than Dustin's. Dustin's is colorful as well, but
it's almost as colorful as his personality.
Oh, jeez. There is no color on the spectrum that could fit his personality.
All right. Now, I don't know what happened there. Hannah made a little dive after the pond there, but backed out of it, straightened out a little bit. Didn't see her really get back in it, so I know that's going to affect her score pretty heavily.
Yeah, it looks like she was reading. Thought Cabot was going to go a little bit more shallow, so she bobbled just a little bit, and that caused her to straighten up. But Cabot Cardoso takes that win. However, as a reminder, we will see Hannah again in our next bracket.
Yep. All right. Got Daniel Morris pulling back out on the track. I believe even though he just did that one more time, he had to kind of make a quick switch and get back out there for the next battle, but I might be mistaken.
Yeah, let's take a look at these brackets real quick and see where we are. So looking like we have Hull, Dustin Patton, Grindle, Bass, and Cardoso. So right now what we need to figure out is the battle who is going to go against Flores. So we still have Parson and Johnston that need to battle against each other. Not sure where we are with our OMT between Morse and Fletcher. So it sounds like they're going to get ready to come out here again. We'll try to get that one knocked out. But don't forget, looks like we may have one more OMT with Jimenez and Shacklet. Just looking at the bracket here, but waiting for some final confirmation on that.
That's right, yeah, because they each had a 0, so they're going to hit the one more time.
That's right, that's right.
got a couple drivers at the burnout box.
Yeah, Hunter Shacklet and Paul Jimenez. Looks like they're getting ready for their OMT run.
All right, now they're pulling up. Looks like Paul Jimenez is going to be in the lead as he is the first car heading to the line. Shacklet doing a little bit of a warm-up here, scrubbing in some tires.
Showing Paul's warm-up now. Of course, he is now staged up, ready to go. Hunter just finished up his burnout, getting ready to get staged as the lead driver. Excuse me, as the follow driver. My apologies.
All right, both drivers at the line here. Josh getting some information on the walkies. Looks like, oh, he's getting confirmation, getting ready to send them.
And away they go.
All right, Paul Jimenez in the lead in that JZX. Hunter Shacklet in the chase with the S14. Whoa,
Oh,
whoa, whoa!
oh!
Hunter Shacklet
Yikes.
way too far on the inside and unfortunately grips up right into Paul's door. I'm not sure what he was really... He must have just come up short on the switch into the first outer zone because he was way inside on that one. And
Well, and it
unfortunately, Paul wasn't moving fast enough to get out of the way on the way through his inner zone.
Yeah, it looks like Hunter may have caught a wheel there, too, right as he was coming in. Little nose in, shallow there, and it looks like it may have snatched him around just a little bit. But I think I'm seeing what you're seeing with Paul as well.
Yeah, he was way too far inside. Looks like he tried to check it, but he wanted to stay on the gas. Paul also faltered right there, came way off the gas. And but yeah, ultimately Nate was riding the curb line. And so what that little correction, you know, Paul maybe faulted for a slight off-throttle moment there, but I couldn't see it costing as much as Shacklet there running the gutter line. Judges are checking out the Wally, trying to get some help here to see what was going on, and we've got the live view as well. As you can see, Jimenez was out there. He did slow down kind of in a weird spot, but you can see that Paul Shacklet almost had both tires off on the inside. He was way in there before he hit that passenger side door at JZX 100.
Yeah, Shacklet is really offline entering. He misses. He doesn't mimic. Doesn't do a very good job of mimicking at all. Yeah, so we're just reviewing this one. Shacklet looks like he's completely offline. Obviously cuts a corner significantly. Jimenez follows the clipping point pretty well, and yeah, collision.
Yep.
Pretty simple. Data indicates, and what our eyes indicate that yeah, Shacklet unfortunately offline, cuts a corner, has a collision, deemed to be at fault.
Well, you guys heard it straight from the judge's mouth there. Paul Shacklet at fault there for the little bump and run.
Yeah, this track is quite bumpy and can cause some major disruption for the drivers. So whether you're in the lead or the follow, it's one of those things you just got to throttle down and commit. That is for sure.
Oh, we've got some live stream now.
Looks like we've got Dawson coming back out on the track. So just a reminder, we will take a quick break before we go to our top 8, but we've still got a little bit of time for that, so keep staying tuned with us as we continue through our bracket. Making some great progress here today. Got lots of good drivers here. Lots of good battles. Some whoopsies happening every once in a while, which is prime opportunity for us to say hi to our teams at Whoops Motorsports. Strategically named for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Morse Yankee Special S13. Got our guy in the burnout box, just checking some things out. Not sure if he saw something of concern. But looks like he's clear to send for the burnout.
Daniel Morse, Dawson Fletcher.
That is correct. This is Dawson and Danny getting ready to come into the burnout box. Just waiting for their approval. There it is. Send him on so he can warm up those tires. Danny opted just to kind of pull straight through. Looks like Dawson did the same. Waiting on confirmation for them to be able to go. And we'll get this OMT battle underway. Looks like we're ready. Daniel's ready. Dawson's ready. There they go.
All right. Daniel in the lead. Dawson Fletcher in the chase in the turbo Corvette. Whoa! Oh, no. Some serious issues with the Corvette. Let's see if Daniel Morris can hang in there and have a clean lap, because he's probably going to get it after this one if he does. It looks like the Corvette's unfortunately having some mechanical issues and is unable to continue the lap.
Oh, Dawson, we hate that for you, man.
Always a bummer to see. Oh, no, but he just straightens out. That's a 0 for Daniel, too. Now, we'll see. Obviously, I don't know if 1-0 is worse than the other, but a little bit of straight there at the end by Daniel Morse. We'll see if the Corvette is able to continue. That was a one more time, so I don't know how the judges will handle that exactly. But, yeah, right there in the middle of the hairpin, full understeer straighten situation for Daniel there. But right here, we go back to the replay in outer zone 1. Right when Dawson Fletcher was getting back on the throttle, the car completely stalled out for a second there, and he tries to clutch kick it back in to get back in the chase, and it just didn't happen. So, unfortunately, something's going on with that Corvette.
Hate to hear that for Dawson. Hate that for Daniel as well. Had such a great run. Yeah, we'll see how this all plays out.
All right, both drivers are back at the line, and Dawson is attempting to make a lead run here.
Gotta love the commitment.
Oh.
Daniel said he's not out either.
Oh, Corvette is straight, and Dawson.
Yeah, Dawson just struggling.
Yeah,
I hate that for him.
He tried to battle through that issue, whatever was going on. Maybe it was intermittent, but it looks like it is plaguing the car on the second lap for his lead. And Daniel Morris forced to straighten out and follow, so I don't think that's going to count against him. But yeah, definitely something going on with the Corvette. It's pulling power or cutting power and unable to continue drift.
Yeah, even on our headsets, we can hear it breaking up a little bit. So, Dawson, hate that. But, hey, kudos to you for trying to send it out there again. Get us one more good run. Hate that for you, but
it's part of the game.
Part of it, for sure. Waiting to see who we've got up next. Looks like we got Kashad Parsons. Excuse me. You know, what's funny is his name is actually spelled wrong on his door card, and I used that when I was when I was working on his driver's registration. So he was like, "That's not how you spell my name." I was like, "It's right here on your door, bud."
Is that the three? No, that's not. That's the 350.
You know, honestly, we still struggle in the difference between Ben's cars.
That's the 350. I'm pretty sure, judging by the lights.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that? But which one?
Yeah, because Ben's got the
car?
370, so this is the 350. So this is going to be. Apologies, I'm losing a brain.
I don't know which way it was.
I believe this is Flores, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, I thought so. And also a little. This should be Flores, yes.
All right, perfect. Okay. I thought I was remembering the bracket
'Cause that's
correctly.
Parson, yes, that's
Certainly
it.
not struggling to remember some of these drivers, unfortunately. I apologize, y'all.
All right.
Parson in the lead, taking it out strong.
Let's go. Fully filling that outer zone.
Flores
Very nice.
doing a great job of following, though.
Kashad laying it on thick in the lead there. Justin Flores not letting him get away. Flores is on the limiter in that Z. Whoa, straightens out a little bit as they go into the hairpin, but he's keeping it tight. Let's go, boys. Whoa, really close right here through the hairpin.
Flores not backing down.
All right, now we got a little battle going on
Now
here.
it's getting spicy. They saved it for the last battle. I love it. All right, let's see what Flores does in the lead. Kashad and follow. Let's get a quick replay here because that was some exciting action.
Yeah, what a great run for both drivers.
Great initiation for that entry. Set him up perfectly for the rest of the run.
Yep. Yeah, Kashad has really been on point, especially in his lead runs there. He is in the zones every corner, making sure to fill those outers, hit those touch and goes, and it's pretty great. That Z straightened out a little bit right there, and the sweeper coming out into the hairpin and dropped a tire, but managed to hang on to it.
Oh, Camel with the tire smoke show. Great job, boys.
Take a look at the chat here. It looks like someone said, don't want to entertain and talk about Westlakes again. Is one of those cars running Westlakes?
What? No.
I have just gotten confirmation from Dustin Patton that Kashad and the 240SX is on Westlake tires. That's pretty solid.
Wow.
Westlake 265, baby. that is pretty crazy because Zach Novas, I think, are on the other car, and that's a really grippy tire. But, you know, a well-set-up car with an in-tune driver goes a long way, and that dude is clearly a weapon, and that S13 is going exactly where he wants it to go and needs it to be.
Yeah, looks like we got some Wally data over here and a replay on the right. So judges are taking a look at this run. Sounds like we may have the judges getting ready to join us as well. Let them take a little quick replay at this. Quick look at, oh man, Flores with it. Was that a hit? May have just been a little bit of bump there, but man, talk about great proximity from Flores. He is really putting it on Camel's door. All right,
Here
we're going to
go.
send it in reverse here.
Flores in the lead, Kashad in the chase. Woo. Come on, boys. All right.
Flores filled it out perfectly. Textbook.
Oh, Flores getting a little bit of distance going into the hairpin there. Solid run from the boys there. And,
Hate to be the judges right now.
Yeah, we do. So to everyone watching out there, we won't be able to do this the whole time, but we do have a little bit of the chat up right now. We're trying to interact a little bit with that. So, yep. We are watching a little bit. We can't be 100% on there. We're trying to watch the driving, give a little bit of commentating, but you know, we want to interact with some of our viewers when we can. So
let's take one more look at this replay with Flores' lead. Oh, yeah, look at that. Shot jumping in there. But watch how Flores fills.
yeah, he's
outer. That
perfectly
is
in
just
that outer zone.
textbook.
That is perfect. His outside tire was riding the skirt right there. Perfect outer zone fill, and then he was getting away from him as Zach Nova's putting it on in the sweeper.
Man, I do hate to be these judges right now. But hey, let us know what you think. Who do you think is going to take this one? Is it going to be Kashad, Camel, or is it going to be Justin Flores? So we shall see. We're watching your chat comments here. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Of course, we've got the YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed, I know we threw a couple people off when we went live on Friday, so we do still have some subscribers who are paying attention to the Klutch Kickers notifications. So please make sure you keep that up. Of course, we've got Facebook and Instagram as well. So love to see you, love to interact with you. And yeah, let's see what happens with this win. Oh!
Kashad.
Camel takes the win.
Let's go.
Flores, though, man, my guy, that was a fantastic run. We may see these drivers up against each other again. We'll see how it all plays out with our second bracket.
Now, I didn't talk to the judges yet, but I know one of those runs, the Z had a pretty heavy straighten, and then also on his lead, although he did manage to put some distance through the sweeper and the hairpin, he came up pretty shallow in the actual hairpin zone, and Kashad stayed on the line and just sort of followed him, so I'm assuming that had a lot to play with it. Camel gets the win. All right, next two drivers are at the line, and that's the S14 of Nate. No, not Nate. It's what's his name? Hatchet? No, damn. Hatcher. I gotta get a better driver's list.
We're struggling with having the driver's list up.
Shacklet in the S14.
Yes, that's
I didn't even know.
Hunter.
I just needed to see the name to remember. Hunter Shacklet in the S14. Paul Jimenez in the JZX 100.
Chaser in the chase.
Let's go.
Hunter, wow, nice initiation, pretty far back.
Oh, yep, Shacklet just taking off out of there. He's filling the zones nicely. Shacklet leaving Jimenez in the dust through these first couple corners and filling all the zones really nicely. Solid through that second or third outer zone there and into the sweeper. Touch and go clean into the hairpin.
Oh,
a little slow on the transition.
We
but
lost Paul.
And Paul, oh, he's back.
He's back. That was quick. Good recovery. But hey, that was a fantastic run by Hunter. Seems like he's getting some things dialed in. Don't know if he's been having some issues with his car that he's been fighting, but looks like he's starting to get some things dialed in.
Yeah, I think he's learning a little bit about that car this weekend. But Shacklet throwing down a clean lead run. He's been trying to dial in that car, and I think that was one of his better runs with all of the outer zones being filled nicely.
I'm getting reminders here to watch my potty mouth. Apologies, everyone, for kids watching. It may happen from time to time, but we're doing the best we can to keep it PG-13 for you.
Yeah, to all the parents and the children out there, we're really trying.
Don't act like they hadn't heard it from you. Come on now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, swearing? We're going to throw the blame on you guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that was fantastic, Hunter. Good way to fill.
Yeah, Hunter Shacklet on a tear on the lead run there. Jimenez working on it. He's definitely got some practice to do in that JZX, but we'll look forward to seeing him keeping on here.
Yeah, well, I'm hearing that the judges are still doing a little chit-chat here. We may end up switching over to them if they want to add some commentary, but we'll check in with you here in just a bit to see if that... Yeah, Will, sounds like Will's ready to give us a quick chat.
Jimenez went 4 off.
Yeah, Jimenez went full out. So, Will, you ready for us? No need. All right. Well, we'll keep on rolling.
Okay. Yep. Judges are going to work their thing right there, and both cars are back up at the line. It looks like that they have Shacklet back in the lead spot again. Be interested to see what happens here. Maybe a little bit of cold time here. We're trying to fill it in for you guys. Keep this exciting and talk as much as we can without just rambling nonsense. Trying to keep it related. But, yeah, a little bit of a lull here and there is just, you know, we appreciate your patience.
Indeed.
We appreciate the energy, chat. But, yeah, we do have to act like there's kids watching this, even if they're not. If you guys want us to see us going absolutely all out and on a tear on the microphones, watch the spring break or come to spring break drift party.
Oh my gosh!
You'll get to see us in full tilt.
Your commentary at Spring Break Bash, man. When I'm in the car and I can hear you, I know it's a good time.
Yeah.
I'm either doing something really good or I'm doing something really bad.
Right. Okay.
Awesome.
Looks like we got some. The judges are. I saw someone put a headset on, but here they are showing us in the booth.
It's all right. They got some deliberation going on, trying to figure out what's going to happen with this next run. As Austin mentioned, it looked like they put Hunter back in the lead position for this. So.
Oh, but now they're just pulling off.
Okay. It may just been to get them ready to get back off track. So. Yep. Unsure of the decision here. JZX 100 gets the win, we are hearing.
Well, I'll be interested to see what's going on with that. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Maybe, what's a possibility I did not consider is that maybe the S14 crossed the line on his initiation or something, which is an automatic 0.
That is true. That is true. We may be able to get a replay of that. May be able to get some judge time here. Of course, always opportunity to look at the Race Data Labs information. But we'll see what happens. That was almost our last battle. We're getting close to the end here for our winners bracket. We got Alex DuBois here in the burnout box, taking a little quick spin through the grass, but hey, that's okay. It's a very narrow track on the backside. And then, of course, we've got Trevor Johnstone coming into the burnout box. He said, no, he's good.
No,
he's ready to go.
Burnout.
All right. Well, we may have a quick second where we can talk to Will. Will, are you available to chat with us about that last decision?
Yes, I am on here. All right. So that last call was very tricky. That battle was not great from any perspective. We ended up choosing the chaser as the victor, who is, I think, Jimenez.
Yep.
Based on he allowed Shackler to have a decent lead lap. Shackler did not let him have a lead lap because he hit him. He was off track and smashed him, on the chaser's lead.
That's right.
Both of them got zeros in the chase, but we feel like the chaser's 0 was not quite as bad as the 240 0 because he smashed the lead car.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for that feedback, Will. We really appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, so Paul Jimenez moves along there in the JZX 100. And we're getting ready to line up our next battle of the Mustangs here. DuBois and Johnstone. Chat, getting a little fired up. Y'all play nice out there. Some people are stoked I'm here. Some people would rather have Sarah standing here, and I understand that. I'm not as pretty. All right, but you're still going to have to look at my bearded face. So we got Alex DuBois in the Mustang and Trevor Johnstone in the Mustang. The Mustang. Oh, DuBois.
Oh.
Little shallow, but he's still going. Johnstone doing a nice job of mimicking the lead there as they flick it into the hairpin. Oh, whoa.
Slow down. Whoa.
Well, looks like Alex straightened out there, and then Johnstone followed suit. I don't know if it was because he was correcting or what, if he's a little too far on the inside, but both drivers straightened in the hairpin.
Yeah, I think Alex just straightened up just a little bit there. I don't know if he lost too much speed. I was trying to tell if he was doing left foot braking there, but lost quite a bit going into that inner hairpin. Let's watch this replay and see.
Yeah, he was definitely a little bit shallow on some of the zones, but he's working through it. So here they're going in the hairpin. Alex threw a lot of angle but couldn't fill the zone. Then he had to steer completely back in. Johnstone was way too far inside, and he straightened out too. I'm not sure if they're going to count that against him more or less for being in the chase position there. Appreciate the love, chat. We're just trying to get you guys a good show, keep everyone hyped up in between all this, fill in a little bit of airspace, keep you guys updated with some announcements. Dustin is a good announcer. We love having him out here. He was in the chat. He was in the chat there.
Instigating, of course.
Oh, for sure. Casey, yeah, we were bummed to see the transmission go out the competition spring break. It was mad hype. Here we go. Trevor Johnstone in the lead. Alex Dubois in the chase position, the orange Mustang. That green Mustang was actually the same orange color very recently. That would have been really confusing. All righty, let's see if Trevor can get to the outside zone, and he does.
He does.
Alex stalls out a little bit.
Oh, no.
He didn't completely straighten, but he came pretty close. Trevor Johnstone with a pretty clean run. A little slow into the hairpin there, but keeping it together.
Great job, boys. Looks like Trevor slowed down just a little bit, getting ready to go into that inner hairpin as well. And so those of you who have not driven that, it's a very intimidating turn, especially when you're building so much speed, which these drivers absolutely are as they come through. I keep wanting to call it the first hairpin, but it is not in this layout. But yeah, building a lot of speed as they're coming through, getting ready to go into that inner hairpin, and it is throwing some people off quite a bit, especially when you are door to door, got somebody on your tail.
Yeah, coming in hot. You've really got that is a outer zone that is tough to fill, because if you go overshoot it by just a little bit, there's a good chance you're going in the dirt. But you have to get out there, and a lot of the drivers are finding themselves a little bit shallow right in that position. But that's a long sweeper, and I think some of these guys might be running out of gear, or they just have so much grip that at the end of that transition to flick it in and still carry to the outside zone is a little trickier than it looks. The track is tight, but you still have to shoot out of that sweeper into the back of that hairpin, and you basically have to be on the party line. But if you overshoot the party line, you're in the dirt pretty fast. So
yeah, doesn't take much.
Yep.
Well, we've got some deliberation happening with the judges. We'll see if Sarah's available. Sounded like she had somebody in the pits that she was ready to talk to. Do we by chance still have Sarah available? All right, she is standing by, so we'll toss it over to her here in just a second. Watching Josh and Kevin. Doing a great job, boys. All right, sounds like we got Sarah ready. Sarah, who have you got with you?
Oh.
Maybe we have Sarah.
I don't have her yet. She's out there.
She's coming to take your place.
Oh, well, yeah, I get it.
No, you got some love in here. Everybody's saying they love you.
I'll tell you when. Yeah.
A couple people are on my side here.
All right, we're down here with Brandon Bass. Fill me in on what happened in practice. You had a pretty exciting start to your day.
Yeah, first lap out, lead car spun, had nowhere to go, hit the front wheel on their rear wheel, snapped the control arm. So shot back to the house. I don't live too far away. Got some control arms, or one. So I have one extended control arm and one stock control arm, but we're making it work.
Yeah, we saw you under the car earlier, if anyone was watching the stream, just thrashing. We didn't want to jump in and talk to you then. So then fill me in, your first battle, you won that.
Yes, yeah, I did. I think the chase card spun behind me, I believe. I hadn't watched the live stream yet, so I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, I did get the win.
Yeah, he did say that he was looking forward, Wyndham was looking forward to battling you. He'd rather, have you on there than lose out to you because you couldn't get back up to the line. How does that make you feel?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good teamsmanship. Yeah, that's good sportsmanship there. I like it.
I like it too. We'll go ahead and toss back up to you guys, back to the action here. Thanks so much for talking to you. Good luck with the rest of your battles.
Awesome. Brandon, so glad you were able to get the car put back together. So, Sarah, thanks for sending that over to him. I'm glad you were finally able to catch up with him.
Yeah, very cool. Brandon, like you said, he's local enough that he drove home and got a control arm. And obviously the car is going to be driving a little bit different left to right now because he has an extended control arm on one side, and on the passenger side, it's a stock arm. So he's going to have a slightly different alignment. But let's get into this next battle. It's the Z boys. We've got 350Z in the lead. I believe that's Justin Flores. And then we've got 370Z in the chase.
These boys know how to drive
Little
together.
mix up there.
They've been driving together for several years, so nothing like being buddy against buddy. Unfortunately, you don't want it in a comp environment, but they are very comfortable with driving together.
Yep.
So they're going to give us a great show. Good outer zone fill by our lead car.
That's Flores, I'm pretty sure, in the lead, right? Or is it
Could,
in
that
the
is confirmed. That's
350?
Flores
Yeah.
in the lead.
Yeah.
Little slow down there, which of course we've kind of come to expect.
These guys putting on a little bit of a twin drift clinic here.
But man, Ben was right on him.
Yep. A little shallow on the hairpin there from the follow, but he's staying in there. Look, good little run from the from the two teammates here.
So with this battle, this must mean we have now officially moved over to our other side of the bracket, which is, and we don't mean to say this in a negative connotation. We certainly love our drivers that have made it to this point, but this is technically our losers bracket. All right. Got Ben in the lead in the 370. Got his buddy Flores in the 350 in chase. Let's get these drivers ready. And Josh is going to send them drag race style. Ah, yes, lower bracket. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Ben Lee in the lead. Ben lead and Justin Flores in the chase. Nice toss in from Ben. All right. These are the Texas boys holding it down for Lone Star Drift scene. And it shows. Those guys are, those guys are here to drive. Woo! Flores through the sweeper, just on it. Let's go into the last outer zone here. Oh.
Oh, man, they said if you're going to have to make us battle each other, you're going to have to choose very carefully. Great run by both Justin and Ben.
Yeah, that was an excellent run from these two guys. You can tell they drive together, just having a good time while competing out there. And Blue Z gets the win. But yeah, solid run.
Oh, looks like we get the drone back again. Oh, nice. Fantastic. Welcome back, drone.
Both drivers getting into the outer zone there in turn one really nicely on this last. Both getting the touch and go. Clean transition into outer zone two. A little slow-mo drono. Yeah, you can just tell these guys, they just did basically a fun twin drift the whole time. It's great. Great lead right there by Ben Lee and a follow by Flores. That's going to be a tough one to call. I'm betting that the main score there, the differentiation may come from the first run.
That's
There was a
what I was
little bit more differentiation when they were driving on the first run. The second one was basically a full-on solid twin drift.
Agreed. And as the judges is deliberating, we may see that first run come back up again.
You can bet any time that that the Texas boys are out. If they're affiliated with Lone Star or anything like that, they are probably going to be pretty solid because those dudes drive real serious, real hard. They come to party. So
Absolutely. Be pretty cool to see one of these Texas boys go up one against the Florida boys, because you want to talk about a cult following between both of those states, and the different drivers and sanctioned bodies for different drift comps and just different drift events. I am really struggling with my my words here today.
We're trying to keep it
Fantastic
together.
day to do it.
Looks like we got the camera on the judges. I don't know, they're not ready to talk yet, but we can. Okay.
All right, so go ahead.
No, jump in there.
No, we're just going to take a peek while the judges are deliberating. We get to see their screen as they're kind of rewatching the data from Wally. We know this is kind of some of the exciting stuff for y'all to see because it's very new. It's also a really great driver's aid, so all of the drivers have access to this data after the runs, so they can use it for the next round.
Yeah, judges just going over these runs. It looks like they're looking at the first run because it wasn't quite as matched up, and that, you know, from what I'm seeing, it looks like the lead car was a little outside, but the chase car was struggling a little bit. I believe in the first run it was Flores in the lead, and now I'm going to get them mixed up because both cars look exactly the same on the Wally. They're just bluesies. At least when I can see the front of those cars, I can tell which one's the 70 and the 50, but on the computer, they are the same.
Okay, guys. So that was a great battle between these two guys. They drive together all the time, obviously. Reviewing the data, watching it live, Flores had slightly better proximity in his chase, but Ben Lee gave Flores a much better lead lap. He hit all of the zones a lot better than Justin Flores was able to in his lead. For that reason, we are picking Ben Lee as the victor of that battle.
Oh, wow. All right. So Ben Lee is going to progress.
Thanks for the clarification on that, guys. We appreciate it.
Much
Judges
appreciated.
there, making the hard decisions on these good battles. And so I think he said Ben Lee is going to get the
Ben
win.
Lee in the 37D.
Yes. All right. Get a little fist bump there from our line staff.
It's going to be all hugs and love when they get into the pits.
He's
Fantastic.
throwing the fist out. He's stoked. So one of the Texas boys takes out his teammate and moves along. Flores going to be out. Now, is that their first? Did Flores? That was his second. We're in the second bracket, so he's out.
Correct.
All right. And Ben Lee moves on. Okay. So
we got Taylor Hull warming up his tires, getting ready to take his first run.
G-Body. G-Body forever. Even though it's a Corvette. It's still sick to see a G-Body.
It is. Just walking up when you saw it after he pulled it out of the trailer. Oh, man, that thing is just magical to look at. I could just sit there and look at it all day.
Yeah. Growing up in North Georgia, G-Bodies and Monte Carlos specifically were everywhere. Monte Carlo Super Sports, always super sick. I had a buddy with one in high school that ran on like alcohol injection and would just leave light marks down the road at any given time when the throttle was put down. So I got a lot of Southern dreams.
Man. Makes me miss working with NASCAR because, you know, anytime you get to see a lot of different types of cars.
Absolutely.
But here we go. Taylor Hull, Danny Morse in the chase.
Taylor filling the zones perfectly. He's running away from Danny on that outer zone, but he's tucking in to keep up. Little UZ giving it everything it can to try and hang in there. Wow, yeah. Solid, really good lead run by Taylor right there. He's definitely on a sick one right now, locked in. Daniel Morse giving it everything he can in that one UZ S13 to try and stay in it. We'll see if Taylor can adjust when he's in the chase and lay down a solid chase without running Daniel's car over, because if he can, then he's going to be able to move on. He had a textbook lead there. He was on the outer, the inner, and then straight back to the outer there. Little left foot braking to keep the nose planted. Yeah, he's touching all the zones there.
Absolutely.
All right, here they go. Daniel Morse in the lead. Taylor Hull in the chase. Uh-oh. A little straighten out there from Daniel. Taylor Hull right on top of his door there.
Not an inch of space.
He's got to work it out, though. He can't run too hard up on him, but he does. He stays in the pocket. Transitions before him, and Daniel goes off into the grass, through the flowers, not the flowers. Taylor Hole staying real tight.
Daniel frolicking in the flowers. Man.
Looks like
he's able to get out, though.
Is he able to drive out?
Slow, low gear. He's got it out. Nice.
All right. Looks like he made it to the other side there. Oh, he's going to.
We'll have to have him loop back around, but hey, great run. Daniel, sorry about that. That really is unfortunate, but man, what a great battle.
Yeah, that was solid.
Let's take one more look at this here.
Yeah, Daniel goes for the flick in, but he is just way too far outside. And woo, big splash. He goes for a slide, slip and slide through the mud into the flower zone. From the outer zone to the flower zone. That'll happen. We'll have that on these competition jobs. It did. You can see there's still a lot of water and mud out there. It rained really hard here yesterday for not terribly long, but long enough to where once you're off, you're in the, back to the mud pond. Thankfully, the track. Oh, he's got a little bit of shake from the front right wheel on when he was on the transition there. I wonder if he's had a ball joint or something giving him some trouble.
Could be.
Yeah, it was a funny little shake and wobble on the front right as he was going off. It looks like it was. Here's the replay again. Yeah, I wonder if something happened there.
Well, it does look like we've got Dustin and Andrew Grindle getting ready to go up against each other. So got Dustin in the lead, Grindle in the chase. Gonna let some drivers get back onto the track so they can get lined up, and then we will be sending our next battle.
All right, Florida boys, get up and shout.
Here's your chance.
See if that 350Z can hold it down against Andrew Grindle with 800 horsepower and that S14.9.
Yeah, we won't be able to hear anything over the VQ, that's for sure.
-1 point for every muffler you are missing. That turned down exhaust isn't fooling anybody.
All right, well, Dustin said let's go.
Here we go.
Andrew said let's go. Here we go.
Both drivers throwing it in. Dustin getting to the outside, clean. Oh, but he goes way wide on the... Dustin missing the inside touch and go, but he's back to the outside for zone 2. Whoa!
Oh!
Dustin in the dirt line. He's trying to correct and get back in there for the hairpin. Andrew Grindle not letting him get away. Solid.
Dustin giving that little VQ all she's got. But hey, other than going off, man, I love that angle of that camera right there. That's fantastic placement. Yeah, so other than that little drop there, great run. Yep. Fantastic pressure by Andrew Grindle. Can't wait to see this in reverse.
I don't know if it's the headphones or what, but Dustin's car did not seem that loud for how much crap I was talking about it earlier. Seemed pretty good. Maybe it's just because there was a V8 behind him the whole time, but solid rips from the boys. Yeah, right there on that third outer zone. Dustin definitely got a little wide and loose, but he held it together. Grindle kept it tight on the chase and dove back in for the hairpin. Good driving from both of these guys.
Agreed.
Yeah, Dustin was on the party line. Here they go. Andrew Grindle in the lead. Dustin in the chase. Whoa!
Oh!
No! Oh, man, I don't know what happened. Dustin.
Hey, but Dustin is still in it.
Dustin with a serious anticipation going into the first outer zone, but goes in too tight, and I don't know if it was Grindle slowing down or what, but he ended up he pinched himself and got stuck in there. And
Andrew filling out those zones perfectly, though.
Yeah.
I don't know, Dustin.
Damn.
Fantastic lead run by Andrew Grindle. Dustin, unfortunately, right there out the gate, just had that Quite a bit of a miss there.
Dustin threw it in really hard, but it seemed like his car didn't come back when he thought it would, and he had to stay put as the S14 transition. Big off on the initial turn there. See the replay is coming up right now. So Grindle goes in. Dustin just too committed, I guess. And he couldn't transition. If he had transitioned, it would have been into the other car. So good on him for staying in it. But unfortunately, 4 wheels off, it looks like, in that first corner and a full straight and to get back in it. So
yeah. Kudos to Dustin, though, for getting back in it quickly to finish his run. Oh, man. Great run, Andrew Grindle. Looks fantastic. Y'all, we have got so much viewership going on with this live. How many viewers are we at right now?
I don't know how many we're at right now. We've had over 10,000 viewers today from what I heard.
Coming up on 10,000, 800 viewers right now. So, yeah, let's keep it at it, guys. We want to continue to see your comments. We want to continue to see you like and share. We really appreciate your support. Of course, that's what gets these drivers their exposure, gets them coming back for more so that we can keep giving you a rad show.
Yeah, to all, it looks like we have about 800, just under 800 people chilling with us live right now. That is so rad. We appreciate you guys' support. Obviously, you know, we'll give it the old YouTube, can you like and subscribe type deal. We'd love for you guys to share this around so more people can watch with us, hang out while we're running these competitions. But for everyone that's out there right now on this first round, we really appreciate you guys hanging with us, having a good time out here. Klutch Kickers round 1.
Absolutely. And we're loving all the positive comments about Wally. It's definitely really cool if you're a nerd like me in tech. This is something that's fascinating to see, and it's great data for the drivers as well. As I'd mentioned, they do get to basically get this data within 5 minutes of their run. So their teams can look at it, make sure that they're kind of analyzing it. They're using it for their next battles, and of course, they'll use it for future runs. So really cool to see this information be able to play not only for us, but to give the drivers a little bit of an advantage and learning tool, if you will, for their next battles.
Yep. It's like they're delivering a little bit of that right now. Let's check in with the chat. I have my RX-8 out here once, but it won't be competing. Someone was asking about one of my cars. It's not competition ready, but it'll be out here soon hanging out and partying.
Yeah.
Let's see. Coverage. Looks like everybody's stoked on the coverage. Again, we appreciate you guys hanging. All 800 of y'all just chilling
Looks like
with us
we,
here.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
Go
Looks like
ahead.
we got Will getting ready to come on the mic to give us a little bit of feedback. Will, do we have you?
Yes, you have me now. So we're reviewing the data on that to try to see what caused that issue. In the drivers' meeting, we told the drivers that they needed to be accelerating in the lead position off the line, initiate, transition, and then they could slow their car down. It appears, looking at this information we have, is the 240 Grendel accelerated, and then as he initiates, he slows down almost 10 miles an hour before he transitions, and that's what caused Dustin to go off the track, because he was consistent speed and then had to check up before he transitioned. So for that reason, Grendel is going to be at fault for that issue that happened in turn 1.
Okay.
That's actually a great reminder. Something that we haven't really talked a lot about in our judging criteria is speed is a factor. The judges are looking at that, not only just line and angle, but they are looking at speed as well. Style, of course, is always going to be a factor, which both of these cars certainly do have that. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up saying.
Very cool. Someone asked how many drivers we have today. I believe there was 18 drivers.
Yeah, we unfortunately had a couple that had to drop out. They were a little apprehensive getting ready since FD is next weekend, which we certainly understand. But yeah, we are looking to get those driver counts up, of course, with the schedule changes and some things happening here and there. We certainly understand driver count being low for round 1. Oh,
I'm sorry. I was zoned out for a second.
you're good. Sounds like Dustin's got the lead. Got the win. Got the lead. Got the win. Awesome. Well, congratulations, Dustin, again. Speed was a factor there with Andrew Grendel's run. Looks like he dropped down 10 mile an hour, which threw Dustin off quite a bit. So Dustin gets the win for this round. And sounds like we may have some commentary in the pits before we get ready for our next battle. Sarah, you ready for us?
Yes, how's it going, guys? We're down here with Taylor Hull, the man himself. He's coming off his second win so far here in the bracket. So we wanted to catch up with him, get a quick interview, see how it's going so far. How have your battles been so far today?
Pretty good. Actually, the third win so far because we had to do the play-in battle too. So things are going well. We haven't lost yet, so that's the goal always, is to come here and just not lose. We don't want to go down the losers bracket. That's not as fun. But old number 3 Monte Carlo is doing pretty dang good today. It's on a new compound 265 Kenda tire, so we're happy with that. And obviously got the comp cam in there rumbling, so it's going. It's fast. It's running good. The crew's doing an awesome job. Tamara's doing a great job spotting, and I really couldn't be happier.
Yeah, that's great. Your last battle was against an S13 that's quite a bit slower than your car. I was interested to watch it. How did you handle chasing such a slow car?
Yes, we had a good lead run, and I knew, going into that, we had a little bit of an advantage, through talking with the spotter. And then he had a pretty big mistake or, part failure or something on the initiation, and I was pretty sure that he zeroed. So I'm like, I was going to do like a sort of conservative chase run just because I felt like I had an advantage. But then when he zeroed, all right, I'm going to send it now and really stick it in there and see how we can do just for good practice for chases moving forward. So I was able to learn some things as we go forward into the next battle. So hopefully we can apply those and take this thing all the way to the top of the podium.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like the number 3 is on your side today. Good luck with the rest of your battles, and thank you so much.
Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Taylor. Well, it looks like we've got our next battle getting ready to go up. It's going to be Brandon Bast against Paul Jimenez. So the Mark III Supra versus the Chaser. Here we go.
All right. Brandon giving him a little bit of room on initiation. They had some contact earlier, so understandable. And there it is again. Jimenez clearly slowing down out of the zone there. I don't think he got a piece of any of the suspension, but they definitely had contact. And here they go through the sweeper. Brandon trying to put it on.
Brandon's doing a great job of matching his line.
Yep, staying right there with him. Okay, that was pretty close to the same point of contact as they had earlier, so hopefully both cars are okay. Something going on there with a little bit of the throttle input as Jimenez, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, Paul Jimenez getting to that from the outside. He was a little shallow, and then he's going inside, but right here he slows down a lot, and Brandon's coming in and just boom. That car, the JZX, almost straightened out as Brandon came in there. Looks like suspension was missed on both vehicles.
Yeah.
Yep, these battles are getting a little toy. And he kind of took off there. He's way inside.
Yeah, he did take out right there.
He was completely off the line. Honestly, all 3 first zones there, but he's working it out. Brandon getting back in there for the chase and mimicking the line despite the contact. He must have felt out the steering in outer zone 2 and jumped back in there. So, good show.
Absolutely. Something I've never done is drive the track in a right-hand drive car. So curious what your thoughts are, if you feel like that's an advantage or a disadvantage as a driver.
I don't know. I have driven it one time in my buddy's right-hand drive S14, and I was able to pick it up pretty quick. It seemed like I don't think there's really necessarily any advantage, but maybe on some of these outer zones where you can get a better idea of where you're at. But here they go. Brandon Bass in the lead. Paul Jimenez in the chase. Jimenez with a huge straighten right out of the outside first zone. Brandon laying it on thick, filling the outer zones, and doing his thing as he does here at MidPond. Yeah, Brandon kind of running away with it on this one.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Brandon Bass doing a great job of filling those zones. Great speed. Already got word that he has taken the win for this battle. So Paul, Appreciate you being here. Hope you come back for another round. But Brandon is going to move forward. Sorry, Jesse. Got to hang on to having those babies for a few more hours until he can finish this round.
Seeing in the chat there was still a little bit of confusion on the previous call, but the battle before this, there was a situation where the lead driver decelerated too much and caused a bit of a pinch on Dustin there, so they gave him an advantage. It is important for the lead driver to be fluid throughout their whole run. If they're creating a pinch point or creating an accident, they will be faulted for it, and that can cost you a battle. So here we go. Quick shot of Brandon Bass pulling off as he advances to the next round. And we are back in it. Is that Camel?
That is, oh, of course
No,
that's Camel.
yeah.
Come on, man.
Sorry, because for a second I had mistaken with the low tide car, but the non-paint match spoiler makes it a little easier to get at a glance.
I would love to see Camel go against Chris Jennings, man. Two fantastic guys. But you know what? Hey, going against Cabot, another fantastic run. I hate it for Camel, though. Cabot may be the kid, but he is a fantastic driver.
Yeah, he's fast in that V8 350Z, and he knows this track really well.
Indeed, he
Camel's
does.
been super consistent, though, so let's see how it plays out. Two good drivers here.
I'm going to age Camel here for a second, but he's owned that car longer, almost as old as Cabot.
Yeah, he's had that car.
Cabot's a few years older now. He's not 14 anymore, but certainly he was when he first started drifting this track. So, sorry, Camel.
Yeah, we're old. Oh, God.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Cabot in the lead. Camel following. V8 350Z out front. Looks like Kashad's a little shallow on this first zone, but he's staying in there. Cabot takes off in outer zone 2. Wow, Cabot filling the zones nicely there. Kashad trying to keep up as they go into the final zone. Cabot may be a little shallow going in, but he's had a pretty solid lead, so see how that plays out when they're watching the data.
And that is truly something that can make or break a driver, which we'll see this. I know Camel, while he is making lots of power in comparison to Cabot, though, Cabot's definitely, I believe, has quite a bit more power, as we saw in his lead run. But a test of a good driver is not only how well you do in the lead, but how you do with a slower car in the lead with you as the chase. It's definitely something a little bit more difficult to balance. Lots of left foot braking, lots of figuring out when to use the hydro. So definitely not easy. But again, Campbell's still making quite a bit of power, so we'll see how he does in this lead run with, Cabot applying a little bit of pressure.
Yep. See if they can hold it down. Kashad's been putting on really nice lead runs all weekend, so see what he does here.
Putting those Westlakes to taste. Let's go, Camel and Cabot.
Whoa, Cabot dives in a little early and ends up way inside, but he hangs on to it. He's trying to put the pressure on, maybe a little too heavy, but here he goes. He's sticking with him. Little shallow, but getting back in there. Kashad laying down a nice run. Cabot's car a little too fast. He's on him. All right, nice coming out of the sweeper. He dives in on him on the hairpin. Wheel to wheel almost, a bumper touch
nice.
even. That was close.
Nice little kiss with the tire there. I still can't believe Camel's running Westlakes. That, for whatever reason, that just absolutely baffles
Someone
me.
just mentioned why she exposed the Westlakes. That was actually the chat that exposed that to us
man.
earlier.
Oh,
And,
it was his team over here that called him out.
Hey, they did pretty good out there. He's moving all right. You could tell, actually, it was a little tough for Cabot to chase that. Cabot's car is more wanting to lunge and be on the inside if it can't be free to run, which is, again, part of being a chase driver. Is finding your groove without, when you're following a slower car can actually be really tough because your car is just moving a little bit different. But Kashad really on it, filling the outer zones and moving as fast as he can putting on a good show here. Both drivers ripping.
Absolutely. Well, we've believe we got 4 more battles left before we take a break. So, see what we've got coming up next as we watch Camel make his way back to the starting line to figure out who has won this battle. Got the Wally data pulled up.
Judges reviewing some Wally here. It looks like they're focusing on the hairpin area where there was a bit of a touch there. Looks like Cabot put his bumper right up there on the passenger wheel of Kashad's car. Really tight, but it didn't look like he faulted him at all. Looked like he just gave him a little touch there, and the bumper flopped a little bit. About as close as you can get. Unfortunately, as they're reviewing this, he was really inside on that outer zone after the pond, but managed to not contact again.
Well, it looks like we've got Will mic'd up. Will, are you ready to make a comment?
Yeah, so we're reviewing this run that just happened. Cabot was way more aggressive in the chase. He definitely cut the line all over the track to keep that proximity. They both had really great lead laps, and we were just making sure that the contact didn't cause either one of them to zero the run and determine fault. The contact was very light and doesn't seem to have affected either car.
Solid.
Yep. So we're in agreement where Cabot Cardoso is going to move on to the next round.
All right, you guys heard it straight from the judges. Cabot Cardoso moving on.
Fantastic.
I know the chat's going to be pissed because they were rooting for
we
Camel
we
there.
got a lot of Camel fans here, and who can blame him because he's such a
I didn't think that
fantastic
was
human.
bad.
He's a fantastic driver. He has been so consistent all weekend. Every single thing that we have seen out of him has been fantastic. But, you know, going up against a driver like Cabot, you know, it's part of it. It's absolutely part of it. But Camel, congratulations. You made it this far. We hope we see you again for round 2. Cabot, we will see you here in just a bit. All right, looks like we've got Hannah in the lead going up against. I always
Ben
forget.
Lee.
Is it Flores?
That's Ben Lee.
It's
No,
Ben Lee.
no, I think
Ben
Flores-
Lee's
Oh, wait, no.
370. That's how I remember.
Is it right? Are we wrong?
Yeah,
we
this
were
is
right.
Hannah Emerson.
And Ben Lee. in the
Yeah, you're right.
370Z.
I'm gonna have to apologize to those guys because I told them in the pits. I was like, man, it took me forever when I was just watching on the track to realize like who was who. Like obviously one's 370, one's 350, but I could not remember which driver was which. And they laughed it off. They're cool with it. Like I said, they're buddies. They're coming from the same team or same same friend
Texas
group.
boys.
Texas boys pulling up, going against an Alabama girl. Our girl, we love our Hannah. She's a good person.
All right, here they
Here
go.
we go.
Hannah's in the lead. Ben Lee in the chase. Blue Z gang. Whoa!
Hannah whipping it. Fantastic, Hannah.
Ben Lee.
Missed that touch and go, but
Yeah, Ben Lee maybe a little phased on the entry, but he's right back in it. A little shallow there on the outside zone, but they are. Whoa!
Oh, we lost Hannah.
Hannah goes 4 off and does a 360 in the grass. Oh, yeah.
Hannah said, nope, I got this. I'll get out. Ben Lee finishing his run. Hannah getting out of the grass here, making her way back to the starting line where she can come into her chase battle.
She was riding the bro line, but unfortunately ended up in the grass there. It's a little, as soon as you touch that outside the skirt there, it just pulls you right into a slick spot. So it's definitely a fine line there.
Indeed. Little replay here where you can see Hannah started out really nice there, came in shallow, not really quite filling that outer zone until later, which is what unfortunately caused her to spin out. She went out just a little bit wide here. Of course, kudos to Ben for staying right with her. He was following that line, and he was committed.
Yes, Pat, that is correct. We miss you. Why aren't you here?
Yeah. What happened, Pat?
All right, here we go. Ben Lee in the front. Hannah giving chase. Whoa, little out, little wide.
Hannah hitting that touch and go there. Oh, no.
Yep, Hannah falters a little bit there, and Ben Lee takes off without her. Whoop, oh, make sure you stay in it. Still got to finish that lap. Solid lap from Ben Lee there as Hannah gets a little lost around the pond.
Just watch this again here. Hannah does do a great job of staying right at him here at the beginning, throwing it with him, hits the touch and go. And then, unfortunately, it just kind of all falls apart once they get at turn 3. She did surge pretty well. I think she may have psyched herself out just a little bit, concerned she was going to hit. So she backed off just a little bit, which unfortunately gave Ben the advantage to really take off. So Hannah still finished her run, did a fantastic job. Kudos to both drivers. But unfortunately, I believe Hannah is going to be out for this run.
I would have to agree there. Ben Lee just doing a good job of holding it together. And so we'll see what the judges say. But she definitely, again, they may look at the data. I don't think that Ben slowed down too much coming out of that zone, but she definitely surged in and then jumped on the brakes. Whether or not the judges take a little bit away for the lead car speed after reviewing the Wally system is up in the air. But it looked like she just overdid it, overcooked it a little bit, and sometimes that doesn't work out.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder, we are, I believe, 3 battles left in our lower bracket, a.k.a. our losers bracket here. So we've got winners from our, yes, correct, winners from our previous runs and our losers from previous runs as well, going head-to-head, giving those losing drivers from our first part of the bracket an additional chance to make it to the final. Little bit of a different change-up for what we're accustomed to in drifting. Those of you who watch baseball are probably very familiar with this whole setup, but something new that we're not really seeing a lot in drifting, at least not anything that we've been exposed to in a comp environment in this area.
And for those of you watching, you can see now the Wally data is pulled up, and the judges are really going to be looking right there at that point of near contact. Hannah was clearly on the inside line trying to make up some ground, and perhaps Ben Lee slowed down a little bit, but before they made contact, she definitely jumped on the brakes to spin right there. There may be some deliberation of whether or not Ben was on the gas where he needed to be, but Hannah was clearly on the inside line trying to make up some ground.
Sounds like we got Will here with us too. Will, you want to give us some commentary here on what you're seeing?
Yeah, so what we're reviewing here is in outer zone 2, the driver should be accelerating throughout the entire zone, and Ben Lee has a pretty big checkup towards the end of outer zone 2.
Ooh.
If you look at his speed on the, well, it's hard to see probably on your screen, but on the left-hand side on Lee's, the top box is his speed. So he's dropping speed pretty significantly towards the end of the zone.
Oh, yeah.
So we're discussing whether this is a 0 from the lead or not, or just a major deduction.
Okay, yeah, he definitely slowed down through a little bit of angle right there. Hannah was surging on the inside line, so I'm not, we'll see how that plays out. Dropped at least a few kilometers per hour. I'm not sure how many freedom units that is.
Yeah, that is one of the things that we've gotten a lot of feedback on is the difference in kilometers per hour versus mile per hour, which, of course, as a reminder, the Race Data Labs team has come all the way from Australia to be here with us to introduce their Wally judging system, which we are using right now as a judging aid. Of course, we've got Wally, and you see Michael here with the Race Data Labs team. Whom you do not see is another judge who is helping us set up the Wally data systems.
Yep, Tony here.
Tony is here as well. So we're using the Wally system just to inform things that the judges can't necessarily tell, which is, of course, speed.
Yeah, very hard to see that kind of a drop or a raising in speed with the just by watching. It's kind of incredible seeing it on the computer how much of a difference it really is. I would be hard pressed to see that get a 0, but it may be a deduction regardless.
For sure.
So Ben Lee on that battle, we decided he is going to get the victory. If Hannah hadn't gone off track on her lead lap, we would have done it one more time. But since she went off the track on her lead, Ben gave her a halfway decent lead until that point. But we're not going to give him a full incomplete for that big mistake that he made.
Okay.
Well, there you have it, man. Fantastic run, Ben. Fantastic run, Hannah. Certainly proud of both of these drivers.
All right, Texas holding it down, moving along. Got a little bit of a, had to review that where he came off the throttle, and he may have to work on that for a future battle so he doesn't get the deduction. But ultimately, Hannah did leave the track on her completely on her lead run, and that was, I guess, the main deciding factor to stay away from one more time and send these drivers to the next battle.
Indeed. Well, we got Bama coming back into play here. One more Alabama driver, J.P. Wyndham in the BMW. And, of course, that looks like Grendel. It's hard to tell with the shade on it, but it looks like Grendel.
Is that not
or is that Shacklet? That is Shacklet.
That's Shacklet.
Yep, thank you. I can see
Yeah.
Hunter now.
Sorry, the car's in the shade. It's kind of hard to see the front of it right there. But, yep, Hunter Shacklet and JP. JP in the lead, Shacklet in the chase. Here they go. JP filling out the zones perfectly. Hunter Shacklet getting a little lost there. Looks like he's taken to the inside to try and catch up. A little bit of a straighten maybe. JP laying down a pretty textbook lead, it looks like. That 2JZ E46 is eating right now. Into the hairpin. Nicely done there. Nice lead run by JP. Hunter Shacklet trying to hang in there. Looks like he had a little bit of trouble there, but staying on it through the whole lap. JP, local-ish ripper from Alabama.
Wake up, bitch. Yeah.
All right, making their way back around. Hunter this time going to be in the lead. JP in the follow.
All right, here we go. Hunter Shacklet now in the lead in that S14. JP Wyndham giving chase. Oh, no, okay. JP getting a, whoa, big fireball. JP with a little bit of a late entry, but he's on it. Hunter feeling a little more comfortable out there in the lead. JP way on the inside. Uh-oh. And then getting left in the sweeper.
Uh-oh, Hunter dropping
Shacklet.
tire there.
He's going
nice little
wide,
dirt
and
bath.
he's back off in the hairpin as well.
Ouch.
JP gives him a little bit of room and then goes ahead and slide on by.
That is unfortunate, man. Once you hit those rumples and you are right at the wrong angle, or if you're just not hitting it perfectly, it is going to throw you straight. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to Hunter.
Yep.
Threw him straight off the track.
2 tires off. That is going to hurt.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yep, here we go. We've got the slow motion replay up as he gets a little outside. He's hanging on to it, but then that right one is a little too far. Dips pretty hard off to the right. And there it goes. I think we're about to send it to the pits for a little interview here with Sarah.
Yeah, while the judges deliberate. Sarah, we'll hand it over to you.
Hey guys, how's it going? I have Andrew Grindle here. Now, he did lose his last battle. However, I have a little bit of information that's going on actively as we speak. Do you want to tell me what happened in that battle from your perspective?
Sure. So we're actually petitioning that battle. We already told Dustin. We love Dustin. But after Outer Zone 3, going into the touch and go to Outer Zone 4, when I was chasing him, I thought he straightened, and I almost went in the grass because he was like straightening and then reinitiated. They are going to review that and let us know if he was still in drift or not. But I think they were looking at my decel, which was points off in Outer Zone 1. But if Dustin did straighten, then that would change the whole decision.
Correct. So if they do overrule that, that's going to be you against Taylor Hull. However, if their decision stands, you're the first battle up after the break. Where does that leave you if they don't overturn the ruling?
Actually, if you want to look at the back of my car, I've got 2 sets of tires just sitting here waiting to be mounted, and we don't really know which set we're going to use yet, because obviously facing Taylor Hull versus facing a stock Z is an entirely different ball game. So we're kind of waiting.
Well, that's good. It sounds like you're prepared either way. Petitioning is the right way to do it. Just trusting the system. They're going to have a look, let you guys know how that's going to go. And I think you're going to kill it either way. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Andrew. We appreciate your time. Well, it sounds like we're getting word that it may be JP with the win, and that is correct. JP takes the win for this battle. So congratulations, JP. Fantastic job, though, Hunter. Really appreciate having both of these drivers out here and showcasing their skills.
All right. Alabama moving on. Hunter Shacklet. Moving. Is that his second out? Is he out?
Yes, this
Yep,
is
okay.
unfortunately.
So Hunter is out.
And if I'm not mistaken, we've got one more battle after this, which is Nate Chambers versus Chris Jennings.
All right. Nate, the white S13 hatch. Chris there in the low tide S13 hatch. Here we go.
Nate ready, Chris ready, and off they go.
1UZ versus KA24 DET. Oh, a little bobble on the initiation from Nate.
Oh.
Can't seem to get that thing to kick out. That's definitely going to hurt him. Nate clearly having some issues here. Chris Jennings just kind of drifting behind him as he grip drives the track. And he finally shuts it down as Nate reinitiates. Nate, I do not think had initiated before the point that he was supposed to, so he's probably going to get a 0 regardless, but obviously he's straightened out. So definitely still ironing out some mechanical issues with that 1UZ S13 hatch, while Chris Jennings tried to hold it down as long as he could in the chase, and I guess they'll flip and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Nate's car. At first, I thought maybe it was because they got a false start, but no, it doesn't look like Nate crossed the line there, so that's certainly not the situation.
No.
I think he is just struggling. I don't know if it's a steering rack or something's happening.
He went to throw it in, and it did not initiate, so he actually missed the initial point where you're supposed to be sideways as the lead car, and did start getting it going, but then immediately kind of straightened out. Definitely having some issues there.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to clutch kick, but the car is just not responding, so it may be transmission related. Only speculation at this point.
Yep.
We do hate that for Nate, though. Hopefully, maybe he can figure something out and he can come up with something for his follow run.
It looks like they're pulling off the track right now, so.
It sounds like Chambers is going to go ahead and call his 5 minutes, which I think is well played. It's a good use of his 5-minute timeout. So we'll send these boys back into the pits, let them get some things worked out, and we'll go on with our almost last battle. We'll send out, trying to see who's on grid in the burnout box. Looks like Dawson
Fletcher.
and Trevor.
Yeah, we got Dawson in the Corvette. He's back out there. It was having some issues earlier. Hopefully he's got those ironed out. And then we got Trevor in the Mustang. And then hopefully after this we have a Pizza Birria. All right, looking forward to this battle. Looking forward to lunch. I'm hungry.
Taco truck's here.
Yes.
It's time to get some food.
Trying to keep you guys fired up. So I'm going to try and fire in on some tacos.
Well, we know there's a lot of questions about the bracket being publicly available. We are having a little bit of an issue with our bracketing system. We're using a third-party data system, not the Race Data Labs. It has nothing to do with Race Data Labs or the Wally system. However, we do have to manually enter in some things, so taking a little bit of time to get the brackets to show up on our screens here for you. So Dawson, I'm looking at him on the screen. Austin and I will be here to help explain that as much as we can and where we are within the brackets. But yeah, until we can get that little bug fixed out, we'll just have to kind of give you some verbals. But do know that before we get into our next round, we will have, or excuse me, not next round, but into our next battle after this, we will have that bracket ready for you.
Yes, try to keep you guys posted on that as much as we can. Oh, it looks like it's back up here. We got Dawson Fletcher in the lead, Trevor Johnston in the chase position. We got a hiya from the UK. Shout out all the way to the UK. We are at 800 live followers. Thank you guys for jamming with us as this battle goes off. We got Dawson in the lead, Trevor in the chase. That Corvette seems to be running okay. Let's go. Hope I don't jinx him.
Turbo screaming. Let's go, Dawson.
Dawson doing a great job of filling those zones. Through the touch and go into the hairpin. Oh, Corvette stays in it. Looks like Tom Perner recommends the Pizza Birria, and that is exactly what I had in my mind.
Perner's always got good taste in food, my friend. I don't know where he puts it, man. As many shirtless videos as he posts, he's just...
I have the same problem. Same problem. Just small boys.
Small boy syndromes. All right. Yeah, Dawson doing fantastic. I don't know what he was struggling with in previous runs, but it seems like he got some things dialed in. A little wide there, hit a nice little mud puddle there, but again, it's hard for us to tell up here, the judges, or excuse me, on the in the booth, whether or not that was technically out or if it was just a little residual water right where he should put his car. So part of it, unfortunately, with having a rain, heavy rain from yesterday, but looks like an awesome run from both drivers. Trevor a little bit behind. Dawson, of course, putting down a solid lead run, hitting the right points, of course. Maybe a little shallow in a couple, but we'll let the judges decide.
All right, here we go. Trevor in the lead, Dawson in the chase. Dawson jumps the line, which he's allowed to do as the chase car, but then he had to back off. That might have thrown him a little bit. Trevor throwing big angle into the first outer zone, but ends up way shallow. Misses the second inner. Trevor trying to adjust his line here, going through the second outer zone. Uh-oh, looks like the Corvette's having a little bit of issue.
It's breaking
out. Oh, no.
Oh, Trevor, you got your chance.
Yep, looks like the Corvette is fully straightened out and is unfortunately having another issue with the engine. That is unfortunate. That was looking up to be a good battle.
But hey, Trevor still put down a great lead run. We'll take that all day, but unfortunately, it sounds like Dawson is still having issues. I'm not sure if it's fuel related. I can only assume so, but yeah, his car was definitely breaking up quite a bit there.
Yeah, I was hoping after that first run that they had some of that sorted out because the car was seeming pretty strong, and it just fell flat on its face in this chase run, unfortunately. Yeah. Looks like some people in the chat wondering if Z31s are allowed here. They are. It's actually spring break that Z31s are not allowed at.
Nah, banned. Banned for life. Sorry.
Sorry. Not my decision. All right, so we got Trevor and Dawson pulling off the course here. I don't know what the judges are looking at, but I would assume if that Corvette can't continue or is having that kind of failure, he might be out. It looked like he was having a great job. He's doing a great job, Dawson, of filling the outer zones, getting back to the inner zones when the car was running correctly. So it's a real shame to see a mechanical failure taking him out right here.
Yeah, it looks like Dawson is going to not even go into the hot pits. He may be going up to his trailer in the public parking area so that he can do some major rework while we get ready for our break. We do still have one more battle, which is our battle with Nate and Chris Jennings. So we're just waiting on Nate to finish up his 5-minute timeout. We'll get them back out on the track, and then we'll take a quick break. So while we got some time, if Sarah, I'm telling you, Sarah, the chat loves you on YouTube. So if you want to get some more airtime, I can guarantee you YouTube would love to see you.
Hey, we listened They want variety. We're giving them variety. We're trying to talk to every driver. And speaking of that, we have Cabot Cardoso here. We have not gotten a chance to catch up with you yet. He's already on a streak of luck, 2 wins in the top 4 of the top bracket right now. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. We have this FDF kit, feeling really good. It's about driving itself just about. I just got to tighten up in my chases a little bit. I have like the second half of the track pretty good. I just got to tighten it up a little bit, but I'm feeling pretty confident though.
Car's hanging in there pretty nicely?
Yeah, it's doing perfect.
Are you prepared for your next battle mentally? You're ready to go? It's top 4.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to throw down. I just got to clear my mind. That's about all I do. So I'm feeling real good.
All right, we'll let you go ahead and do that. We'll get out of your hair. Good luck. Keep killing it. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. So luck, skill, and a well-built car. So great job, Cabot. Looking forward to seeing you in your next battle.
Yeah. Young Rippers are in the house, and they're here to get some. So he's just like you said, he's got to clear his head. The car's driving good. We're looking forward to seeing some of these battles coming up with these top drivers.
Absolutely. Well, we're still waiting on Nate Chambers to finish up with his 5-minute timeout, so we should have him back here in just a bit. But while we wait, again, please make sure you like and subscribe. We see you all joining and chatting in the live chat. We are trying to follow along and answer your questions as we go. We do know the bracket's going to be one of the biggest questions we get, and we certainly do understand that. We are trying to accommodate as best we can, so we'll get that bracket up for you very quickly. Looks like we got Nate Chambers getting ready to go back out on the track for his final battle of this bracket. We shall say.
Yes.
We shall say. Hopefully, his dad Richard was able to get some things sorted on his car so that he can battle up against Chris Jennings from Team Low Tide.
All right. UZ S13 hatch trying to get back out there. I am twitching too much on camera. We got Dustin on the porch. He's being protested. Oh, Dustin just stole someone's mini doodle. He's a cute little dog.
Can I pet that dog?
He's petting that dog. All right, we got the boys at the burnout box.
Yeah,
we got
waiting on
Jennings
Chris.
and Nate Chambers. That's Chris out there, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's correct. Nate's pulling up right beside him. Just waiting for the clearance for them to go into the burnout box. And we'll get this party started. Again, this is our last battle of the lower bracket. We're going to take a break. TBD on the timeline of that break. I apologize. I'm waiting on confirmation on our timeline so that we can let you know when we will be back. From what I understand, we will not pause the live feed, so don't exit away. Stay tuned. We'll have some footage up from recaps from what we've seen from our drivers here today, and you'll be able to join right back in when we get back.
Yep. Last battle of this bracket before I start my first battle with Pizza Birria. All right. Looks like Nate Chambers is going to be in the follow position, and he's driving straight through the gate here.
Oh, man.
We might be having Nate Chambers might be falling out here. Looks like he's slinking off the track, unfortunately, in that V8 1UZ powered S13 hatch.
Indeed. And I hate that. Again, another young driver here with us, 15 years old, great family support. Worked so hard to get that car together for this event. Again, came from basically being a junkyard car in a backyard, covered in leaves and dirt, no paint, no engine, nothing but a basic shell. And within several weeks, they were able to put it together. But Chris Jennings is going to take his by-run victory lap. Done. Oh, yeah, he's going to send it.
All right. Here we go. Chris Jennings, Team Low Tide with that beautiful paint match spoiler and the KA24 DET. This car is straight out of a 2010 competition. It is just a turbo KA screaming, kitted and fitted. Unfortunately, the front bumper got destroyed, so he couldn't put it back on, but he did put his back bumper back on. This guy's committed to looking good. We love to see that.
Nice.
And a nice little exhibition run by Chris Jennings there from Team Low Tide.
All right. Well, while we let Chris make his way back in, sounds like we should have the brackets up here before we go to break so that we can get that over to you. So you know where we are in the standings. I know it's a little confusing without being able to reference a bracket. And I know a lot of you are still struggling with the double elimination, which we certainly do understand. Fortunately, we did have a somewhat low driver count for this event, so this is not going to take quite as long. Still TBD how we're going to handle double elimination when it comes to having 64 plus drivers, because we certainly don't want to drag this out unnecessarily. But here you are, you see your final battles here your top 4 here for Hull, Patton, Bass, and Cardoso. So Taylor Hull, Dustin Patton, Brandon Bass, and Cabot Cardoso. I don't know, do you have any suspicions on who you think is going to take it?
Well, I can tell you this much. It's going to be tough for Dustin to beat Hull simply because that car is so fast. But, you know, he's ready to go. He's ripping, and he's been on it. So we'll see if he can keep up and if Taylor can slow it down for him. And the bracket just changed. It was, Bass and who on the last one? It was going to be Bass and Cardoso, I think, in the last battle. That's going to be a pretty tight battle. Those are 2 local guys. They're both driving here a lot. They both make similar power. However, Brandon may be at a slight disadvantage having to run the used suspension, the used control arm on the right side that is not modified. So he was driving pretty good, but if Cardoso can realign his chase, then he is going to be a menace to that MK3. But both those guys, local hometown rippers. And then, yeah, Hull and Patton, I think, is going to be a matter of if Dustin can keep up with Taylor's car and if Taylor can be conservative enough to drive behind a stock engine Z. So, actually a pretty good couple of battles from those guys. We'll see what happens.
Well, and so this is our winner's bracket. We take a look back over at our loser's bracket, or lower bracket, if you will. Just waiting on that to pull up. There we go. So looks like we've still got a couple more battles here. We've got Lee versus Grindle, JP versus Danny. I keep calling him Danny. He's probably going to hate that. Sorry, Daniel. Looks like Daniel's going to get Danny's going against JP, and then it looks like Parsons going to get a bye run. Johnson's going to get a bye run. We'll see how this all narrows down. I'll be completely honest with you. Austin and I are still trying to make sure we're fully understanding and fully representing how these brackets are going to work. So apologies if it's still a little confusing for you. We'll happily do a recap video, or maybe as we get ready to start into our next battle, we can have some additional commentary from the judges to kind of help explain the bracketing system to you in a little bit more detail.
We share your confusion, and we appreciate your understanding as we work through this and get a better understanding of how it works and how it shifts around. So it's not that hard. It's just, I probably should have done a little more research.
Yeah.
But we'll try and keep you guys posted as we go, and by the time we get through this, hopefully everyone will have a better view of what's going on. But, I don't know. What are we rocking out here? Are we about to take a little break? Are we chilling on?
Yeah, we're going to take a little 15-minute break. We're going to grab some food, let the staff get some break, get some sunscreen on, because it is hot and sunny out here today. So we'll see you back in 15. You grab some lunch. Hang tight. We'll have the live stream still up for you so that you can watch some of the recaps, likely some additional interviews while we're going through, letting the staff take a little bit of a break as well as these drivers. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Focus on the light, I can't feel the pain. Doing damage like a frozen hurricane. No one can stop me cause I'm cold, cold-blooded. some money on me. Yeah, but don't be now. Put some money on me. I'll be taking it high. I'll never go back, never look back. Turn off the crowd, this is my winning run. Put some money on me. Yeah, but don't be now. 사람 느끼고 너도 너니 내 끝을 알아 너.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's screech. He took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
This house is made of gold. We fight by what we own. We follow what we're told. We're right into the mold. Is this what we need to breathe? Or are we just feeding our disease? Outside of what we can't touch. We lost it all. We can't remember how to run. A problem with an empty heart. It's our grave until we start. We wonder why we feel empty inside. Why there's a hunger that we can't satisfy. A rolling round in the bad design. We waste our time on an endless climb. This house is made of gold. We fight by what we own. We follow what we're told. Feel right into the mold. Is this what we need to breathe? Or are we just feeding our disease? Prisoners of a hopeless war, fighting with a double-edged sword. We could be free if we stop feeding our disease. We stand on top of the world. We still feel so alone. We stand on top of the world. With no one's own, we stand at the top of the world. With houses made of gold. We fight by what we own. We follow what we're told. Feel right into the mold. Is this what we need to breathe? Or are we just feeding our disease? Prisoners of a hopeless war, fighting with a double-edged sword. We could be free if we stop feeding our disease. Frozen time when the world is moving at the speed of light. Trapped inside these walls, you can't rise until you fall and start to trust your heart over your mind.
Awesome. Well, welcome back. So everybody's still grabbing some lunch, just getting a quick break. I got sunscreen on now. I'm hydrated. I'm ready to get back into this. But while we're waiting, so those of you who are waiting on the results of the protest, that is one of the things that is taking just a little bit longer with our break. We want to make sure that we're thoroughly going through the race data labs data from Wally, as well as the judge's perspective. So we are taking that into consideration. Don't worry, we haven't forgotten about you. We just want to make sure that we have everything put together so we can show you the Wally data that will validate the decision from this protest. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. It sounds like we may have some other driver interviews while Austin is grabbing some food. And so we can certainly show you some of those driver interviews if we're ready to get into that. Awesome. Sounds like Sarah was taking a quick break there for a second. My apologies. So we'll get her in. I may have talked a little bit faster than what she was anticipating. My apologies, Sarah. So let me know when you're ready, Sarah. But until then, welcome back to MidPond. We are so grateful to have you here. It's been a long time coming for us to have Klutch Kickers here. I know we made the announcement several months ago, almost a year at this point. It's hard to believe it's gone by that fast. And it's taken a lot to get us to this point, so we're very grateful to have you here. And we're very grateful to have the supporting staff, these drivers, and of course you who are keeping this alive. Awesome. Well, it sounds like we've got Sarah ready with somebody to interview. Sarah, are you ready for us?
Yes, we actually have a treat. We have the VPF tuning teammates. The whole story here this weekend was that these guys wanted to see each other in battle far enough in the competition to the point where you traded to battle Taylor Hull so that you guys wouldn't have to battle each other. And then sure enough, you battled each other. So tell me what happened from your perspective in that battle. Where was your head at? What was going on?
Oopsie. Taylor ended up he got me. I made a few mistakes, and it is what it is. He's a good driver, so I'm not mad at the loss whatsoever. But it did suck to battle Justin so early on. Yeah.
Right, so do you want to give us your perspective as well? So you did get knocked out by your teammates, so it's a little bit bitter, a little bit sweet.
Yeah. It's all good. Like I said, the universe wanted us to battle, I guess. And even though he's probably the most person I drive with in this entire world, constantly, I was like, well, I guess they want to see a show, so let's put on a show and do what we got to do. So.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the battle, we could tell that you guys do a lot of tandems together because that was some of the best chasing I've seen by both of you guys together and also in your other battles. Would you guys say that you're chase drivers primarily?
Yeah, and when you trust somebody, I mean, I trust him with everything I got, so I gave it my all and did what I had to do. So,
do you want to add to that?
I trust you too.
Gosh, guys, this is warming my heart. Honestly, as tough as this was for you guys to battle each other this early in the competition, I'm glad that you guys are being excellent sports about it. You're great teammates. We're happy to have both of you guys here. Good luck to the rest of your competition, and I'm sure he's going to be right next to you rooting for you. So thank you so much, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. And honestly, Ben Flores, thank you so much for being so patient. While Sarah, I can tell you I have messed up their names back and forth, not because I don't know who they are, not because I can't tell the difference between their cars, but I always forget who drives what. Oh, don't have audio on you, Sarah, unfortunately. I can see your mouth moving. You look fantastic.
I'll add the audio, and don't worry. Oh, what? You need me to talk more?
Oh,
no
of course.
worries.
That's what the audience wants. Are you kidding me?
It's true. It's true. Those two drivers, obviously, they're teammates, so they have similar liveries. One's a 350, one's a 370. Just so it's tough to tell them apart, but even when they were tandeming, they became one giant blue blob. So I feel you on that, Tara. But we're going to go ahead and see if we can talk to JP Wyndham really quickly. So we have one of our drivers. We're going to interrupt your break here, if you don't mind. This will be so quick. Dad's telling us I have to be so quick when I'm interviewing you because you're the next battle up. But basically, you're one of the drivers who got knocked down into the lower bracket, and now you're back up. How does that feel?
Feels good, just trying to have fun.
All right, short and sweet. I like that. And you have your wife here, your teammate in your ear now?
Yep, got my wife, Allie, here. Got our two kids at home watching. Really excited.
All right, well, I'll get out of your hair. Suit up, get out there. Good luck. Thank you so much. We're just going to go ahead and walk through here and get a little bit of a pit walk going on. Check out our drivers. They're all going to start suiting up here to get back in for the competition. We are going to get back into our lower bracket. So we'll see if we can catch a few other of our drivers before we go back out there, making sure not to disturb anybody who's suiting up at this exact moment. We're going to have to talk to our main man here. Come on down. Dustin.
How's it going?
Tell me what's going on. You're fourth now. You're in the top four.
Yes, ma'am.
So how does that feel, and how did it feel to do battle against your friend and, that situation? Fill me in.
Well, I said since day one, Florida's going to come out for a swing. We're just trying to find the right jaw. Unfortunately, we had to get caught up on each other in the bracket. I came out the winner. It's down to telemetry and how long the run was. I thought it could have been one more time, but when I got the win, you can hear me over the live stream screaming in excitement. There's nowhere I want to be besides right here in that car winning this competition, and I'm going to do everything I can to put it into Taylor Hoare's door.
Woo-wee. Well, we've been seeing a lot of teammate battles, so we're going to let him cool off a minute, maybe get a little ice bath going on. But he's going to do battle against Taylor Hull. He is in the top four, so it'll be a little bit before we see him get out there. Unfortunately, his teammate did get knocked down into the lower bracket. That was the protest that we were talking about earlier. The judges did uphold that call. I believe our announcers will talk about it a little bit more, just to let you guys know. So he will be heading back out to grid in order to do battle there in the lower bracket. He can still get back into the winner's bracket. And we'll see if we can grab, really quick, we heard about your bumper. It looks like you're doing the Lord's work getting it back in one piece. But do you have a quick 2 minutes for us here?
I think so.
Another driver we have who lost initially but battled your way back in. How confident are you feeling?
I feel good after doing that buy run. I wanted to do it. I needed to do it. I hate that Nate's car wasn't working for him. I hate winning like that. If we could do it again, I would.
It was quite a treat for the fans, though, that buy run, letting that KAT scream.
I try. I just tried to make it around the track. But this battle is about to be amazing with these two green S13s, and we're going to try to put on a show.
They're hooting and hollering. I don't know if you guys can see Camel down there. We'll see if we can get a quick mic in his window, but he's pretty stoked on that battle. It's S13 versus S13, wing versus wing. We talked to him a little bit earlier. Really quick before you go out there, how are you feeling battling your boy out there, S13 on S13 violence?
So we drove at Grid Life, and everybody kept tagging us and they kept getting us wrong, and we're both throwing down some heaters. So big wing, we're going to be out here swinging. I think it's going to be a really good battle.
Well, I'm glad you're excited. I'll get out of your hair. Keep suiting up. Get out there. Thank you so much. We just did a turkey accidentally. It was pretty cool there. The drivers are kind of suiting back up, heading back out. We'll see if we can get one more, and then we'll just kind of walk around, see what else is going on here in the pits. Let's get some crew members really quick. Okay. Really quick, while you're eating, I'll make sure to interrupt you. So your man's about to go back out there and battle. How's this weekend been so far as a crew member, spectator, fun haver?
It's fun. We're just out here to have a good time. I love being all together with the crew. We just are here to party and have a good time, do a little bit of drifting.
Absolutely. It's definitely a family affair. We've got family members, moms, dads, significant others. So with all that said, we'll let these guys get back in the car. I'm going to throw it back to you guys. Let's jump right back into the competition. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. We really appreciate the interview with Dustin and Camel. Obviously, no bad blood there. As Sarah mentioned, they did not overturn the call, so it is still in favor of Dustin. So it did come down to a matter of like 8 degrees. So we may have the race data labs data, and that is actually what we did use to pull that up for them, just to kind of give them a little bit of additional insight as to what they were seeing. So we'll get that data pulled up for you so that we can show you to you and walk you through a little bit of what they being the judges, were seeing.
What the judges see, yep. And hopefully we can give you a little more insight there. Oh, back to the camera.
Oh, there we go.
All right, there we go. I got some race data, race data labs on the screen here.
You can see what he's circling. It may be a little bit difficult for you to see if you're on a mobile device, but it's a difference of like 8 degrees.
Now you can see as they come out of that outer zone, Dustin's car did shallow up a little bit. It went a little inside here. They're showing the degrees right there with the mouse just kind of circling around. He goes a little bit inside and shallows up a little bit, but pretty small differentiation. He kind of missed the outer touch and go, but stayed on it right here. Okay, there's the 8-degree angle. And their angle rate is only off by a degree of each other. So he was still at angle, even though it was basically a low power vehicle move. You know, he went pretty shallow to kind of get through there, but he did not fully straighten up. He hit the whole time. His lowest point was 8 degrees. He was still holding angle.
Awesome.
So they're just. All right, go ahead.
No, it sounds like they're still debating some things, and we're getting ready to get ready with our next battles here. So unfortunately, I think that's all we're going to be able to get right now. But certainly one of the values of having the Wally system, something that I don't think would have been seen by eyeball. So these kind of protests and these times of contests, if you will, it just gives it an additional layer of validation. And you hate to say that, but sometimes that's what you need. There's things that you can't see with your eye, especially from that angle, that we wouldn't see without the race data labs data.
Yeah, and these drivers want to win. So if they're down and they're out, and this is their chance to get back in it, they're going to protest and try and get back in the show. Unfortunately this time for them, unfortunately, and fortunately for Dustin, That's just how it played out, where he was able to stay in it and remain the winner and keep it going. He's going to battle Taylor Hull, which is going to be a tough one. He's going to be out there giving that 350Z everything it has. Not that he hasn't been doing that already, but he's definitely got to be on it. So, and these drivers are passionate. They have an option to protest, and they're going to do that if they think they can stay in it to get to the top.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things that I am actually grateful that came out of this is that we get to see the battle that I was looking forward to, which is going to be S13 against S13. So we've got Chris Jennings going up against Camel, I believe it's going to be. So we're super stoked to see that. Of course, we had a great interview with Ben and Flores. So positive guys, great teammates. Loving to see them.
Out there throwing the horns in the Z. Let's go. He's fired up. VPF tuning 370Z. Those carbon fenders? Whoops, Motorsports S13 hatch. Let's go.
So we should be getting started here in just a second. Everybody's sort of getting into position. Looks like we're waiting to see who's going to be our first battle. Oh, there we go. They just answered my question. Looks like it's going to be Grindle.
Yeah, we got Brandon Lee and
Ben Lee.
Ben Lee. Oh my God! See, now I'm mixing them
No,
up too.
yeah,
You
I
were
know.
just apologizing for that.
Ah, sorry.
All right, we got Andrew Grindle and Ben Lee lining up here at the start line. Well, actually, they're still in the burnout box. Andrew Grindle in the burnout box. Ben Lee, 370Z. Let's see what happens here. Face off in the burnout box. Andrew Grindle spitting some pebbles his way. All right, both drivers are at the line. Looks like Andrew Grindle's going to be in the lead position. Ben Lee following in the 370Z.
Oh, Ben's backing out just a little bit, maybe to straighten up.
Oh, yep.
There we
Lining up
go.
a little bit.
All right. Got a driver coming on track just to get to line up, so we're waiting until he's clear, and then we will send these guys on their way. I have a feeling this is going to be probably one of our better battles that we see today. Two really committed, great drivers. Let's see what they can do. Andrew Grindle versus Ben Lee.
Here we go. Whoa. All right. So far, so good. Ben Lee hanging on the inside, trying to stick with Grindle. Grindle filling that outer zone pretty good. They're staying pretty tight going into the hairpin. Whoa!
Oh, nice tuck in. That was gorgeous.
Nice dive by Ben Lee as Grindle goes a little wide but hangs on to it. He was in the dirt.
Maybe a little too much pressure from Ben there. Threw Grindle off his game, but who knows?
Ben definitely put it on going into the hairpin. Grindle riding the outside skirt. I believe there would be slight deduction for him being that far outside, but he didn't put two wheels off. He stayed in there and stayed on it. So solid lead by Andrew Grindle and great chase there by Ben Lee in the 370. And we have a fire truck in the background. Oh, their sirens are off. We're good. We're good.
Not sure what's going on with the... Looks like we may have a track emergency going on. Let's give it just a second to make sure we're clear. Doesn't look to be driver related.
Maybe just swapping positions here.
Well, while we wait, before we send these drivers...
Oh,
gotcha.
okay.
Whoops.
We did not inform the, well.
Make sure you tell the paramedics and the fire trucks before we get started again.
Yeah. They're back in position.
Just waiting on final confirmation that we can get back into place. Kevin could do a burnout right now on that little scooter. Start.
That's a nice looking scooter.
Thank you. That one's actually mine.
Nice. Backside support.
All right, looks like we're giving the drivers just a heads up. It may take just a little bit. We're sending one more driver out onto the track, so apologies for the delay here. We'll get this second part of the Lee versus Grendel battle going here for you in just a moment. All right, we're going to have to get these cars out of the way. Looks like we've got the fire truck coming through. Oh, gotcha. Sounds like the fire department got a call, which means, unfortunately, they need to go. However, we do still have our EMS here. TBD if this is going to cause a track delay. It should hopefully not, but we will let you know as soon as we have more information. No, fortunately, it's not Grendel with another fire. I see that jab. I see that jab. Poor guy. Yeah, I'm glad he was able to get his car together in time. Well, while we wait to figure out what's going on with the EMS and fire situation, sounds like our girl Sarah is back in the pits with some more action. Sarah, what's going on, lady?
We're listening to some ambient fire truck sounds, but while we do that, we gotta touch base with Brandon Bass again. I know we talked to you earlier on the stream, but he went from broken at the beginning of the day to top 4 in the winner's bracket right now. How does that make you feel?
Everything's going good so far. Just did a recheck on the car, tightened up everything. It's working, so just keep going with the same momentum.
I like it. I like it. Your whole family's here. Your wife's here. She's got your twins. Yeah. How are you feeling right now? Are you on cloud 9?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I think we're having the twins this coming week, so we'll see. 2 boys.
I like it. Maybe you'll have a bunch of good news to celebrate later, but we'll have to keep a close eye on you. I just want to say congratulations to you and your team for getting it back together. Good luck for the rest of this battle today, dude. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so looks like we're not going to get a battle of the fire trucks and the EMS, unfortunately. We were hoping we'd get to see them battle, but looks like we're still waiting on final clearance for Ben and Grendel to get out on the track. So while we wait, shameless plug, if you're interested in doing a private day at MidPond, that is certainly obtainable. We'd love to have you with us here for a private day. It's pretty simple. Just reach out to Ken. You can reach out to him via the website at midpond.com. Doesn't have to be associated with Klutch Kickers, of course, but feel free to reach out to midpond.com. Ken would love to get you signed up for a private event. You and your friends, you can do any type of event that you're really looking for. Make it a theme event. But hey, it looks like we got clearance to send these boys, so let's go. Ben in the lead, Grendel in the follow.
We're back.
We are
Grendel
back.
over angle. Grendel goes in a little over angle and ends up shallow in the first corner. I'm not sure what happened, but he's no longer continuing drift. Sorry, I was like... Okay, Andrew Grendel is sort of stuck. The car's running, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to move, and it just stalled out.
Yeah.
He fired back up. Let's see if he can get out there. So Grendel fired in pretty hot, but it seemed like he came up a little shallow. It might have been that the car was having an issue, and he wasn't able to continue where he needed to be. He is able to pull off course, though, right now on his own power. So let's see what happened here.
Yeah, we'll take that any day. Last thing we want is for somebody to have to get towed off.
Yep, no drifter wants that.
No. Well, we'll get these drivers lined back up. Hopefully we can take them back over and not have any issues out of Grendel's car. May have just been a one-time whoopsies, but we shall see. So
yep, here he goes, coming back up to the start line. Let's see if he drives through or pulls up. Hard to say what happened there. but-
Yeah, I'm trying to look at his suspension right now. I couldn't really tell if there was some additional bounce. Obviously, there's a lot of...
We've got some stuff on the race data labs right now, and he was offline a good bit and did touch the inside, but it doesn't seem like a suspension-related issue, but it's possible. He did dip an inside tire there.
Watching the replay here on the right.
We got the data and the replay going at the same time here. You can see that Grindle was quite a bit inside. There was no contact between the cars. And when he tried, he was on the e-brake pretty hard to stay sideways. And as soon as he reinitiated, it seems like the car just shut down. I can't believe that cone didn't fall over.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well.
But yeah, so he comes in, he's on the e-brake. He's holding angle so where he can get back on it.
Well, it sounds like Will Parsons may join us to give us a little bit of insight as to what we're seeing with the Wally data as well as their own perspective from the judges. Will, are you ready for us?
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm just making sure, and we're just making sure that this issue wasn't caused by Ben Lee in the lead. It does not appear to be the case. It appears to be that Andrew, he got on a different line and ran out of space going to interclip 1. And then had a mechanical failure of some kind.
All right.
That's unfortunate.
It was a clean run, no accidents. But unfortunately, yeah, Andrew's car laid down in some form or fashion on him right as he tried to pull out of that drift. He was just about to jump back into action, and it just shut down on him. So, again, it was running. He did drive off course. He is back at the start line in the chase position. Let's see what happens here.
And off we go with
sorry.
off we go with Ben in the lead. Oh.
Oh, no, they're just driving out of there. Something's going on. So if I had to guess, I would say that...
Oh.
We got Brandon Lee with his fist pump out the window. Andrew Grindle pulling off the track with what I would assume is a mechanical failure.
I wonder if they took a timeout, you think?
It's possible. They might have done a 5-minute timeout, try and get that thing fixed up. So now we've got Daniel and JP at the line. Little 1UZ S13 hatch that could trying to fight its way back into the bracket here, and JP and the 2JZ46 been throwing down through the day. Well, see, now it says Danny. I don't know. We've been calling him Danny and Daniel. Hopefully he's all right with that. Yeah, Daniel Morris and JP Wyndham at the line.
Well, sounds like we may actually have Will. Will, do you want to talk a little bit while we're waiting on us to get clearance for Daniel and JP to go? What's going on with that last run with Ben?
So I'm just trying to clarify that we did both of those runs in that battle. We had this short delay because of the fire truck, but they had already done their first run, and that was their second run that we just watched. So they didn't have a mechanical failure that prevented them from doing their second run. That was the second run.
10-4, yeah, sorry about that. The fire truck kind of threw us off there a little bit. But hey, looks like we're back in the action here with Dan and JP.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. That was my bad. The failure did not cause him to pull off, but whatever it was did cause him to lose. Here we go with Daniel Morris in the lead, JP in the chase.
Daniel coming in, filling out that outside pretty well. Looks like JP is still trying to play catch up, getting left behind. We'll see what happens in this inner hairpin. Oh no, I think Daniel went a little wide, may have gone off track there. TBD on that, but not a lot of proximity, unfortunately, from JP.
Yeah, that UZ hatch actually kind of got away there. JP in that 2JZ46. Let's see the replay here. Both drivers had pretty good taking off. Oh, there was a pretty bad straighten right there from Daniel in the lead. That's gonna cost him. He did manage to stay ahead throughout the rest of the course, but that was a pretty serious straightening out of the car. right there in outer zone 1. Potentially, again, going between outer zone 2 or 3 and the touch and go.
A couple different times the car tried to straighten up on him, so unclear if he's having issues with the car or just the nature of the run.
Yeah, a lot of grip, not a lot of power, maybe a little gearing. All factors that are probably playing into this, but here we go. JP in the lead, Daniel Morse in the chase.
JP throwing it out big to get us started. Filling that line. Oh, came in just a little bit.
JP finds his way back to the outside zone. He's still a little shallow, but he's holding down. Daniel Morris making a heavy dive inside. Looks like he had a big straight in there, though. Coming into the hairpin.
Daniel doing a great job of applying pressure to JP, though.
Oh,
Oh, but a
there he
straighten,
goes.
unfortunately. Great job, both drivers. We'll see what the judges have to say.
Danny Morris struggling a little bit to keep that thing sideways. The final rounds here.
E46 is rowdy.
Yeah, that 2JZ E46 is here to party. JP Wyndham.
Wonder how many BMW bros he pissed off with that move.
A lot of good BMW engine options, but the 2JZ remains to be a great one to stuff in any car.
Agreed.
Personally, I like the nice turbo M52.
Ooh, now you're talking.
Where are you at, Harry? Your cage in your car.
Ooh, call out. Round 2 coming up. You got some time. All right. Well, great replay here. You can kind of see, unfortunately for Daniel, quite a few straighten ups here. Again, not sure if there's something going on with his car. Just want to make sure we're reviewing, looking at both runs very clearly, making sure that both drivers are meeting the criteria of what they need for judging in terms of hitting those outer clips. And oh, that's off-putting. There we go. So now we've got the race data lab, so you can see it in replay this way. See a little bit of the details about the speed. There's that first straighten that we saw from Daniel.
Yeah, that one was pretty rough. He definitely straightened out pretty good there. And in there, he threw it in nice and early, but then again, right there at near the end of the hairpin, the car straightens out.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's just got, these guys have a lot of grip in these cars, and that car doesn't make a ton of power, so it's possible it's just, fighting to stay loose out there when he's...
Well, we are getting word that JP has gotten the win. Congratulations, JP. Daniel, fantastic driving. We hope to see you out here again soon.
Very nicely done. A little bit of love there at the starting line. A couple of Alabama boys giving each other high fives.
This is the battle I've been waiting for. I hate it had to happen this way, but Camel versus Chris Jennings.
Let's go.
S13 versus S13.
Battle of the green S13s here. One has both of its bumpers and one doesn't, so.
I'll give you a guess which one is which. Chris Jennings, very adamant about making sure he had his bumpers on. He and his crew were over there getting them thrown on.
That front bumper was in pieces, and they stuffed it back on the car. Kashad throwing it a little bit, not worrying about that as much, and just getting in there ready for battle. Look at them, both got the big wings. Are those big country labs or what? Because they are big, and they are country.
Yeehaw.
Camel in the lead, Kashad in the lead, Chris Jennings in the chase. Can that K24 chase down that JZ? Oh, no.
Oh, Camel.
No, he's good. He picked it up.
It was good. Yeah, it looks like it was clear.
Yeah. Oh! Chris Jennings sacrificing a little bit of angle to stay in there, but he was in there. And now Camel putting it on. He's been really consistent out front. That's Kashad on the S13.
Kashad putting on a smoke show. Chris kind of getting lost in the smoke back there, but he seems to be focused, caught right back up. Finish out, great run by both of these drivers.
Chris Jennings, Whoops Motorsports, putting it down.
Whoops Motorsports getting lots of love here today.
Oh, yeah. they're going through the bracket. Well, we got a high-speed
Hi-
recap.
oh! That's a good turbo.
I can hear my car's doo-doo-doo noises in my sleep. Oh, birds. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Pretty solid high-speed recap there. Might have been actual speed. I don't know. Maybe these
Yeah.
guys just put some grip in their car.
No, we can ask Wally, see what's
Yeah,
going on with
see.
race data labs data.
Wally, give us the kilometers per gallon.
1 million kilometers.
All right, here they go. Run number 2. Chris
Whoa,
Jennings.
Chris Jennings.
Chris Jennings did not initiate in time. It almost seems like there was a small issue there. Kashad not letting him fit. Oh no, the car had another little bobble there. Something's going on with that K24 DET, I have a suspicion.
But Chris is not backing down. He's keeping pushing forward.
Yeah, Kashad's cautiously running that door after those 2 bobbles up there, but oh wow, he just put it down on him. A bumper comes off. Kashad's gonna take that bumper out, so we can't talk about his being missing anymore. All right, Kashad hangs in there with a great follow despite a couple early bobbles by Chris Jennings in the low tide S13. Not sure what happened there, but it seemed like he missed the initiation when the car seemed like it shut down for a second.
Well, certainly seems like Camel is a fan favorite, so fans may get their wish to see Camel back in action.
Looks like it could happen.
Nothing against Chris. Fantastic driver. Unfortunately, seems like he's having some issues with his car. We'll check this out.
Replay. Kashad was already throwing in. Chris throws in a little late, but gets in there, and he's all right. And right when they're about to get boogieing on this inner clip, big early straighten and flick back on Chris Jennings' part. I wonder what happened there. Kashad managed to tighten up and get back in there after that crazy little transition move there.
There goes the bumper.
Couple S13s just partying down. This is a nice clip right here.
Good commitment from Kashad to seeing how Chris has been struggling with his car this whole lap and still sucking in there to make it look like a great run.
Both drivers using the power of 10-foot wings to slow down while they're sideways. I can appreciate it.
We should
Oh,
add
little
a
cone action.
downforce to race data labs data.
Big Country Labs on top. Of course, I'm assuming that's who that is. I don't know who else makes super big, awesome wings like that, but if they do, sorry. Still plugging the other boys. Just kidding.
So taking a look at the race data
Right
labs
there,
data
that
on
was
the
a
left.
really
Yeah.
close one.
Can
That
we
was a
back
really
up on
close
that?
swipe. Right here, you can see something happened up front right as Kashad was coming in. Chris Jennings' car completely changes direction a little early. Kashad straightening out, but seemed like only as a reaction to what happened there.
Well, these drivers are drawing quite a crowd. We're at 10,400 views right now. Keep liking and sharing. We're going to keep looking at this data, trying to figure out maybe what happened, but unfortunately I think it may have just could have been the late initiation that just threw Chris off for the rest of the lap. Maybe he got in his head.
Possible.
Could be something with his car itself. It's hard for us to know, but
Hard to say. We'll probably get some clarification at some point, perhaps in another interview in the pits there once these guys get through these battles, but something definitely caused a little bit of a misstep. And yeah, like Tara was saying, we're stoked to have 10,000 people passing through this thing today. We appreciate anyone that drops a like, shares the stream so everyone can watch, and to all 786 of our currently live viewers, thanks for rocking with us.
well, as expected, sounds like Kashad's going to get the win. Kashad, the camel,
All right.
bringing it back for Whoops Motorsports.
Solid.
Great run. Again, we've seen nothing but consistency out of Kashad. He's had so many great battles here, and he gets to stick it out for at least one more.
All right. Trevor Johnston and Paul Jimenez battling it out here.
I did talk to Trevor in the pits. Unfortunately, there's a little typo in his name, and it may be because we're running out of a little bit of room here, but it should be John Stone.
Yeah, it's funny because I know that, and I always say it, but then I read it instead of like thinking about it right now. I'm just reading it like, wait, it is John Stone.
Yeah, I know.
That's all right. Trevor Johnstone in the chase. Paul Jimenez in the lead. Trying to hang in there in that JZX.
Yeah, he is certainly getting a lot of work in this car this round. We'll see if he's able to get some things. I think he's just been struggling with the car. I didn't get a chance to talk with him, and we haven't been able to send Sarah over there to chat with him to see how he's doing mentally and how the car is doing, but maybe we can get some insight from her here in a bit.
Yeah, we'll see. I think he's just learning the car.
Agreed.
To be honest.
I don't blame him there.
I don't think he's driven it much.
No.
All
Paul cutting it short there just a little bit.
Right there, he is dangerous in that one spot, really. He keeps stalling right there or letting off a little bit much. But no!
Good stop by
Safe.
Trevor. Great save.
Solid crash avoidance right there. I don't think they touched. I couldn't see it from the front side, but Trevor's front right looks pretty clean.
It's got to be intimidating having that coyote screaming in your ear, but he is holding down solid. So great job to Paul. Unfortunately, a little spin out there. We'll send him back, put Trevor in the lead, see what happens.
All right, the JZX is fired back up. Both drivers are going to be able to move off the track under their own power. Jimenez trying to get a little practice lap in, and Johnstone just kind of chilling, saving some tire. Oh, they fixed the name. Thanks, boys.
Oh, thanks.
It's funny because we knew it, and I knew it, and I still said it just because I've read it. And that's something I've got to work on as an announcer. Like, I know what's happening, but my brain just tells me to read the thing.
All right, well, let's send it to Sarah real quick while we get Trevor in the lead and Paul in the chase. Sarah, what's up?
Thank you, Tara. I have both of the drivers from the Battle of the Wings down here. Both of these 240 drivers. That battle was so exciting, guys. Do you want to give me a little insight? What was going on in your head?
I just want to put on a show, big wing gang, and unfortunately it didn't happen, but I'd love to run it back if we could, to be honest. Put on a show for the crowd.
Well, we'll just have to catch you at another round. Yeah. How about yourself? That was some darn good driving. How do you feel?
I mean, the chase was great, and like, as he said, we should have put on a show with these cars. I feel like the people wanted to see it. I was just trying to go, and I couldn't get the car into gear in my lead run, so.
It happens. Whenever you're running cars at this level, mechanical failures, they are going to pop up. But I'll tell you what, you can't have a good chase without a good lead. You guys both put on a great show. Thank you guys so much. Some more brotherly love going on here, guys. Back to you.
Gotta love that brotherly love. Pit partners and friends.
Great energy from those guys in the pits. And as you just heard, sounds like the lead car missed a gear, Mr. Jennings, and got knocked out. So here we go. Back in the action with Trevor Johnstone in the lead, Paul Jimenez in the follow. Trevor, a little straighty over there, but he's going. That Mustang running away with it right now. Let's see if he can fill the outer zone. A little shallow. And we lost the JCX.
It is the Trevor show right now. Waiting for Paul to catch up. Not sure if he's going to be able to do it at this point. But hey, we will give him props. He's committed. He's seeing this run through all the way.
Trevor Johnstone with a clean lead lap.
Oh, yeah. Poor Chaser. Yeah, it looks like he is done. Paul, we hate it for you, my friend, but we hope we get to see you again here soon. And it's already unanimous. Trevor gets the win. Congratulations, Trevor Johnstone.
Trevor in the Mustang, taking the W and moving on. Solid little run there. I think a lot of people get upset about Z exhaust, but man, these new Mustangs are pretty loud. Everyone I see on the street blows my eardrums out. All right, looks like we got a couple of cars warming up. We got Taylor Hull and Dustin Patton in the burnout boxes. The Dirty South.
We're getting some feedback that it sounds like we've got another protest on our hands. Sounds like Andrew Grindle is going to protest his run against Ben Lee. So we'll do this run first since the drivers are already staged, ready to go, and then we'll get you some more info on that protest. So Taylor Hull in the lead, Dustin Patton in chase.
All right, both drivers looking ready. Josh checking in. He drops the hammer. They're off. Let's see if Dustin can keep up.
Oh, no, Dustin!
Taylor Hull with an exhibition lap as Dustin blows off the first corner, unfortunately, and not sure what happened there. Taylor taking full advantage of a practice lap here. Dustin getting it in while he can, keeping the tires hot. The little 350Z that might have overdove. I didn't really see what happened there, but
We hate it for Dustin, but man, what an epic battle to have.
I'm sorry. Wait, is it Dustin Patton or Dustin Motors? I keep calling him the wrong name.
No, it's Dustin Patton. That is his name.
I'm getting
but he is
chat just
Dustin
almost got
Patton
me.
of Dustin Motors.
Of Dustin Motors. See, chat tried to get me. And
I
they
know,
did for a
they're
second.
throwing your game.
All right, we're replaying this, and I'm going to watch that instead of getting lost in the chat here.
It's easy
So
to do.
Dustin throws in, but unfortunately, it looks like he was, I don't know, he just over-rotated the car. He never came back. We'll have to talk to him after this. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but he threw it in and it never came back. So we're going to have to see what he does in the lead. But I'm going to assume here, well, let's see. Let's watch. We got the graph up. We got the the race data labs. And, yeah, it didn't really look like Taylor slowed down much. Both drivers coming in. Dustin jumped on the brakes at the entry. Right as they went in there, as whole transition,
that
Dustin
angle.
just went away.
Yeah, look at that angle. He just completely angle stalled, it looks like, and it spun him around.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think he was really trying to throw it in there to keep up, and unfortunately it kind of didn't work out in his favor there.
Well,
he almost touched. Looks like he touched him.
He did touch. Yeah, that's a good angle there, guys.
All right, here they go. Dustin in the lead. Dustin Patton, a.k.a. Dustin Motors. And Taylor Hull in the chase. I'm willing to bet he's going to play it safe. Yep, Taylor Hull just doing a good job of mimicking Dustin's line, keeping it pretty mellow, not getting too caught up and being too close to him. He did get pretty close right there on that little spot in the sweeper. Here they go into the hairpin. Dustin running wide. Taylor hangs on to it, just closes the gap for the final corner. Well played.
Very well played. Same comment I made about Trevor. It's got to be intimidating having Taylor Hull right in your ear. We will see what the judges have to say. Let's watch this replay. Dustin in the lead. Dustin doing a good job. I mean, he is running a great lead run. Trying to get this angle here from that third corner there. Can't really quite tell from this view, but it looks like he did put down a great lead run. Maybe a little bit of a dirt, hit the cone there. Did not see that in the beginning, but yeah, unfortunately, I think with that initial spin, we did see that it was contact. Looks like based on the data from Race Data Labs, it was not impacted by Taylor Hull's speed. May have just been a little bit of a run up, and of course, Dustin had all of that angle thrown in it, anticipating going into that corner hard, but unfortunately he spun it around. So we're looking at the Race Data Labs data right now. Not sure if we have any commentary from the judges just yet, but as soon as we're ready, we'll get that over to you.
Yeah, you can see Taylor kind of mimicking the line.
That's
He's
the
actually
view
a
I was
little more
looking for.
outside. Yeah. Pretty good there. Hull's chase was pretty sound. Yeah, it looks like from what we've seen here, this was not the same scenario as the last one where the lead car slowed down and pinched Dustin's spot. It looks like he just overcooked it a little bit.
Yep.
Well, we're going back to that right now on the race data labs. So here we are. You can see Dustin throws it in, and right there, it looks like he just got a little too hot on the having to slow it down. He was really, I think he was trying to wind the car up to go in for the absolute kill on the first outer zone. And you can see the speed differentiation doesn't really change. Hull kind of stays on the throttle. Actually goes up a couple kilometers per hour. And then right then, Dustin's just gone. He just overcooked it. Man, that's tough. I know he was probably winding that thing up to slingshot inside to try and keep up with that Corvette, or Monte Carlo vet. Monte Carvette.
Vetlo?
Monty Python's Flying Corvette Circus.
Well, we're waiting for some final feedback from the judges. Looks like we're getting close to a decision here. I'm trying to see what they're looking at here with this particular view. They've been going back over the starting line. This is, again, the lead run with Taylor Hull. Dustin in the follow where he had a little bit of contact here, but...
Yeah, they were circling the speed a minute ago, and you could tell that Hull really didn't drop much. He barely, actually almost went up right before the transition. And right there, Dustin just cooked himself, unfortunately, looks like. I can't see anything else going on there. I'm sure that if he had been where he wanted to be, he was ready to slingshot in for a door on the outer zone, but unfortunately it's just a little too much.
All right, well, Will, I see you've got your ears on. You ready to give us an update?
Nope,
Not
he
quite
says no.
yet.
He says no. He said, no, stop that.
Stop. 1, 2, 3, not it.
No, we got the camera on you now, buddy. We can see every move. Judges just really going over this, making sure they're getting the right call. It's very interesting to see all this, the replay through the Wally system. Shout out again, Race Data Labs and their Wally system, aiding the judging decisions, making it, the replays just crazy to analyze everything that's going on.
So one of the things that's going to be interesting as we go into round 2 is the drivers will have a in-car camera so that we can get a little bit more action from inside. That'll be coming to you round 2. Had to get some things figured out to get that going just for this round, but it's like we're getting the spin out from the replay. And I'm sure if we had an in-car camera with Dustin right now,
I don't think these judges...
he would be frustrated.
Yeah, he was... yeah. So we're just going to watch Dustin spin out 10 times. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, buddy.
Look at that angle, man.
Yeah, he was fully in it, trying to bring it back.
He was committed.
For sure, if the car had transitioned where he wanted it to, he would have been in the zone. But, yeah, unfortunately, when you're riding that edge, it just doesn't always come back. If you're in the live chat, drop who you think should have won that battle. It's okay to be right or wrong. There's no real, you know. Wow, they came really close.
Wow. I mean,
I think, you know, if anything, he might have even had to tap the brakes or something right there. I'm sure he'll confirm that later, or if he just what he did. But right there, wow, they were so close. He was just too close.
But good aggressive driving from Dustin.
Oh, yeah.
We will absolutely give him that.
Love to see it. I mean, like I said, I'm sure that if he had just been a little bit different position and where he wanted to be, he was winding up to shoot into the right spot to be there with the Taylor Hull through that first outer zone. But
well, the chat seems to think OMT, so I don't know.
The chat says one more.
Of course the chat's going to say OMT. Come on now.
The chat says Camel 1. So
Is Camel 1 the new, is LZ gone yet?
No, they've been saying that too. Everybody wants to know when LZ is gone.
Oh.
I think he's actually got his own event going on this weekend.
He does, indeed. Hopefully they had good conditions. Haven't been able to watch anything of that this weekend. Also had Indy happening up here in Birmingham, Alabama. So lots going on with motorsports this weekend.
We'd love to see it.
Which makes your presence here even more important, so we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of options, not only in this day and age, but just this weekend in general. So thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and these drivers have a lot of options as well. When Klutch Kickers first started in 2017, there wasn't a lot of grassroots style competitions, especially making the kind of payouts that Klutch Kickers is. So continuing that journey, still 100K, 10K on the line for this round. So we'll see. We're getting closer to finding out who's going to be taking home some cash. Well, I know we've been looking at this over and over. This is really for the judges' benefit, but we do know who you want to see. So, Sarah, we've got you in the pits. Who have you got with you, Sarah? Oh, no audio on you, Sarah, my friend. Can you hear me?
Nope.
There we go. I got you now.
Just a little delay for the people. I've been bothering Trevor Johnstone here. He has been clawing his way up through the lower bracket, and I want to talk to you a bit about your ride. This Mustang, you said, is relatively stock, right?
Yep, just has a tune, angle kit, suspension. That's about it. It makes 450.
Still, even though we've been watching you wheel this thing all the way up through the lower bracket, you've been clawing your way, like I said before. How does that make you feel? Are you pumped for the rest of the competition?
Oh, yeah, it's been a fight, but we're in it, and we're just going to keep giving our best.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of it. I'll get out of your hair.
Thank you.
Awesome. So just a quick update. Looks like Dustin and...
We're fine.
We got you, Will. Hang tight just a second. Just wanted to give everybody who heard Taylor Holes, because you can very clearly hear it come off the track. But both Taylor and Dustin did come off the track. So, Will, we're going to send it back over to you. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
So we were reviewing that entry to see what happened there with the speed exactly. So we were looking very carefully at Taylor Holes' entry speed throughout, his initiation to the transition to outer zone 1. We feel after looking at the information that he remained pretty neutral with his speed, so his speed wasn't what caused Dustin to have that mistake on the lead run.
Got it.
Yep, that's it. So Taylor Hole gets the win and moves on.
All right, so you heard it from Will. Taylor Hole gets the win and moves on. So with that, we'll get ready for our next battle, and it looks like, again, another battle of friends, another battle of somewhat locals. We'll consider Cabot a local, but Cabot and Brandon Bass.
Yeah, Cabot might as well be a local. He's been driving here since he could drive, and maybe before that. And he's well known out here for both driving and competing at random little stuff. He's been out spring break a few times and competed in that. If you would call that a competition, it's more like making fun of competitions. But
essentially, yeah.
He's basically a hometown guy here. Even I'm not actually sure exactly where they're out of, but he's here enough to be considered. And then we got Brandon Bass, local cat, been here since MidPond has been open, as far as I can tell, even before his car made 600 horsepower. So...
Awesome. Well, while we're waiting, just a reminder, we do still have a protest in the works, which is one of the things the judges are working on now. So we're going to hold Cabot and Brandon here for just a little bit. But it sounds like Sarah's got Dustin Patton in the pits. Sarah, over to you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. I am lucky to get a minute of this man's time. You said earlier, and we got to talk about it, that you were sending that either way because there's no other way to battle a car with that much more horsepower. The judges were deliberating for quite a while about your battle. Tell me what was going through your head.
I mean, I wish I put a better lead run together. That was garbage on my part. The chase, I really should have just held up a little bit. I know that I need to be within an inch of that man on a transition to even have a chance to keep up with him on that large sweeper. So it's one of those things where I feel like he decelerated a little bit, similar with Andrew, and it's not the same. I don't know what the data yet. I haven't looked at a Wally. It's a new technique. It's a new style. It's a technical course. I need to send it with full power and have my foot down, and he was in the way. So.
Gotcha. So you do bring up a great point. We do have that data from the Wally that you can look at, to get through this battle that just happened, but also for future battles as well and future rounds. Thank you so much for being a great sport. Thanks for coming out today. We're going to go ahead and take a quick walk around the pits, you know, just see what's going on. We are pretty deep in the competition, and while there is a protest going on from Grindle, who's just behind us, you know, we're moving quickly. So we have Camel here. He's still in it. He's excited. Smiles on his faces. He's ready. Are you stoked for? Okay, maybe put that away for a minute. I don't know if that's what you're into.
I'm a little excited. We still in here. It's nice.
Your boys are popping off. The vibe in the pit is high.
Yeah, we're hyped. We're excited to be here, and we're getting somewhere, so it's great.
Sounds like you're prepared to throw down for your next battle.
Let's go. Yeah, we battled earlier before the double elimination, so it's going to be a rematch.
Love it. All right, we can't wait for your rematch.
Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you so much. We'll keep walking here. So we have some pit vehicles, some sport vehicles in the pits right now. Everyone's kind of getting ready for their next battles. A little bit of downtime, but we're doing good here. This competition has flown by. So let's see if we can cross the pit. Just talk to Taylor. He did just win his battle against Dustin. See if he's got a quick second for us. Hey, Taylor. We are live right now. You got a quick second for us. How you feeling? This is battle 4. Now I got this one right? How are you feeling coming off that win?
Pretty good. I'm not sure what took so long to figure out that he hit me and spun out, but you know, we're feeling good. The car's really doing awesome, so I'm dialed in, and a little bit of weeper. Got some water coming through in the first turn there. I hit some of that in the chase, so I got to make sure to remember that and not get the back tires in there. But yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, water's still haunting us a little bit from yesterday, but not too bad, and you seem to be handling it fine. So good luck with the rest of your battle. You're going into the finals, buddy. Congratulations.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's keep walking and see if we can get anything else going on here. Oh, yeah. A moment for the vehicle, right? Gosh darn, it's good looking. And if you guys, this is Monte Carlo body, I believe, on top of a Corvette frame. Really similar cars. Obviously, we got, you know, Chevy platform, near and dear to my own heart. It's a piece of work, and you know, we are doing it for Dale out here today. I'm not picking any favorites in the pits, but if you've got, you know, LS platform under the hood, we're friends. All right, let's see what else we can get on here. So we do have Bass. Okay, so our next battle with Bass, he's down there, he's chilling. Another great story for him fixing his car. We saw that earlier on the live stream. I didn't know if he was going to make it out, and not only did he make it back out, he made it into the top 4. So it's like, what more could you ask for here? So let's go ahead and swing back through the pit, see if we can get any more drivers to talk to him. We do have quite a few drivers on our hot grid getting ready to battle, but our judges at the moment are just taking a look at that protest from Grindle. And we'll make sure to let you guys know what they decide, any more details we have, so you can feel like you're here with us on the action. Drop us a comment in the live stream. Tell us how much you're loving it. Comment on social media. And with that said, we're going to toss it back up to our booth so they can tell you what's going on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sarah. So, lots going on in the pits. A little quiet right now, but everybody's kind of focused on getting their driving course. We've got some drivers who are up here with their bigger trailers doing some major maintenance, hopefully not major maintenance, but making sure that they're able to make it for their next battle. Yep. So, why don't we take a look at the winners brackets while we're here and waiting for some clearance on what's going on with our protest.
All right, so it looks like we're going to, oh, well, we just got through Hull and Patton, so Hull's going to move on to the top 2 in the winners bracket. And then we've got our next battle coming up between Brandon Bass and Cabot Cardoso. That should be a good one.
So let's switch back over to the losers bracket, a.k.a.
the lower bracket.
The lower bracket, yeah.
All right, so let's see.
So Lee and Wyndham is the call, or excuse me, just a reminder, Lee and Grindle is the call that is in protest. Not sure how that's going to play out, but we'll see.
But at this moment, so didn't see Lee. So yeah, they're still waiting on that protest that Grindle threw out. And yeah, and then Johnstone and Parson.
Yeah, so regardless, whoever comes out of that battle is going to have to go up against out of the protest, I should say, is going to go up against JP Wyndham.
Yeah.
So should be a couple of interesting battles coming up here.
I think we're going to have some good ones here in this top section. And yeah, a couple of these next matchups should be a really good one. And then from there out, it's definitely going to be a little bit more of a match. Obviously, we saw kind of a low-power battle versus a high-power battle just now, with Dustin having to give it everything he could to stay in there with Taylor. And yeah, his next couple cars might be a little more evenly matched. It should be a little more rowdy.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I'm certainly stoked to see this next battle. Again, we've got two local heroes, Cabot, who's been doing runs up in Canada, doing, what is that series that he's been doing? Do you remember?
I can't think of the name of that. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Canada.
I should know. It's okay. I should remember, but I cannot.
That's all right. But hey, it sounds like we got another interview in the pits. Sarah's
Sarah,
running around there
she is
putting in work.
hustling.
Let's go to that. Oh.
No audio on you, Sarah, my friend.
Oh, we're mic'd up. The camera's on you for
I
sure.
see they've been pawning off Dr. Peppers, though.
Got the DPs. Heavy DP.
We're having a Dr. Pepper. We're enjoying. You're done for the day, but you're being a great sport. You're going to talk to me, chat it up with some Dr. Pepper. What was your thoughts about competition today?
It was solid. I can sleep good at night, I guess. Costing a transmission, being the probably slowest V8 out here for sure. But I definitely feel like JP or Taylor is going to win the competition, and that's really the best hope. Is if you're going to lose, you want to lose to somebody that's going to podium. So
That's a great way to look at it. So how many neutrals do you have right now?
2.
That's one too many, baby. And did you want to give us any more insight on some changes for the car, possibly for another round?
yeah, we're ballparking a 1J or maybe a CDO swap with some nitrous, but not sure if it's worth it.
I would prioritize that trans, buddy. All right, but thank you for the Dr. Pepper. I'll let you kick back. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you being here and hanging in with us while we wait for this protest. Looks like the judges are deliberating. We've got actually pretty much the whole staff. We've got the race director. We've got our tech inspector. We've got pretty much everybody in the judges' booth right now looking over the race data labs and looking at the replays, of course. Thank you.
Watching some replays.
Well, so we know several drivers are going to have to make some changes to their cars before our next run, but let's take a look at how much time they've got. So our next round is going to be July 4th through 6th. A little patriotism with our round 2. And, of course, round 3 will be September 26th through 28th. Going into October when it'll start to be a little bit cooler here in Alabama, 24th through 26th. And then we'll finalize it right before we go into the Thanksgiving holiday with our grand finale, round 5, November 21st through the 23rd. So if you have not signed up yet, you can easily do so by going to the KlutchKickers.com website, going to driver registration. You have several different options on how you can do so. There is the season pass holder, which will now be the late season pass holder since we've already gone through round 1, but you do still have an opportunity to get a season pass that will get you in for 4 rounds and still get you in with the championship dollars during round 5. If you want to just try it out and play it per round, show up. Come in per round. You can certainly register by round, and then you have the option to join us for practice as well. So Friday practices, we actually had a couple guys do that. Worked out in their favor because this particular round, we didn't have quite enough drivers to do qualifying, so everybody made the field. So you're automatically in the money, or getting your chance for the money,
You're
I should
automatically
say.
in the running to get it, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, until this builds up a little more and has a few more drivers. And we hope more drivers are going to show up and show out because we are running the show regardless. So if there's less drivers, that's more for you. And if there's more drivers, that's just a lot. It's just a better show. So we hope that more people start filling in and filling out and getting in here and signing up. But yeah, I guess the
awesome.
A lot of talking going on over there in the tower. They're figuring some things out, and we're just trying to fill that space.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sounds like they're going to want to take a quick break here. So we'll give you a quick production break and grab a beer if you're at home. None of the drivers. We hear you. No drivers drinking beer. We don't do that. That's spring break bash. I'm kidding.
We don't even do that
kidding.
there. I've never done that.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you had a second to grab a beverage and join us back again. Sounds like our judges have come to a decision in the protest with Andrew Grindle and Ben Lee, and it sounds like they are going to uphold their decision. So Ben Lee will proceed with the next round, going up against JP Wyndham.
All right. That's going to be a solid battle.
Agreed.
Obviously, every driver wants to claw for their way at the top. So, you know, as we get closer to these battles towards the end, people are going to protest because they want in the show.
Hey,
And,
who can blame them?
Yeah, can't blame them there. But in this case, the judges uphold. And I think Brandon Lee is going to be a good battle with JP Wyndham. Both those cars are making like 700 horsepower, 6 to 700 horsepower
like that, yeah.
between the JZ and the Turbo 3.7. So that should be pretty good. They run in pretty similar lines through the day. So hoping to see a good battle.
Indeed. Well, we should be getting ready to send Cabot Cardoso and Brandon Bass here in just a little bit. So 350Z with LS Swap versus Brandon Bass in the Mark III Supra. And he's got a 2J in that 1J?
Yeah, it's 2JZ car. I believe it's 2JZ car. It might
Should
have
be
been a
2J.
1J at one point, but
It is a 1.
It's a 1J?
I was right. Go with your instinct.
see, I
knew.
called it a 2J
knew.
earlier, and
knew.
I second guessed myself, and I was like, damn, 1JZ gang. I should have known. God's motor. But yeah, no, yeah, that's that. That's a pretty powerful 1JZ. He's been ripping in that thing for a while, so
Yeah,
that'll
absolutely.
be good.
Well, while we wait for these drivers to get lined up at the starting line, please let us know your thoughts. We know there's been a lot of different things bouncing around with Klutch Kickers, and we certainly understand that the OG team has done a fantastic job of getting us to this point. They really put in great work and made it look easy. 1, 2, 3, not it. It wasn't me. Put in great work and made it look so easy. So shout out to the previous OG Klutch Kickers team who did a fantastic job of getting us to this point. But we still have a lot of rounds left to go, and we want your feedback. We know that there was some confusion with the social media and not having a lot of presence just yet. That is something, of course, we are working on, so we do appreciate your patience with that.
Thank you for the leniency.
Yeah, well, you know, and the Klutch Kickers energy, it takes a different vibe, and it takes a certain personality and a certain creative perspective. So you got to find the right person to fill that job. And the last thing we
Absolutely.
want to do is put somebody in there that's going to be super boring and not be able to answer your questions. So we want to make sure we've got the right person for the job in there for you.
That's right.
So
And when we do, we'll be running a little smoother with a little more information for you guys.
Absolutely.
A
Well,
lot
we
more,
have
hopefully.
Well, and we have so many great teams here, too. So what you're not seeing behind the scenes is we have a full production team. Lights Out Loud, LOLAV, if you will. But Lights Out Loud Productions is a fantastic team to work with. They're the ones who have been working with us to get you the great camera angles. Still working on the drone footage, but hey, it's coming. We had a couple mishaps with the drone today, but hey, we're still able to get a lot of great camera angles, plus the contributions from the Wally system, Race Data Labs, giving us a lot of information for both the judges, the drivers, and you, the spectators.
Yep, we appreciate everyone's effort, both behind the scenes and in front of it. So it's been a lot to get here. Working our way through this first weekend has been interesting, to say the least, and everyone's had a good attitude about that. We appreciate it so much. Shout out to y'all out there in the crowd, getting a little camera action. Wave to the camera for us. Wave to the live stream. We got 700 people rocking and rolling. And yeah, thanks everyone for joining us on this little journey here.
Well, it looks like our drivers are getting ready to go into the burnout backs. I think what we're waiting for before we send Brandon and Cabot is we do need to get Ben Lee. Looking at Brandon, talking about Ben, but we need to get Ben Lee out on the track. So yeah.
See what's happening here. Sounds like someone out there's got a hot mic, because I can hear those cars running
Yeah,
over
for
the
sure.
speaker system. So.
Well, as you can see, we're looking out over the track that's going to be expanded here soon, and this is going to be exciting. I know Dustin and I were talking about this earlier, so if you hadn't joined us earlier, this is the new track layout that you can expect with our track expansion. So it could be run 2 different ways. You could have a track running simultaneously with 2 different courses, essentially, so 1 blocked off, so you can run 2 tracks simultaneously, or you could do 1 giant circuit. But this new track layout is going to offer a lot of elevation changes, something that we don't really have at a lot of our tracks here in the Southeast, simply because, well, it's flat.
Right.
It's I come from Florida. All of our tracks are usually skid pads. We do have some tracks.
Sure. We have a lot of elevation in Georgia, but not a lot of tracks that are accessible that follow that elevation. So,
Agreed.
you know, we've got some good options, but also a lot of flatter surfaces. So we're really excited to incorporate that here at MidPond. As far as I'm concerned, despite the fact that I live 4 hours away in Georgia, MidPond has been one of the best things to happen to southeastern drifting in a long time, and this expansion is just going to double down on that by having one of the coolest tracks right in our backyard here, accessible to people in several different states, and people are already traveling here from pretty far away for this series, for the party events that I've been to, both the spring break and trip to the pond and all these major events. Guys are traveling from so far away, and when this next expansion hits, it's just going to be all that more exciting for people to come this direction. So really excited, really looking forward to it. The anticipation is real.
It's very real.
Very real.
So we're waiting on final dates of when that's going to happen. Should be towards 2026, but stay tuned. A lot of work to be done before we can get to that point. So Cabot Cardoso in the burnout box, shaking down his car real quick, making sure he's ready, got those tires warmed up before he goes up against his friend, Brandon Bass.
Yeah, this should be a good one. We got Brandon Bass in the lead. He knows the party line here, and he will run it. Cabot Cardoso in that 350Z, like he said in the pits, he's just got to clear his mind and figure out a little bit to be in the right spot in the pocket for the chase. But let's see if he can figure it out as they go into outer zone 1. Cabot right there with him. Whoa, little straight. Uh-oh. Little mistake there by Cabot, but he gets back on the gas and he's chasing him down.
He has given him no space at all. Lots of good pressure.
Oh, all right.
Brandon dirt drops right
Brandon's
there.
a little wide, but Cabot's not letting him get away.
Both of them blowing smoke, full commit as they go into this inner hairpin. Oh, Brandon slows way down. Maybe he's trying to throw Cabot off, but he still fills out that inner hairpin quite nicely. Great driving by both drivers.
Solid battle right
That
there.
was a great battle, probably one of our top two.
Let's see, we're going back to the replay here. It looks like Cabot got a little offline going inside, which is happening a lot today in this first corner as drivers try to dive in right there. Brandon's car is not the fastest out of that pocket there, and so Cabot had to reset and adjust a little bit. He did a great job of picking it back up. Brandon goes a little wide on outer zone 3. Cabot staying fully committed to stay with him in the sweeper and manages to hang in there, just flick it straight into the back hairpin. Solid little driving by these guys. Solid exhibition of driving. It's crazy. You can see when someone goes off and how they deal with that and adjust, and that makes a big difference in every single run.
Well, let's see what that 1J can do up against this LS Swap 350Z.
Cabot throws it in. Brandon dips a tire on the inside. Cabot runs perfect. Cabot perfect through the first couple zones. Brandon falls back a little bit in outer zone 2. Cabot is taking off right now. A little shallow, but still ripping. That car is fast. Can he stay to the outer zone? Looks like he's pretty in there.
Looks like he did.
I didn't see any above views, but Cabot definitely had the speed line there, pulling off Brandon's Supra. That 350Z has a lot of grip.
Yes, it does. Well, and his dad is the one who does all of his work for him. He has really done a fantastic job of dialing in that car.
Oh, yeah.
Just look at how he's able to just immediately out the gate.
As soon as he came out of that zone, that first outer zone, he shot straight through the inner zone on the inside right there. He was a little shallow, it looks like, right there going over the pond. But Brandon doing his best to keep up there. But right after that, it looks like he was getting pulled on a little bit through the sweeper. But we'll see if the judges feel like that was because of the faster car or if he was a little bit inside on the zone there. My view of it wasn't too hot.
Yeah.
But that was a good little battle between these two local rippers here. Got the judges are reviewing the Wally.
I don't know. I think Camel won.
That's what the
What do you
chat thinks too.
I'm like you. I'm trying not to read the chat because I keep getting sucked
I
into
know. You
conversations.
have to you can't read. You just have to glance at it because it's so much going on. It'll mess you up. I did it earlier. You tried to ask me something, and I was like totally lost. Like, whoops. Maybe I should pay attention to what's happening.
Well,
but
we
we do
do
want to
have-
engage with the chat a little bit.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we got the race data labs information pulled up. We're kind of following along. Judges aren't quite ready to talk to us about a ruling,
No.
but we'll kind of play along with them while they look over the data from these last 2 runs.
Yeah, and for the viewers following along with us, you guys can watch this as well. And you can see, oh, they switched it up on us. Switched the camera on us. I lied. Made a liar out of me. But either way, these guys are reviewing the data, and it is there. They can see where these cars are exactly on track, which is pretty wild. They're reviewing, looks like the differences in angle, some of the lines. You can tell where some of the cars are staying put in the outer and slowing down a little bit. Right there. Cabot came really close.
Yeah, it was
He
almost
did
a hit. I'm surprised it wasn't.
Well, it wasn't because it looks like he straightened out just a hair to let Brandon squeeze by, and I mean a hair. If Cabot had stayed in it, there would have been contacts. That was really solid maneuver on his part. Unfortunately, might have cost him being a little too far inside unless the judges see a way to fault Brandon for where he transitioned or something. But from here, it looks like Cabot ran a little too tight on the inside, and they probably just about traded paint and only didn't crash because he let out and reinitiated, which is good on him.
Yeah,
But
he,
yeah,
d-
that
he
was
does
tight.
have the power to get back into it
Yeah.
quickly, which is exactly why we saw him being able
Yeah.
to stick it right back to Brandon's door as they came around the sweeper at the pond.
Absolutely jumped right back in there. You can see on the replay right now, he's not that far inside, but right there. He backs out and lets him by. And then right back on his door. Solid.
Well, we'll continue to let the judges debate and deliberate. Not sure. Can you see the speed on Brandon's run?
Looks like 65 kilometers per hour, so I'm not exactly sure.
Well, it sounds like they've made a decision, and Cabot Cardoso gets the win.
Oh, Cabot takes the win.
Cabot.
He must have, I'm assuming that his lead run really gave him the advantage there. I'm not sure. It's also possible that the judges may have found some faults in what they were looking at. And we're going to have to see what they say about that. But they were clearly reviewing a point where both drivers were coming from outer zone 1 to inner zone 1. And Cabot did seem to straighten out right there. It's potential they may find a fault in the lead run right there or a difference in the speed that maybe gave him that advantage, as normally that straighten would count against him. But there's a lot of factors here, especially with all the data they're reviewing. So be interesting to see how they came to that conclusion. And obviously, Cabot had a high-speed attack in the lead. So whatever he did, it worked. and Cabot moves on.
Cabot's got good strategy. He's got a good level head. So whatever zen he was doing in the pits to prepare himself for this battle seems to have worked in his favor.
It worked. Yeah, good job, dude.
Well, I'm hearing word that there's another protest in the works. Not sure who it is, but we're narrowing down on our drivers list, so we could probably start to speculate here. We'll let you speculate. We don't want to bait you into concern here, but as soon as we figure out who this additional protest is, we'll let you know.
Yep. Keep you guys posted as best we can. These boys flashing their wallets. Trying to get that protest.
Hey, man, these people pay a lot of money to
That's
be
right.
here. It takes a lot of money to get here. Well, sorry, we're just hearing that Sarah's ready for us, too. So, Sarah, speaking of the man, the myth, the legend, the mechanic, we've got Cabot Cardoso's dad, Robert. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
Hi, guys. We do have Robert Cardoso here. His son just won his battle. He's heading into the finals with Taylor Hull. How do you feel as both his crew chief and his dad right now?
Fantastic. He's been doing awesome all day long, all weekend, so we're ready to hit it. Good to go.
Love it. Confident, smooth. He's got it together. Anything else you want to add?
Nope, just a great kid and loves the sport, and he's going to hammer down.
Love it. I'll let you guys get to it. I interrupted him in the middle of prepping the car. Awesome. We'll get you really quick. How do you feel going into the finals?
I feel good. I'm excited to go up against another fast car, so it'll be fun. It'll be high energy, high volume, everything, so it'd be awesome. Thanks.
And you were fast out there, gripping it and ripping it. We'll let him get into it. They got to prep their car for their battle. We do have a few more battles to see, and of course, the judges are deliberating right now, so it will be a little break. He's got plenty of time. But right now, as we can see, the pits are a buzz. It's emptied out. People are on the track. They're prepping the cars. They're changing tires. Let's see if Brandon would mind being a good sport and letting us know about that battle there. He's changing his shoes right now, so we'll just go ahead and interrupt. I've been bugging you all day. How do you feel almost all the way? Losing to a buddy, though. How do you feel?
Oh, it's good. It's still going to, MidPond Brothers, keeping it going. I've been on the same set of tires all day, so made it kind of far. Just ran out of tire. Couldn't go anywhere.
Love it. Thank you so much. Great job today. We're going to also go back here and see if we can't talk to some of the fans, given that this is the first round of Klutch Kickers at MidPond, and see what everyone's, doing hanging out by the pond. It's a great time. The vibes are high, I will say, for myself. Excellent weather. I'm glad that we did wait for, a little bit better weather here. How's it going, guys? You enjoying watching the show? We're going to come here and bother you. I really like your shorts.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
What do you think of Klutch Kickers being in MidPond now?
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's a beautiful venue here. It's fresh air, beautiful trees, clear skies, no problems.
What more could you want? What more could you want? Thank you so much. I gotta know the Hawaiian shirt. I must know. I'm judging everyone based on their outfits right now, but we can rock with it. Hey, I really like your shirt.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
What was your thought process when you got dressed this morning?
I wear crazy shirts every day, so this is one of my tame ones.
Really?
Yeah.
This is one of his tame ones. You're just here to shake it up. Yeah. Has anyone else called you out for your dress before?
I matched the shoes with it too, so it's just a vibe.
All right,
MidPond vibe.
Stay out of the mud today, mister. How are you enjoying Klutch Kickers round 1 here at MidPond?
Oh, it's fun. It's a lot of fun, yeah.
Are you a regular to the track? You local?
I've been twice. I was able to link the track, but I'm driving my daughter's car. She's 14 and comes out here, and this is her third time ever watching drifting. So she came out last weekend, and she's driving the track, so it's a lot of fun.
Okay, so I have more questions. You're a driver here, so you've taken laps at MidPond.
I have. I'm not very good, but he has shown me a lot of stuff.
That's okay. What do you drive?
I'm driving my daughter's purple 350Z.
Amazing. So taken right after Hannah. We've got 2 chicks, 2 purple 350Zs. Love it. What's the dog's name?
Lulu.
I think we need some Lulu footage, right? Let's zoom in on that beautiful Lulu. Well-behaved, enjoying the sun. It's a good day out here today. Thank you so much. Lulu, do you have anything to add? Riveting stuff here. I'd love to get a duck on if we could. We'll head down here. What's up, guys? Hanging out at the picnic table, enjoying the time, enjoying the competition?
Having a blast out here.
Yeah, all right. Is this your first time at MidPond, or you come out here all the time?
4 or 5 times, maybe.
All right, good enough, good enough. Are you guys going to come back for the next round?
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Thank you so much. We're going to come down to the front here. No one's safe. Everyone's getting bothered. Hey, guys, how's it going? Hanging out? I like your shirt.
Thank you, Sid, ma'am. I'm from the Gulf Coast.
Okay. Awesome. So you're a big fan of Cletus then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you enjoying the show out here today?
I'm loving it. I haven't been here since 21 on the Gulf Coast.
Okay. Awesome. So how do you feel about Klutch Kickers being at MidPond? Are you excited for the season?
Yeah, this is a nice facility, and I'm hoping I can come back.
Yeah, and as we can see here, it's obviously a family affair. We're taking a quick break, enjoying. Hey, do you want to talk to the fans? Do you want to say anything to everyone online?
Yeah.
First of all, here, come on here. Look, baby, turn around. I love your Star Wars shirt.
Yeah, I have a Star Wars shirt. It has R2-D2 and its friend. So I'm very good at doing stuff, and it's pretty cool. I always get to the racers racing. The charter just got to warm up the like tires.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm going to send them your resume so that you can take my job next time. It looks like they're getting their tires warmed up, so we're going to go ahead and throw it back up to the booth. Get ready for this battle. Thank you guys so much. It was great talking to some of the fans, getting down and dirty with everybody, enjoying the show here. So we're going to toss it back up to Tara. Thank you guys so much. We're having a blast at MidPond.
I love it. I love the energy. I love the young future drifters. This is fantastic.
Nice.
Well, as you can hear the cars in the background, we're getting ready to get started, which means we did hear that the protest was with Dustin and Taylor Hull. Sounds like that protest was overturned, so the decision will uphold. So we got Lee versus JP.
All right.
Oh, got an old banner there. We'll ignore that. This is Lee versus JP.
Brandon Lee, JP Wyndham in the chase. Let us go. All right, JP had to shorten up there, but he's back on the outside line. Both drivers filling out the zones here. Oh, JP a little on the inside. He gets a little bobbly there, but he's holding on to it.
Somebody's breaking up seriously. Sounds like JP.
Yeah, I think JP's struggling a little bit. Lee seemingly holding it down. Yeah. Decent little battle there. I'm not sure if JP's having a little bit of something going on. Had a couple little bobbles there. I couldn't tell. The cars make so much power and smoke, it's hard to tell if one actually was going down or what. But it sounded like one of them was missing just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to suspect it was probably JP. Hopefully it's not something that's going to hold him back, but we'll see what happens when he is in the lead. Waiting for clearance to send these drivers on. Kevin not doing his job, taking photos of the drivers instead. Josh patiently waiting to make sure we can send these drivers on. Sounds like he may have permission. Oh, no, that sad face. Gotta love it. We're all friends and family here. We've got a great vibe, as Sarah mentioned. She's doing a fantastic job in the pits. Looks like the judges were taking a little bit of a closer look, so that's part of our hold up here. They just wanted to see that first run in a little bit more detail before we send these drivers on for their second.
Well, we got a little bit of space here. It looks like there was a protest between Dustin and Taylor, and the protest didn't hold, so Taylor's going to continue. Let's get back into this battle. JP Wyndham in the lead now. Ben Lee in the chase. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nice through the outer zone. Ben Lee laying it on thick right now.
Little three-wheel action.
Yeah, JP getting after it with a lot of angle right there. Ben on the inside, trying to hang tough. Both cars seem to be running good this run. Whoa!
Oh, little surge there. Not sure if JP slowed down, but man, Ben has been on him. That was a fantastic battle. Great driving, guys.
Good driving.
Yeah, it was hard to tell. There's so much smoke. It was difficult to see from this perspective, but it looks like I couldn't tell. Ben kind of threw it out just a little bit. I think he may have crossed the line for finish, but not quite sure.
And yeah, just going back, I kind of got cut short because the battle fired up there, but there was a protest. Dustin against Taylor. The judges have decided to hold their decision and stick with Taylor Hull's win on that, so he is going to continue to the finals with Cabot Cardosa. Now let's get back to reviewing this last lap with JP in the lead and Brandon Lee in the follow. Looked like both drivers were really sticking it through the first zone there. Brandon Lee ended up way inside early on outer zone 2, but he, oh, did I just say it wrong again?
Ben Lee.
Ben Lee. God, I'm sorry, Ben. I've been calling you Brandon all day, man. I'm sorry. But Ben Lee kind of sorting out his line there in the chase and still trying to stick it to JP Wyndham in the E46. Little left foot braking action right before he gets on the throttle and dives into the hairpin. Solid rip from these guys. Couple of 600 or 700 horsepower cars getting down out there.
I love this shot. Oh, this is such an awesome angle because you really get to see, of course, JP throwing smoke. Can't see Ben Lee somewhere back there. Yeah. Probably very close, right on his door, as we can see. Man, I don't know. I kind of want to see Ben's lead run again. I really think this may end up being an OMT. Not seeing what the judges are seeing, of course, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they're feeling about it. We got a couple cars pulling out on track here.
Yeah, the chase from Ben was so solid. I mean, he was right there at JP's door. And JP in his lead run, or excuse me, JP in his follow run did a fantastic job as well. I would love to see that. That may be what the judges are getting ready to play for us here now so that we can take a look at it.
Both drivers at the starting line patiently awaiting the call.
They look fucking rowdy.
Got Taylor Hull and Brandon Bass back out on track.
That's going to be a fun battle.
Well, are they battling though? Because Brandon just went out against Cabot.
Oh, that is correct.
I'm not sure what's going on there.
We'll get the bracket up here in just a second, confirm where we are in our standings, but we should be getting close to our top 4. Or excuse me,
Yeah, no.
Yeah, top 4.
Yeah, because we've got Taylor, Cabot going against each other.
All right, so go ahead. Sounds like judges are going to explain the call. Passing it over to you, Will. Will, you want to talk us through what you're seeing?
Yeah, so that was an amazing battle between JP and Bentley. JP had a great lead lap. He did what he was supposed to do, and Ben was very aggressive on his follow. Ben had a slightly worse lead lap, but it wasn't enough to offset how aggressive he was in the chase. We felt like JP could have chased him a little more aggressively to make the call go the other way, so we went with Ben Lee for that amazing chase run.
Well, there you have it. Aggression gets the win, so we will see him progress on.
Thank you to the judges for clarifying these calls afterwards. We appreciate that. It makes our job a little easier to pass it along. And, of course, you're talking straight to 800 people in the chat. And so I'm sure they appreciate it, too.
Absolutely. So congratulations to both drivers, JP and Ben Lee. Great driving. Ben, fantastic. We appreciate seeing you out there, giving it your most. We look forward to seeing you here in just a few minutes.
Got John Stone and Camel at the line. A lot of people were looking for this one.
I think this is going to be. So they've been pitted next to each other all weekend. Lots of good camaraderie, lots of good friendship and fellowship happening here, but it all stops here when they have to battle each other.
There is a clear favorite in the chat. Let's see if he can hold it down. Kashad out front. Johnstone in the chase position. Bunny hopping through the bumps. Wow, Kashad taking off, but he's way inside. He three-wheels a little bit, trying to get to the outside line. He's on the outside now, though. He's about to drop a tire, but he stays in it.
Good save.
Yeah, solid. His car must have gripped up on those Westlakes. Johnstone trying to hang in there in that Mustang, but that 2JZ is just eating right now. Kashad getting on a tear right there, finding his line while Trevor tries to keep up.
I will say, so as we heard with his interview with Sarah, Trevor's pretty much running a stock car. I mean, not a lot of modifications to it versus, you know, Camel, who's got years and years of work into this car.
Yes.
Lots of dialing, lots of tuning, lots of probably different components, trying to figure out what works best for him to get him to this comp.
Yeah, a well-sorted machine is hard to beat, especially a well-sorted machine with a consistent driver is always going to be tough. And Trevor's relatively new to that car. It's pretty basic. I think he's got angle mods, some suspension, you know, a hydro. I think it's a stock Coyote that makes about 400, 450 wheel horsepower. So here they go. Trevor in the lead, shot in the chase. A drone from 1985 taking video from the air. Maybe 1991. Sorry, guys. All right, Kashad just mimicking that line perfectly from the back. Nothing, and he's putting a little bit of pressure on now as they get towards the hairpin. Can he stay sideways and still fill the zone? Yes.
Neither one. Oh, there we go. Nice. Fantastic run, boys.
Excellent run. Clearly, Kashad was doing a good job of mimicking that line. Sorry, drone pilot. I don't mean to talk smack. It was a great follow.
Hey, VHS was a good era.
It was a great time. Some of us were alive for it. I'm a dinosaur.
I think I'm older than you.
We will be fueling the cars for the next round.
We will be packing up the production trailer after these comments.
Oh, no.
We love our
our production crew.
We really do. We're sorry. No, all good humor. They're great people. Doing a great job capturing all of this action. Man, look at Kashad getting in there. Trevor doing a great job of filling that. Probably could have gone just a little bit wider there.
Wow, yep. It looks like the chat is loving the 90s vibe on the drone. Honestly, solid. Earlier it went down. I'm stoked it came back up because that is a cool part of it, like getting to see that from all the different stationary cameras.
I made it on to Facebook Marketplace and found one to get here, to get back
They
up.
did something. They brought that thing back in. We're stoked. Nah, for real though, the production team out here is killing it. All of this that you are getting to view is just not possible without a major production. So, was it Laugh Out? It wasn't Laugh Out Loud. That's the acronym.
Yes, Lights Out Loud.
Lights Out Loud production crew. You guys are slaying it out here. So many camera angles, really getting everyone involved that's on this live stream and giving them a ton of different ways to watch this, and we appreciate that so much.
Yeah, first time doing a drift event. They typically do like air shows, boat shows, things like that.
Yeah.
Lots of different types of extreme sports. Their first taste of drifting. I think we've converted them.
And they said they love it.
We're here. We love it.
We love it too. We're so stoked to have you guys on. Heck yeah. We appreciate it so much.
All right. Well, fans, it sounds like you get your win. Sounds like Kashad gets the victory. Congratulations, Campbell. You're moving your way back up. Like I said, count them down, but don't count them out.
That's right. Kashad in the 2JZ S13 moves on. I know the chat is happy to hear that.
Well, another exciting battle coming up ahead. We've got Taylor Hull versus Cabot Cardoso. So this is the battle that Cabot has been looking for. High horsepower, high challenge, something that's really going to push him. And what better driver to do that than Taylor Hull? I love the fact that they're doing tandem burnouts. That is a great way to get this crowd amped up for what's going to be a phenomenal battle.
Yeah, let's go. These are two fast cars, probably the fastest cars today. And this should be a really solid battle. I think, oh yeah, he was already at the line. Yeah, it should be a great one between these two drivers, Taylor Hull, Cabot Cardoso. I'm starting to struggle with my words.
Enunciation.
It's been a long day. Not really. It's been a great day.
No, it has been a great day. We're very fortunate to be here. And looks like these two drivers are stoked to be here as well. We've got Taylor Hull going to start us off in the lead. Cabot Cardoso going to chase him down, and I think if anybody can chase down Taylor Hull, it's going to be Cabot Cardoso, but let's see.
Taylor Hull throwing it in. Cabot waiting for his moment to get in there. Perfect timing. Taylor putting it on, trying to run away, but Cabot's not going to let him go. Able to really get on the gas here. Cabot with a close one on the outer zone 3. Let's go. Young Guns diving into the hairpin. Put it on and let's go.
Oh my God.
Now
the crowd here is loving this. This is the energy we've been looking for today. Fantastic driving, guys. We really appreciate it. Of course, all of our drivers are doing a fantastic job, but there is just something about hearing those two Chevys go down the track.
Oh, that was an awesome little battle. I think, to be quite honest, I think Cabot's needed someone that fast in front of him all day, and he's finally getting to really let that 350Z sing. And Taylor he's obviously a little bit shallow right there, but he picked it right back up and just dove on him for outer zone 3, and then did the same thing going into the hairpin. So love to see it. Be interesting to see how Taylor plays it from the follow, because this is the first time really anyone's just put it down on his door like that, especially right there at the end, just really pulling in. Let's go.
Yeah, indeed. Well, if the first run was any indication of how the second run's going to be, I, again, feel sorry for these judges. I think we're going to have quite a lengthy deliberation on this one. So we'll see what they have to say. But we've got Cabot in the lead now, Taylor in the chase. Cabot, again, one of the few drivers with power that I think could give Taylor a run for his money, but we know Taylor is going to run him down. He is not going to let up. He's going to give everything he's got.
Be a good one. Cabot's going to have some open space to really run with the Z, but Taylor's car is fast. Here we go. Both drivers ready, and we're off. Both drivers similar initiation to the outer zone in the outer zone, laying it down. Let's go. Oh, puts it all the way inside. He is not letting him go. On his door to the entire sweeper, and then dives into the hairpin. So aggressive. Wow.
Sorry for the yell in your ear, y'all, but that was exciting to watch. Taylor Hall right in Cabot Cardoso's door. What an exciting run.
This has definitely been the probably the most extreme battle of the day. Both drivers are really, I mean, we've had some great battles and some well-matched cars, but these two cars are both gripped up. They're fast, they're powerful, they are on point. It's awesome to see it. Yep, you can see here on the replay, both drivers did the same initiation on the chase where they didn't have to go until outer zone 1. They both jumped right in at the same spot so they could set up for a good follow run. Taylor not giving an inch through that whole zone, super fast through that zone. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, just a reminder for our spectators and our viewers at home, the judges are using this replay for themselves as well. So every once in a while we may see them rewind something back again just so they can take a little bit of a closer look. So it may look a little funky. I don't know what was going on with the super fast feed though. They wanted to get through that judge really quick.
Got a lot of threes and Dales in the chat and a couple of one more time. Let's see how
Threes and OMTs.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't say I disagree with them. Mostly because I want to see this battle again. Again, this is exciting stuff. This is what we're here for. Obviously, as we make our way down the bracket, things get a little bit more intense.
Yep.
We're going to see drivers who have been driving together for years or even getting pitted. Actually, I don't know if Taylor and Cabot have ever actually run against each other. I know that...
it seemed like Cabot was pretty excited to drive with them.
Yeah.
So it might be a first time. But just in general, you know, some dedicated guys with fast cars. And like you said, as we get closer to the end of the bracket, I mean, the best drivers are here. They have fought their way through the field. And as these battles get narrowed down, they get tighter and they get better because everyone's out for the kill in this top 4.
For sure. Well, I do have to say, I feel like Taylor had a little bit more aggression in his follow run, which as long as and again, we put this back to the judges to make the decision. Looks like they have already made their decision. Oh, one more time. So they must have seen some things with that first battle, or excuse me, with that first run. They want to see it one more time. I think, again, Taylor Hull had great pressure on Cabot. Cabot still put down a great follow, but there may have been a little bit of opportunity to fill some outer areas of the track from Taylor Hull in his first run. But hey, we always want to see the drivers go again if we can. Let's keep the party going. So next up, looks like we've got Brandon Bass back in it again against Ben Lee. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, against Ben Lee.
Right.
Sorry, threw me. I saw Campbell's car there
like
for a second.
This must be a battle for third? No, because Brandon, I thought... Sorry, I got mixed up.
Interesting. We're seeing Dustin Patton back in the lineup.
Well, there's got to be a battle for a later position or something.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, we're all learning here today.
But either way, we've got a Brandon Bass versus Ben Lee. I've been calling Ben Lee Brandon Lee all day. I'm really
Well,
sorry
now you
about
can
that,
say
buddy.
Brandon,
Now I
but
can
only
say-
in the lead run.
Yeah. So we got Ben Bass and Brandon Lee. No, sorry. Brandon Bass, MK3 Supra, 1JZ GTE. And then you got Ben Lee and that Turbo 370Z. These guys should put on a pretty good show here.
And I have to say, as a fellow Mark III Supra co-owner, I guess I could say, technically the Mark III Supra is my husband's, but God, man, as much blood, sweat, and tears as we've both put into that car, I have to give Brandon kudos for showing up in a chassis that not a lot of people have, taking it into a comp, not a lot of aftermarket support for it either.
I'd say almost none.
Pretty much none. Looks like they're ready to go. Brandon Bass in the lead, Ben Lee in the chase. Here we go.
dive in the hairpin. Gets in there pretty tight.
Nice pressure there. Little flick at the end.
Solid little battle. I think right at the end of the last battles there, when Brandon lost to Cabot, he was saying that he was out of tire. I'm assuming he must have switched those up and got back in it because he's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah,
Bentley,
he is.
of course, he's been consistent all day. We got a little drone recap. See this from the upper view here. You can see, Brandon was a little shy, but he got in that outer zone. Perfectly positioned for the touch and go, but Bentley not giving him too much. He did run a little shallow to stay with him by the pond, but he kept that proximity pretty solid. Brandon doing a good job of filling the outer zones and still getting that touch and go on the outside there.
Yeah, that's a really textbook run from Brandon here. Let's see how he does in the center hairpin.
Just a little bit inside, but not bad. He really,
Or, excuse
about
me,
halfway
in.
through. Yeah, well, yeah.
Out of the outside, I should say.
Yeah, halfway through it, he was right there on the line, so that was pretty solid.
All right, waiting for approval to send these drivers. Looks like we've got it. Got Ben Lee in the lead, Brandon Bass in the chase. Here they go.
Nice and deep. A little wide on the touch and go. Brandon jumping inside and hanging there through his first sweep. Cuts it in to put some pressure on. He's way on the inside. Let's see if he can hold it. Brandon diving a little bit on the hairpin, but that Z is moving pretty good. He stays with him though.
Man. I'm going to have to see a replay on that one.
Those Z chassis are moving good. 370s. Move pretty nice. And I think Ben Lee's clearly got that car set up pretty good. Brandon been driving this car for a long time, pretty dialed in. But again, for those of you that weren't here earlier and saw that Brandon got into an accident in practice, he is running a stock control arm on the right side and extended on the left. So he might be lacking a little bit of steering feel on the one side when the car is tilted to one direction or the other. It shouldn't be terrible, but it's not going to be as good as it can be. Wow, he went way inside right there.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, he went way too far up, and he backed out to save the line, which cost him a little bit of proximity right there. But he managed to get right back in there after the into the hairpin and follow off strong. But yeah, he definitely wound way too far forward going through outer zone 3, but was clearly trying to close the gap and just ended up jumping up there. Nice job of recovering it and holding in there and then maintaining some proximity despite having to lift.
Agreed. Well, we'll see who's going to take the win here from outside looking in. Seems like it may be Ben, but TBD. We'll see what the judges see, what their thoughts are, what they're seeing from both Wally as well as the replays in the proximity and filling those outer zones and making sure they're hitting their right points. And that is correct. It's going to be Ben Lee for the win. Congratulations, Ben Lee. Brandon Bass going home, but he is not going to have to go far because he will go right home and he should be back for round 2.
Awesome driving. Really good couple runs. Ben Lee giving her a nice rev, pulling out the course in that 370Z. He's stoked. And so I'm guessing these are like the battles for the ladder positions because Dustin's out here going against.
I am confused. That is interesting battle, but you know what? Hey, I'm not going to argue with it because this is going to be fun. Again, buddy against buddy.
Yep.
Plus, we get to see Camel run again. Who can complain with
back
that?
in the chase. Yeah, everyone seems to love him.
Yeah.
And, he seems like he is just on a tear this weekend. Really consistent, really solid driving. Dustin Patton, Dustin Motors there, getting another rip with his boys.
Well, I think these two drivers certainly have some of the strongest personalities of the group that we have here with us today. So it's easy for us to love them, easy for us to cheer for them, but can't be easy to go up against each other other than just to be able to go home and say, hey, we had fun, we'll do it again here soon.
So this is just a battle from the lower bracket here, and I'm going to keep working on the understanding so I can relay that a little bit better for our viewers on the next one.
Likewise.
All currently 852 of them. Pretty solid group of people hanging with us right now during the stream. Pretty awesome. Looks like we got the MidPond tow vehicle, Crown Victoria support vehicle out on track. I think that they're just, kind of just pulling it out there at the moment. I don't think anyone needs to drag around.
Sounds like we got a cone reset happening.
Okay.
Oh, they may want to enter in the Crown Vic into the comp. Who knows?
Got the MidPond Police Interceptor turning around in outer zone 2. He's running the gutter line. He's initial D'ing it right now. There's that cone. That cone is down. Crown Vic even has zip tie stickers on the motors.
I mean, are you really drifting if you don't have zip ties?
Brandon Chapman on the cone detail.
Doing great, Brandon. And we're back home. And as you can probably hear, Taylor Hull is making his way back out on the track for his OMT against Cabot Cardoso. Shout out to our media people getting all the action out there. Can't wait to share that with you. Cabot giving us a little hang 10 there.
Yeah, shout out to all the media homies hanging out on track, shooting the event so that afterwards we can look back on some of that. Shout out the production here so we can watch it in real time with everybody else that's hanging with us. It's pretty cool stuff. And here we go. Dustin Patton, shot, Carson in chase position. He does not wait for the first stars on the initiating with Dustin.
That VQ screaming.
Dustin doing everything he can to get away, but Kashad reels him in pretty quick on that outer zone 2. Boys transition.
Little. You see that wobble on his rear?
Oh! Dustin's inside. Kashad follows him. Runs the double front wheel gutter line. These boys have been watching DVDs in the parking lot.
Those old JDM options videos.
Yeah, I think Dustin's car just couldn't quite spin the tires to stay outside enough, so it's so far inside. Kashad doing a beautiful job of following his line, which unfortunately took him 2 tires off the front through that inner little space. For what it's worth, I'm pretty sure the judges want to see the chase car follow straight to Valhalla, which Kashad did a very good job of doing, although it was probably risking his oil pan a little bit right there. But I think that's a pretty soft spot at the track, so not a bad spot to drive through. Let's check the replay.
Well, and I am actually really surprised that more drivers have not done that, especially in that particular corner. Just because, again, everybody is running so hard, very aggressively. Oh, they skipped over that one piece, but yeah, that's all right. We'll keep going.
We all saw it. No, I'm just kidding. That was pretty wild. Oh, here they're
Here we
going to
go.
replay it for us. Whoa,
Oh,
there's
it's a
contact. Because Dustin's car, probably, yeah, right there. Looks like that's where Dustin's a little bit low angle. Probably only a few degrees, and then Kashad said, you know what, that's not enough angle. Why don't I give you a little bit more? Bonk, and sends him into a little bit angle, and then takes the gutter line to follow him up. And a little bit of a boop right there. Dustin's car slips out, 1 tire off. Kashad, 1 tire off, 1 in the gutter. Both drivers make a good recovery and full send back into the hairpin. Good show. Good show, boys.
Fortunately, everybody was able to keep their suspension intact because that is certainly a tie rod ripper, lower control arm ripper, and, of course, as you had mentioned, oil pan.
Thankfully, yeah. No wheel-to-wheel contact. Looks like a clean bonk. And, yeah, we're going to see. It looks like we're reviewing the race data labs here. Oh, yeah, right here. This is the moment of contact. Boom, wheel to bumper. Both drivers are inside and kind of straighten and reinitiate. So we'll see if the judges have any fault for Dustin on that one for running the low angle, or if Kashad just looked to back up. I'm not sure. But here we go with Kashad in the lead in the S13 Whoops Motorsports. Dustin Patton, Dustin Motors in the chase.
Throwing it out big to get us started.
Dustin right on his door through first corner. Into outer zone 2. Kashad creates a little bit of space for himself, but goes to angle, and Dustin starts closing the gap for this next one. He's right there with him.
Kept it in.
Little Z giving it everything he can, while Kashad runs the bro line all the way through the sweeper into the hairpin. Dustin on the inside. Oh no! Dustin gives him a bonk right back in his driver's or passenger door.
Little brotherly love there. Wouldn't be anything without a little bump and little bump and go.
Bump and run. It was Dale Earnhardt's birthday just recently, so they're just doing a little bump and run to each other. Each had to get one.
Gotta have that celebration. Look at that, Dustin right there out the gate.
He's definitely charging hard.
It's a little smoky, but you see it.
Lost him just a little bit around the sweeper on the pond. Kashad doing a great job filling that outside zone, though.
Yep, and the touch and go right there.
Yep. But Dustin, right here, Dustin said, you know, this is my mark. I'm moving in. I'm moving in.
Unfortunately, he sacrificed a lot of angle to be there.
Yes, he
but,
did.
You know, fought to stay in there. Low angle, slipstreamed it in, gave him a little bonk. Me personally, my car's doors are too hard to climb for all that.
Ah, preach.
I get so. Well, Kashad was three-wheeling on the outside line, really giving Dustin room to be there. Dustin trying to hang in, a little too tight, gives him a pretty good boop on the door. It doesn't look like it was too hard, though. Of course, it never looks like it.
Yeah, I couldn't really see a mark on.
I think he hit him just behind the door, and he got him his quarter, but yeah, he did.
Yeah,
wheel to the quarter panel. Hopefully those are just overs. You can see the angle difference there pretty clearly, but got a couple of good angles of that. Again, this production crew rocking with that. And then, boop. That was a pretty good little bonk. Yeah, Kashad really running the line that's allowing someone to get in there, because he was on the outer zone and making sure to stay in it, so that was cool.
Indeed, giving him that good bro line, that good party line. Even though this is a comp and we know that typically we see a little bit of a different layout for comp layouts, but oh, I'm seeing Kashad celebrate, so we may have had a decision. All right, well, we're gonna pass it over to the judges. Sounds like they want to give us some insight into their decision. So Will, you've got ears on, you ready to talk?
I am ready to talk. So that was a good battle. Also, Dustin in the lead in the 350Z had a slight mistake coming into 6A. He took a lot of angle out of his car, didn't straighten up all the way, but he went into the grass, and that's why he got bumped in the lead. And then in the follow, Kashan did what we would like him to do. And when they switched it up, Kashan had a great lead line throughout the track that was slightly better than Dustin's. So, yep. And if you guys would like to hear from the South Australian, he can explain his point of view also.
Yeah, hand that over. Michael,
guys,
you're on.
How's it going? So, getting to deeper rounds, we're getting these drivers are turning up. Ripped
Yes,
hard.
they are. Yes,
Yeah,
they are.
So, yeah, we had a little bonk at the end. It was unforced. Bit of a deduction there. But overall, the scores are saying. Sorry about that. So yeah, the scores are saying that overall, Kurtishan had a bit of his overall score in the clipping zones 84 out of 100, fantastic lead. Unfortunately, Patterson not so great in the clipping zones, and Kishan overall better proximity. So we did deem that error, as we mentioned before, not at fault of the was the lead driver on Dustin. Yeah. So all things combined, obviously super hot battle. Guys are turning it up. We're so excited. This is amazing. The data's helping us make our decisions. We're making history today. This is amazing. Let's bring it on. Next battles. Yeah, brother.
I love it. Well, thanks, Will. Thanks, Michael. We appreciate your input as always. Well, sounds like we're getting ready to go into one of our final battles, getting close to being to the end here. But we've got Taylor Hall in the lead, Cabot Cardoso. This is their OMT run. We're ready to send them. Here they go. Kevin Cardoso, Taylor Hull in the lead.
All right, we're seeing the same entry style in outer zone 1. Let's go. Uh-oh. V8 was singing. Cabot, a little bit of an interesting line there, trying to tuck back in and not let Hull get away from him on the sweeper. But Hull is pulling. Oh, Cabot dives in to get back in there for the last corner. Stays with him through there. Hull is definitely laying it down early on, trying to pull him through the early part of the course. Cabot hanging in there and getting back in where he could fit in.
Well, I feel like Cabot knows that his best chance at this is going to be his follow run, so he committed hard to it so that he could make sure that when Taylor puts on the pressure, which we all know is going to happen, Cabot knows it's going to happen, when he puts on his lead run, he's able to basically do what he can to get out of this, man. He's fighting hard, so kudos to Cabot. I know this can't be easy because Taylor is an absolute monster of a driver.
And I think Taylor knows that Cabot's in for the charge because he's not letting up a single bit, and if he did, Cabot's there for it, so that's good. Some good battles. Definitely see through that first zone something was going on. Cabot trying to stay in it and then managed to dive back in there.
Judges watching the replay here.
All right, looks like they're back in it. Cabot in the lead. Taylor Hull in the chase. Cardoso, textbook line through the first section there. Nice quick transition, but he ends up a little bit inside. That's going to probably cost him, but he stays with it and gets back to the outer zone on 3. Nicely done on the touch and go. Both drivers going to the hairpin. Taylor Hull is not giving up an inch as they go into the final corner here. Woo! Wow, that was a solid lap from the boys there.
Man, Cabot just absolutely throwing it down. Looked fantastic. But of course, as we had predicted, Taylor Hull giving him not an inch. Let's see it one more time here.
Yeah, Cabot throwing it in. Cabot's been on the same line pretty much all day through here. Right here, zips in for that touch and go, but it looks like he threw it in a little early on the second outer zone and ended up a little inside.
Yeah.
Hull mimicking the line and staying with him. He readjusts and get back to the outside after the pond there. Manages to catch the touch and go and get right back into position where he's been at all day, but that little intersection past the pond might have cost him a little bit because both of these drivers are so on point that a small mistake is really going to be the overturning point.
Well, we will see what the judges have to say. Oh, and they already decided. Taylor Hull gets the win. Congratulations, Taylor Hull. Cabot Cardoso, we will see you back for round 2 for what is going to ultimately be another epic battle.
Yeah, great driving from those boys out there. Taylor Hull advancing to the final round. Quick clarification for some of the chat or any of you viewers, we're up to 860 people hanging with us right at this moment that weren't here earlier. The lead or chase driver does not have to enter with the lead. The lead driver has to enter by the yellow cone. There is a certain point that they have to enter by. The chase car has up until the first outer zone to be fully entered in, and that's why they can kind of skirt that first area and throw it in to keep it tight. And it looks like we might, well, the camera was pointed towards Sarah out there in the pits. I don't know if we're going to her. I did not get that comm. Hear anything about that, or was that just a
No,
blip
not
in
yet,
the,
but it sounds like while we're waiting on Kashad to get into place, of course, we got a little bit of time before the boys get into the burnout box. So, Sarah, if you've got your ears on, you ready to talk a little bit?
Sure, so the drivers are incredibly busy, so we're not going to get to talk to any of them right now, but we can update you on what's going on. So Cabot just came back into the pits. Although he did lose to Taylor Hull, he's going to get one more shot because that was his first loss of the day to come back in. Of course, he would have to win twice against Taylor, but they might see each other again. We did just see Camel here. That's what this massive puddle of water is behind me. He's just been running back to back to back. We saw him in practice getting a little bit hot. Obviously, we saw him getting hot here. He had other team members from completely other teams, some of them that he battled earlier in the day, helping him out, dumping water on that intercooler, trying to keep those temps down. And that will matter because he might be able to shred out there, but if the car's not going to cooperate, he might get knocked out. And he already has lost, so it's one and done for Camel.
That is unfortunate. We hate to hear that about Camel, but let's see what he can do here today. But I am stoked about what you just said about Cardoso. I had forgotten that Cabot had not lost a battle yet. So again, the bracket keeps on giving, more excitement, good driving. I know it's a little confusing, can be a little bit of a yo-yo effect, but man, what an awesome way to see so many good battles multiple times.
Yeah, pretty wild. I didn't, again, I'm on the same page. I didn't realize Kevin hadn't lost today, so giving him another chance to get back in there, and I know he wants that because this is an awesome experience for him to be driving against Taylor or anyone else here really, and just dialing in that car and getting ready with this first round going into the full Klutch Kicker season. And drivers like Cabot are going to be a force through this entire run of the season here, and so everyone's going to have to get up and get a little speed on him. Here we go, Ben Lee in the lead with the 370Z. Rashad in the 2JZS13. Ben Lee putting a little air gap on him, but Rashad closing it up pretty fast going into outer zone 3. Let's see, starting to put a little distance on him. A little hop and skip through the sweeper there. Clean run here, clean run. Ben jumped out and got a little air between him and kind of kept it that way, but Kashad was not far behind at all.
Well, hopefully the temps are dropping a little bit here. It's about 68 degrees here in Columbiana. So hopefully these cooler temps will do Kashad a favor, help keep his engine temps low. But man, he is really pushing that car this weekend.
That car has seen quite a few runs in this competition. Whoops Motorsports not going out without a fight.
Indeed.
And then the Texas boys, of course, putting it on. They got Lone Star Drift on their shoulders. We got people yelling in the background. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Shot in the lead, Ben Lee in the chase in that 370Z.
Ben.
Whoa, right. Ben Lee with a nice tight transition. Ends up a little too far inside, but he's working it out.
Kashad staying consistent with his line, filling outside perfectly. Yep. Let's see how he carries it through. Nice little bump there. Just on the track, no contact. Could have gone a little, oh no, that's perfect. I'll take that all day. Well done, both drivers. Man, Ben is aggressive, I love it.
Yeah, that 370Z Ben's driving is not playing around, and we've got a duck.
Safety third, brother.
I was interviewing him earlier.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, earlier yesterday morning. He wanted to know what time everything was going on.
Did he ask if you have any grapes?
He did not, actually. You know, he was really asking me if there are certain rules and regulations, and I just told him, about the cage rules, the 265 tire rule, and how we're trying to create.
So you bored him to death, mother ducker.
And,
man. Yeah. I said ducker, by the way, for those of you in the chat. I promise.
Sorry, I think I was a little bit too far away with the microphone. But yes, the duck was not concerned with any of my statistics, and he left me on red. That's all right.
I'm not going to step into that one. Oh, man. Again, these drivers are just looking fantastic. Kashad probably could have filled that a little bit better earlier here, but hey, we'll take it.
Solid runs.
Again.
Solid runs from the boys.
Looks like we're going to look at Race Data Labs, see what they're seeing on their side. This is the part that I was interested in seeing. I did see Ben kind of surge up just right there before Kashad had a chance to get around to that touch and go.
Yeah, a lot of drivers are coming off the pond sweeper and flicking it in the chase, ending up really far forward, coming around that turn on that third outside zone. And it's kind of, or sorry, was that the first one? I just mixed it up looking at the wrong part of the data. So everybody don't listen to what I just said, sorry. That was in the entry. A lot of people are still doing that too. They're trying to keep that line, but I think it's messing them up to set them up through the second outside zone there. Oh, wrong file.
Surprise driver. And for today's guest, it's the duck.
Big chillin'.
Well, drivers are, or excuse me, judges are still reviewing this last run, making sure that they're being very thorough, and I can say that is something I really appreciate about this judging team. Will Parsons, the Race Data Labs team, both Tony and Michael are doing a fantastic job of really dissecting and analyzing every piece of each run to ensure that we're giving fair results. Now, we know we've had a couple protests. We certainly understand that, especially when we have spotters who are over here in our area, close to the pits, what they're seeing, what the judges are seeing, what the cameras are seeing, and of course, what Wally is seeing.
Yeah, so many factors.
Just a heads up, this is a replay. I know it doesn't have it in the corner, but the drivers are not, there we go, it is not live action. So just wanted to make sure we were clear there.
Good shot of these guys making their way around right there. It's like Camel and Whoops Motorsports really staying on the line. That Ben Lee Z definitely getting away a little bit, the sweeper. But solid job of mimicking there. On the video there, it looked like he was. I was like, what is that? Yeah, you get a deduction if you clip the duck.
Deduction?
Oh, no.
Oh,
I didn't even do that.
Oh, man. Sorry, I just made a dad joke.
It's worse.
All right, well, I'm done for the day. It's been great. See y'all later.
I can't tell what's worse, the fact that you did that or the fact that I did it without thinking about it.
Nah, that's true. Technically, you did do it. So.
I did it without even meaning to.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, that was a little
I didn't realize
contact.
they had contact.
See, yep, a little bonk right there. That driver.
Right on the wheel.
I just barely scooped him right there. That's what I was talking about. I was a little confused earlier, but the first dive in right there, a lot of drivers are transitioning early, but they're ending up way inside right there, and then when the lead driver is diving in to get that first inner clip, it's causing a little bit of chaos right there as the chase is offline. But yeah, he did a good job of mostly avoiding that and getting back in the groove.
Yeah, judges are really analyzing this particular video right now. Certainly, we didn't see the little touch there that happened. Yeah, oops, sorry, I thought they were going to play a little bit more. But yeah, certainly didn't see that initially when they first ran. Looks like we've got a winner. I'm seeing him.
Got some fist bumps going on at the starting
it looks
line.
like Ben Lee. Congratulations, Ben Lee.
Is that confirmed, I guess? Yep.
Is that confirmed? Yeah, looks like we're good.
All right.
Camel, man. I hate it for you, buddy. You have put down so many great runs. I know your car is tired. I know you're tired. The fantastic driving from both.
Excellent job, boys. Ben Lee moves along. Great driving from both those guys all day.
All right, well, let's pull up the brackets here because, hey, we're getting close to the end here. See if we can get these pulled up. Give us just a second. There we go.
All right.
So this is our losers bracket, just as an FYI. So we've got Flores versus Lee, and Alex DuBois versus Trevor Johnson. Oh, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong side. Jeez, I'm sorry. I was looking at it as if it was the winner's bracket. Y'all ignore me. See, we're both slipping
It's all
now.
right.
Lee versus Parson. I was like, there's no way. Flores got knocked out early. Dang, man. It's time for some coffee. Lee versus Parson is going to be in our losers bracket here. And if we switch over to our winners, I think we already know. But we'll take a look at that here. In just a second. Takes a little bit for these brackets to load. Unfortunately, that is part of the problem that we are having with this setup. So to be changed, of course, our winner's bracket is Taylor Hull. So whoever in this loser's bracket, which again, could be Cabot Cardoso, we'll see.
Right, because he just took his first loss, so he's going to be going, or jumping into that bracket. So he could get a second chance, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So
the title.
And Parson as well, it sounds like.
Yeah. So if he's out from there, does he go over that bracket? I guess. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like Sarah's got some action in the pits. Why don't we pass it over to Sarah while we're waiting on these drivers to change out their tires and hopefully cool down their cars before we get into the last couple of rounds that we have here.
Hey guys, so we might not be able to talk to Ben Lee. We've talked to him a bunch today, but he has been battling his way back out of the lower bracket all day. His team is thrashing on the car, as you guys can see behind me. I'm not even sure that he's going to get out of that 370Z. What they have to do right now is get some fresh tires on the car if he chooses to do so. They're fueling him up as we speak, getting a little water for the driver. He's stoked, just double checking those tires. He's got to go back out, and he's going to see Cabot, who's waiting for him on grid right now. So it's kind of do or die, all hands on deck. The team's out here. He's getting ready, and as soon as they have this car ready, he's going to go out for his next battle. Now, he did lose already, so this is do or die for both of these drivers that we're heading out here right now. The car looks like it's on the ground. As soon as these guys are done fueling and they give him the signal, we've got our race director down here as well. He'll head back out to grid. We'll get to see him head right into competition from here. Looks like the car didn't need much. All I've seen was some tire pressures, double checking those lug nuts, a little bit of fuel in there. A little bit of a pep talk from his boy that he beat earlier today. I will never stop talking about sportsmanship, guys. This is what it's all about. This is what drifting is about, what makes it stand out versus another motorsport. And it just warms my little Grinch heart up here. I love it. I'm overhearing some coaching going on right now. So a lot of times drivers will have other drivers spot for them, especially once they're out of competition. You know, after all, who knows the track better than someone who's been ripping it all day as well? They look prepared. Nobody looks nervous. Again, he's going to head right back out and see Cabot, who's waiting on grid for him. A little Z on Z action here. Two very fast cars. All right, he's firing it back up. He's going to head back to the line. I'm going to throw it back to you guys so we can jump back into the action.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Sarah. We appreciate you giving us a heads up on how Ben is doing. We know you had given us an update earlier that Fort Campbell, his car was definitely struggling with overheating after all of his different runs that he's been having. But the car itself is solid. So everything else, just having some engine temp problems because he has been running so often, which, again, something that we do have to consider with this double elimination bracket. But if anything else, it says that Campbell is in it. He's fighting. He wants that win. Cabot Cardoso with his new helmet, looking good. Super stoked to be out there in his battle against Ben. All right, well, sounds like we've got Will here. Will Parsons, one of our judges, wanting to speak to us a little bit, let us know what's going on. Will, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So what we're doing now, we've reached the end of the losers bracket. So this is the final battle of the losers bracket. So whoever wins this battle moves on to the final against Taylor Hull for the win of the whole event. And the loser is going to be our third place finisher from today.
Awesome.
Yep, so we're at the end.
All right. Well, thank you for letting us know on that one, judges out there, Will, appreciate the clarification. This is basically the battle to get into the top, and then whoever loses will be third. I mean, it looks like we might be able to squeeze in one more interview in the pits before this.
Well, what's gonna happen?
Sorry.
Hey, Will, if you're still there, what's gonna happen if Hull loses?
Yeah, so if Taylor Hull loses against either one of these drivers, the victor of this battle that's about to happen, we will have to do another battle because Taylor Hull has not lost yet today. So he would have one loss, and then they would battle again to decide who wins.
All right.
Yep.
Lots of battling to figure out that winner today. Lots of battles going on here. Lots of people getting a second chance, a little bit of a redemption round in this double elimination.
Lots of battles in the chat as well. Got everybody who clearly has their favorites. Lots of people observing from home, looking at the race data labs as it pulls up on the screen, as well as watching the replays. So it's getting intense.
Okay, Cabot, Cardoso, Ben Lee. The 350Z V8 powered 370Z powered by a turbo 3.7. Here we go. Cabot in the lead, Ben in the chase. Cabot pretty much running the same line he has all day. Ben Lee switching back, trying to stay up inside to get in there. Clean driving. Ben trying to find his way into the inside there on the final corner.
Cabot Cardoso not making it easy for him, though. Both of them put down a great run. Little freedom noises echoing across the pond.
Two similar but very different cars. Got the V8, the raw V8 of Cabot and Cardoso, and Ben Lee with that turbocharged 3.7 liter V6. As they roll back up to the line.
Looks like we got him ready to go. So we've got Ben Lee in the lead, Cabot Cardoso in follow. Ben swinging it out right to get us started. Let's see how he builds his first outer zone. Doesn't quite touch that inner touch and go.
Whoa.
Oh, right on it. Oh, wow.
Ben goes wide. Cabot follows him into the dirt drop. Both drivers get back on the track and throw the initiation back in there. Wow, okay, so Ben Lee goes wide in outer zone 2, drops a tire, manages to kind of hang on to it, but Cabot doing his job and following him ends up right in the same spot. That is what the judges want to see. They want to see the chase car mimicking the lead, so I don't think he's going to really feel any repercussions for that. He was right on his door through this first zone and through the inner clip, but he starts to settle in right as Ben goes outside at the end of outer zone 2. Both drivers correct and jump back into the game. That was kind of unexpected. Both drivers, Ben's been running that outside line pretty solid through there all day, and something happened right there towards the end. He tracked out a little bit towards the end and just ended up dirt dropping. Almost lost it, but hung on to it.
Little VHS drone footage to get his aerial view. Judges are using this, though. It is helpful to see from an aerial view, especially when we watch right here.
Yep.
Looks like Cabot was, again, as Austin said, right on him, doing exactly what he was supposed to do, applying that pressure. Ben just went a little bit off there, of course, so I don't know. We'll see what the judges have to say. So So I know we've got quite a few new viewers here that are watching us. Hey, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being here. So we are currently at MidPond in Columbiana, Alabama for the KlutchKickers 100K Drift Series, getting ready to go down to our final battles here. Bentley, Cabot Cardoso just had their run. Unfortunately, as you can see on the screen here, Bentley dropped 2 tires. Yep, 2 tires off of the track. Cabot Cardoso following him hard, giving him lots of pressure, checked up just a little bit to give Ben time to transition, and then Cabot was right back in him.
Shout out Brazil in the house. Got 900 viewers.
Oh, dang.
All around the place.
And sounds like we're getting some feedback that Cabot gets the win. So Cabot Cardoso takes the win from Ben Lee.
Cabot putting in that work to stay in the bracket. This kid is not going down without a fight. He got dropped out of the initial bracket into the lower bracket by battling Taylor Hull, and he has just made his way back into another battle with him in for the top spot today. So rad.
Love it. Okay.
Ben Lee, epic driving, pulling off the course here after quite a few good battles in that 370Z.
Taking a cool down lap, it looks like.
Yep.
Again, a lot of these drivers have been driving back to back. So, Sarah, how is everybody else's cars doing in the pits? What you got for us? Oh, thought we had Sarah. Hey, Sarah. Oh, there you are. Oh, okay.
How's it going? How's it going, guys? I've got Dustin and Camel here. We saw them battle. You guys were hitting each other, pushing each other around the track, bullying each other a little bit. As teammates, was that part of the strategy?
100%. I'm here to have fun, and that was my homie out there, and I wanted to throw it together, and he just didn't have enough angle, so I gave him a little push to give him more.
Well, hang on now, because we saw you come at an angle almost, and he helped you.
Yeah, I had to push him to his limits, you know what I'm saying? The Jay-Z, you know, got a little more horsepower, you know, I gotta give him a little bit too, you know what I'm saying?
And if that's not enough, we can take a look at the rubber on your door down here. How did you like getting pushed around the track by Dustin?
She asked the tire mark.
Excellent, excellent. Honestly, thank you guys for being such good sports. You guys did great here, battling your way all the way back up through that bracket, through the lower bracket. Honestly, it's great. You guys got a ton of laps. How do you feel about MidPond today?
MidPond's the best place ever. Hoping you guys are here for round 2.
Yeah, super great event. Next time I'm gonna be on some sticky boys. I was running the Westlake, so you got the upper hand on me, but not next time.
Next time my car will be tuned.
All right, you heard it here. These guys are coming back swinging. Thank you so much. We'll throw it back up to the booth.
I love it.
That's great.
Get some magic eraser for those tire marks, man. It'll work, trust me.
Yeah, for real. Maybe some VP product.
I love it. Well, I love the camaraderie that we're seeing in the pits. Love the encouragement from the drivers. Certainly exciting for us to see how everything has played out for this first round. Lots of uncertainty, lots of bugs and things. We're working out of the kinks in the system, but hey, you know what? This has been a great day.
Yeah, everyone from top to bottom is working everything out and trying to level out in a lot of different areas. As you just heard, one of those drivers was on Westlakes all day, and that's, you know, he said he's going to put some sticky tires on for the next round, and he's coming out full tilt, so that'll be interesting to see. Everybody's ironing out these little kinks, working out their setups. We are working out our setups and our schedules, and it has been a great weekend for competition drifting. I think I'm stoked to be a part of it. I think our whole crew is pretty excited with how things have gone so far. It's for something that we kind of all jumped into together to try and help with.
Yeah, and again, I think it's important to note, like, we're all friends. We're all kind of like family in this. Most of us are all drivers, so we're working hard to make sure that this is a driver's event. We want to try to cater to their needs. So if you're interested in driving, we would love to have you be a part of this excitement. Even again, if you can't do the season passes, you just want to try it out, come join us for a practice day on Friday before the comp. If you end up making the field, obviously you will need to pay your full round pass, which would be an additional $400 for $575 total to get into some serious money.
Yeah, honestly, the payout's worth it. If you can get in here and get into the top rankings, you're going to go home with something, which is awesome. And yeah, we want everyone to show up. We want everyone to drive. Like she said, we're doing this for the drivers. Obviously, we want the track to thrive and survive. Sorry. I'm losing my mic here, but
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, we want everyone to thrive and survive and drive. Come out, sign up.
Well, sweet. Well, Sarah, what you got for us, my friend?
Well, we've got Cabot Cardoso down here and his father prepping the car. They've already seen battle with Taylor Hull at least 2 other times because they had a one more time. It looks like it's just going to be tires and fuel for the car, maybe a few just double checks, hood open to get some heat out of there. This one's going to be do or die. If he's not able to beat Taylor Hull on this one, he's going to finish second, which is no slouch. However, if he does beat Taylor Hull, he'll have to beat him twice because, again, Taylor has not lost here today. Which you guys were talking earlier about the amount of seat time, amount of driving these guys are getting to do. It's wild. Looks like his dad, crew chief, is throwing on a fresh set of tires, and with the horsepower this car is putting down, they certainly need it. And they definitely need all the help they can get against Taylor. Again, not lost here today. We can hear his car in the background. Looks like his crew is also getting that Monte Carlo getting ready to go back to grid. But back here in the Cardoso pit, Robert Cardoso putting those lug nuts on, making sure they're secure so he can head back out and do battle with Taylor Hull yet again. Cabot looks like he's ready to send it. I don't want to interrupt him here. We can see if maybe he wants to give us a comment.
Heck yeah, we appreciate this input right here straight from the pits.
Cabot, how are you feeling going against Taylor Hull again?
I'm feeling good. I made some mistakes, but there's going to be a teeny bit of contact on this one because I'm going to push hard and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Cabot Cardoso, promise us some action. I love it.
Absolutely. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but he says he's going to be pushing hard. It looks like he can. We've seen him push hard all day, so I believe him personally. And it looks like it's just going to be a few more moments before we actually get into that battle, and I'm stoked. I'm going to be trackside to watch it.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for giving us a quick interview with him. Cabot Cardoso, of course, just a fantastic kid. Lots of positive feedback. Great family fun, because let me tell you, that family is strong. They all work together to get that car done. Always supportive of their kids, so always great to see that.
Yeah, it's awesome. We hear you loud and clear out there. We're looking forward to seeing that extra push. He knows that, like you said, he admittedly made a couple mistakes, but he's got a second chance right now. He is coming in hot and going to try and push that number 3 around the track a little bit on the right line. Let's see if he can do it. So we're getting close to the end here. Again, we're rocking out with quite a few people, over 800 people watching right now. If you're out there and you're watching and you like this, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. We want you guys to be here with us at every round. We've got a July 4th round on the 4th through 6th, September 26th to the 28th, October 24th to 26th, and the final round in November 21st to the 23rd. Hang out, watch with us. It's going to be tough to top this one as far for our job because this is probably the best weather we're going to get, except for maybe the September fall round. But yeah, we appreciate everyone hanging with us. Like, subscribe, come out to the next round, sign up and drive. If a lot of people, commenting on the driving and stuff, we'd love to see you get out here and put your tires on someone else's door and go for the money, because that's what we're out here for. We want to see good driving and good competition.
Couldn't agree more. Seeing a lot of comments from some people talking some smack, so pull up. We want to see you out here.
People love to talk.
Absolutely. People love to talk, but you know what? We love to see you drive even more. So register if you're interested. If not, continue to watch and follow along. We like your commentary either way. Certainly entertaining, to say the least.
The banter is always good. It's always nice to have a fun chat fired up, throwing back and forth. And yeah, we got Taylor Hull pulling back out onto the track in the Monte Corvetto, and yeah, 800 horsepower LS7 in that thing, so it's definitely a force out here. And I'm pretty sure that Cabot's almost there. Looks like they got some fresh tires on the car, and as you guys just heard in the pits, he's fired up and ready to go.
He's doing his Zen session right now, got his helmet on, he's focused. You have to be focused to be in a run like this.
So we got a little bit of chat going on. Yeah, sorry, Haunters, that GS ain't coming out here anytime soon. I do not have a roll cage or enough horsepower for this. But
yeah, I feel that.
I had about 300 more horsepower, and even then, it'd be a struggle. I'd probably just get beat up in that land yacht. But who knows? Maybe I'll build my RX-8 someday, and you'll see me out here driving, but not anytime soon. I'm just going to try and entertain you guys in the meantime, and then party with my friends like Tara and Lucas and all the, really, almost all the staff here I've driven with, and Curtis and everyone, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, we're out here, we're partying, we're trying to bring you guys a show, and keep it going here in the lull of the times in between the driving.
All right, looks like Cabot's ready to go. He's heading out. Taylor's already waiting for him. Maybe a little bit of psychological advantage there, who knows?
Yeah, he's out there.
Taylor looks chill. He doesn't care. Typical Tuesday.
Hi, Frisky. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin. I don't know if y'all know this, but Kevin is actually my son.
Little baby boy.
My baby boy. I would have had if I was like 6 years old. All right. Cabot's getting ready to come onto the track. He's just been greenlit to get on.
All right.
So we'll let him make his journey down while Taylor sits there cool as a cucumber.
Cabot in the Bell Race Works 350Z. Or it gets you so far. All right. So just to catch everyone up to speed, this is the final battle, technically. Or do we have a third? No, they just did the third. This could be the final battle. If Cabot wins this battle, there will be another one because Taylor Hull has not lost today.
That is correct, yeah.
But Cabot has lost once, therefore he has to win to stay in it. He has to win it to stay in it. These are the final cars, yes.
Final cars for sure. Little camaraderie happening between the drivers right now. Thumbs up, waves, making sure everybody's ready to party.
It's just everyone's on the same page. This may not be the final battle, but these are going to be the first and second cars. Depending on the outcome of this next battle, whether or not Cabot can stay in there for another one and get to number one, he has to win 2 battles to win the whole day. Taylor Hull, however, only has to do 1. Both drivers just charging at each other in the burnout box. Let's go, boys.
Love the fact that they're just let them play, man. Let them play, boys.
Absolutely. Gotta love that. They're putting it on for everyone, facing each other in the burnout boxes. Those tires warmed up.
All right.
Looks like Taylor Hull is going to be in the lead lane. Cabot Cardoso in the chase. Let's see if he can clean it up a little bit. It's sweet to see him get a win and keep this moving. All right, they're off. Both cars, textbook entry into the first hour zone. Cabot's not playing around. Cabot wasn't playing. He's going door hunting right now, and he is giving it everything that 350Z's got to stay with Taylor Hull in the number 3 car. But Taylor on a serious mission here to keep his win streak going for the day. Looks like we might have lost Cabot. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Cabot's down in the middle of the track on the sweeper. Oh man, he was getting in there.
Completely stalled.
Sounds like the car fired back up and is moving under its own power again, but what an upsetting moment right there.
Oh, he DB'd it. Interesting. Okay.
Lost the tire. Oh, man, that was shaping up to be a really good one, too. Cabot stuck to his word. He was out there running for that door on the number 3 car of Taylor Hull. And it looks like he's stuck right there. He might have DB'd it, but I don't think that would stop him from driving. Of course, it could have gotten wrapped up inside the wheel or something, but
yeah,
not exactly sure. I can't see the other side of the car.
Yeah, it kind of
Oh,
looks like
yep.
it may be on the axle here.
Yeah.
He may be locked in.
Our viewers can see now the Tyler's completely off the rim, and it might be wrapped up or causing a little bit of rubbage. Oh man, that was about to be such a good one. What's up? Hey, can he? Let me ask 1 second.
We're getting clarification of whether or not his dad can bring him a tire out there, just to kind of help keep Cabot going, get him off the track. Obviously, we're going to have to discuss the tire D-bead rule, which we can get you some details on that here in just a bit. Let's make sure Cabot can get off the track safely. Looks like Will, do we have you here with us?
Yeah, so we're reviewing the rule real quick to see what we have in the rule book about tire D-beads before we let him change it.
Yeah, so just a heads up, we did change the rules and regulations around a tire D-bead, but specifically it was in the event of contact. So the judges are reviewing that just to make sure we're crystal clear, we're relaying the information clearly to the drivers and their team, whether or not this is going to be a situation where Cabot can put another tire on his car and get back out there. So TBD, the judges are going to double check the rule book. Again, we did have a few changes since our last rule book 4 years ago. So just want to make sure we're fresh and giving you accurate information.
Got a little bit of replay in here. Look how close they were to that cone on inside clip zone 1 and then into outer zone 2. Cabot not giving any room. He is just right there the whole time, and then it looks like he unfortunately just DB'd it without any contact, which is, good for Taylor. Not great for Cabot. Right here, coming out of outer zone 3, both cars about to attack the sweeper, and somewhere right in there is where Cabot DB'd it. You can't quite see it through the smoke. They're trying to, these guys are killing it with the camera angles, trying to give us the viewpoint of what happened, but the smoke coming off of the lead car, might have been DB'd right there. Made it a little hard to see, though.
A little too much smoke there. Now, I do think what Cabot could do, he has not called one of his competition timeouts. So, depending on what the judges say, he might be able to pull one of his competition timeouts and get that wheel back on quickly.
Now, right there, he might have dipped that back right off, creating the disruption, but it doesn't look like there's any contact here. Right there, he was pretty close to the edge. I wonder if that had any effect on it. But right here, it looks like both cars are clean. Oh, the tire was already off.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like when they transitioned from outer zone 2 into outer zone 3, Cabot may have just barely dipped the back right off going into outer zone 3, and I'm betting that is where the tire decided to give up. Maybe before it, I don't know, but it was definitely completely off the rim in outer zone 3.
And again, not related to contact at all with Taylor Hull. So unfortunately, I do think that DB rule is not going to come into play here, where Cabot would be allowed to go back into the pits and change his wheel unless he calls a competition timeout. So we'll get clarification from the judges. Like I'd mentioned, lots of changes in the rule book since we did this 4 years ago. So we may be able to get Will Parsons in here. Will, are you ready?
Yeah, so we read through the rule book real quick. So we are going to allow Cabot to use his 5-minute timeout to change his DB to tire. And we're also going to give Taylor Hull the option of putting on fresh tires if he would like to.
All right.
That's a fantastic fair call.
And also, while we're on these camera views right here, we have so many different angles of what happened here, but it looks like both drivers came out of outer zone 2 pretty on it. Both drivers may have dipped a little bit on that back right tire over right by the pond, and I think that's what initially created this situation with the DB. But all right, we've got the official ruling. Cabot is going to be allowed to call a 5-minute timeout to change tires. Taylor Hull is going to have the option to put a fresh set on if he wants to. And it looks like Taylor Hull is staying out. Nope. The car's moving.
Yeah, just had to communicate to him that he had that option. So
he's probably going to bolt some fresh rubber on. And
again, Mr. Cardoso hustling to get that wheel.
Yeah, Robert's on it. He's on it.
Just a reminder that the question is not whether or not we should allow Cabot to fix his wheel or his tire. It's more so if he would have to take his competition time out to do so. Now, if, let's just say, roles were reversed, Cabot was in the lead, Taylor Hull was in the follow, there was a little bit of contact and it was Taylor's fault, we would of course let Cabot go back into the pits, change out that wheel or his tires, and he could go back out on the track without sacrificing his competition timeout. So fortunately that was not the case here, so he is going to go ahead and use his competition timeout, which is a fantastic use of it.
Yeah,
he's been holding on to it all day thus far. So really good strategy for the team. And of course, looks like Taylor Hull is going to take up the opportunity to change out his rear tires as well.
Yep, he wants fresh rubber on that car. He wants to be as fast as possible because he knows Cabot is not going to give him he's not going to give him an inch out there. If he, so if he didn't and they did a lap and Cabot's on fresh rubber, that second lap might be a little detrimental. So smart move, he's going in, putting fresh tires on the car. Cabot hanging on to that timeout through the entire competition. Again, like that's the proper strategy. If you don't have to use it, then it comes in handy later in the day, because if they had to use it earlier in the day and didn't have it, that would be it. That would have been the loss that put them out. But now, here we are getting both drivers on fresh tires, and again, they are just putting on some of the best battles we've seen today. Both cars fast, on point, running very consistent lines. I mean, almost every time from outer to inner in all these different zones, they are running so close to the same line. It's freaking awesome. So here we are on the camera going back over to the Cardoso team, swapping out the whole wheel. Looks like the tire's stuck up in there. All right,
fortunately, he was able to get it quickly. I was worried.
Yeah, no, I came right out of there. Robert hustling to get a spare pair of wheels as I struggle to speak.
So just a reminder with the competition timeouts, the drivers are allowed to go ahead and get their cars on the jack stands, but they must wait for the track official to be there to monitor and set the timer. So they cannot touch the car other than to put it on jack stands. Of course, once that 5 minutes is up, we do want to allow the drivers to be able to safely get their car back on the ground. We don't want anybody dropping the car just to try to make that time. So they do not have to drop the car nor torque the lug nuts before the end of their competition timeout. They do have a few moments that they can do that. Again, just a safety precaution, but I don't think we're going to have that situation. Robert's a professional, looking like a real pit crew here, getting that wheel changed out quickly.
Yep, again, we just want everyone to be safe, and we want the show to keep moving. We understand that certain organizations have the rules, like FD is very serious, that car's got to be on the ground, and we've seen someone drive off jack stands to make that happen before, and while we can certainly appreciate that level of hustle, we're trying to dial this back just a hair, so as long as everybody's got everything bolted on and on the ground, we can allow them an extra few moments to torque things down and give it a quick check just so that everyone is as safe as they can possibly be and ready to rip and put on a good show for everybody watching.
Got the whole family there, got his sister, her son, mom standing there hovering, making sure everything's ready, got tire pressure gauge in hand. Again, full family team effort.
Yep, got Curtis there with the clock. He's counting down the seconds here, making sure that they are staying within the parameters of the timeout. And on the secondary cam there, looks like Taylor Hull just got a full cool down. I don't know that he actually changed his tires, but he definitely drove through the cooling pit and had the hoses on his radiators to cool that engine down. So whatever he's doing is just for the longevity of his next couple of runs. And both drivers
back on the track.
Both drivers back on the track. That was pretty quick. Got the twin screen of the Wally Race Data Labs. Lights Out Loud production.
Of course, something we haven't talked about, Grip Royal is still here with us. Always Grip Royal. Scott does a fantastic job. One of the things we actually haven't told the drivers yet, I'll tell you. The drivers actually will get a custom KlutchKickers steering wheel from Grip Royal. I have seen it. What? It is gorgeous, custom color. It does have the specific information, like if they won first place, second place, third.
Wow, that's rad.
Yep.
Yeah, shout out Grip Royal. Those guys rule. Everyone that works there, really nice guys, just really about the grassroots and really the whole drift scene. The guys at the wheel, no pun intended, of that operation have been die-hard into drifting since it started pretty much, and so we love to see them still on board and supporting drifting in every way they can. Those guys are at every corner of every drift event I've been to this year, I swear. It's so rad.
Again, yeah, A1 since day one. Grip
right.
Royal's been there with us.
Yep. Yeah, I got a Grip Royal wheel in my car.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I've actually got a couple of them.
Well, I feel like this is going to be a wheel that ends up on a wall mounted. It's too pretty to put in a car.
Oh, yeah, you know. It'll be interesting to see if anyone puts it in for one of the rounds, but nice wall hanger is always great. Throw it up there and show it off. And we have, these guys are back up at the line right now. Looks like Cabot is going to be in the lead with Taylor Hull in the chase.
Kevin playing a little photographer there. Great job, media.
Someone said the tire's flat again. I don't know if they're trolling or not.
I think we've seen a couple trolls in here, which is okay. We get it. It's part of the fun.
Guess we're about to see.
We'll find out. Here we go. Cabot Cardoso and Taylor Hull.
Oh, nope. It's off the rim again. Oh, no, maybe not. I couldn't tell.
No. Psyching us out.
Oh, man, I'm tripping out.
Look at that gap. Way to go, Cabot. Taylor not giving it much time, though.
Nope. He's right back in there. Those fresh tires are showing. Might have dropped the pressure on those bad boys. Woo! Cabot with his furthest lead out on Taylor Hull yet. Well done.
Fantastic. Yeah, so that tire was not fat. It was not flat. Mike, I know you're not a troll. I see you now. I didn't realize that was you. But yeah, his tires are not flat. He's looking pretty good. That was a fantastic run. He got some great advantage over Taylor Hull right around that sweeper at the pond. Exciting to see. But of course, Taylor closed that gap very quickly.
That is definitely the biggest gap that Cabot has put on Taylor today. This is very exciting because if he manages to win this battle, then he gets a shot at first place by running again. He is doing everything he can to hang in there. I love to see it. But yeah, again, Taylor not letting him exactly get away from there. That Corvette to Carlo is pretty fast.
So just a reminder, we are not going to give you the results of the winner here. We're going to let the drivers go back. We're going to wait for the judge's official call. And then we will let you know who our winner is. So lots of speculation at who it could be. Austin's breaking my phone because my iPad died. We're trying to watch your comments and make sure we're keeping you up to speed on what's going on. I gotta remember the right button to push. There we go, we're back in it. So again, Taylor Hull, Cabot Cardoso, we're not gonna release the winner of this battle. Gonna let the judges debate. We'll let the drivers get back inside. Of course, Taylor Hull gonna give us a show. I bet Cabot will too.
We got a shout out from New Zealand in the chat. So wait, what's going on?
Woo! Love it. All right, Cabot and Taylor, little camaraderie. Again, this could be our final battle. Reminder, Taylor Hull has not lost yet. Cabot Cardoso has one loss under his belt, but you know what? I think it's gonna be a good decision either way, because both of these drivers have shown up and put down great runs, given us a fantastic show, and really shown that they're hungry for this.
That's right, these guys want to win. They came running and gunning, and they made it all the way to the top.
Oh, looks like we got a New Zealander here. So shout out to the Aussie team from Fraser Data Labs. You got somebody from your neck of the woods, just a little bit further south.
Ben Lee joining the gang out here for some announcements. And also Camel from Whips Motorsports gonna give a good little rolling burner. All righty. We got a showdown right now. Cars lined up against each other. Looks like Cabot and Hull are out of their cars. Kashad giving a little burnout show for the people real quick, right up to Ben Lee's car.
Nose to nose, this is an interesting way to get the drivers lined up. I actually kind of like it. Usually we would have the drivers line up around the pond, but you know what, the lighting's perfect there. Can't hate it. Got crews and teams getting ready to make their way out. We've got Sarah over there at the, over there with the drivers by Cabot, so she should be giving us some updates here soon. Sarah, we love you. You're doing fantastic. Thank you all for being here. We could not do this without you. To all the teams, all the drivers, we are so excited.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining us. Thank you so much for riding it out through the entire day here. Beautiful Sunday for some drifting. Wow, we have had throughout the day here in the over 15,000 views, consistently about 800 people rocking with us at all times. Man, that is so awesome. Thank you guys for joining. Welcome back to Klutch Kickers Round 1.
We're back, baby.
If you are out there following online, please, please, please share, like, subscribe. It may not seem like it goes very far, but it helps monumentally. We appreciate your support. We appreciate everyone that showed up here in person, and we really are stoked to see all these drivers come out today for this first round.
Looking to pass it over to Sarah here in just a second, just making sure she's ready. I see she's got the camera over there with her now, so we should have some updates from them, as well as the rest of the teams that are on the track. Taylor Hull, Cabot Cardoso, Kashad, and Ben Lee. Kashad Parson. I keep wanting to call him Kashad Camel. He would not take offense.
Yeah, the nickname to first name has gotten me throughout the day. I'm like, oh, wait, is it Camel or is it Kashad? Yes.
Yeah. All right, looks like we've got Sarah ready. Sarah, we don't have your mic quite yet.
I'm down here. I'm ready, guys.
There it is.
Let's do
I'm
it.
gonna let you guys shout out the winners. First, second, third place. And then we'll get right up close and personal, get what these drivers have to say. And we'll make it official as soon as everyone's ready. I know the awards are hanging out right behind me. Those big checks everyone loves. Those Grip Royal steering wheels like you guys were talking about earlier. So we're ready for you down here.
We love it. Well, we're waiting on the decision here. Haven't heard quite yet, so judges are certainly deliberating, so we'll hopefully hear from them here soon.
Absolutely. It's been a great day of drifting. I think, honestly, we're all the winners, to be cheesy for a second. Who doesn't love a beautiful sunny day where we get to rip some sweet cars, especially V8 ones around the track? I'm a happy camper.
Agreed. High key agree with that statement. What a great day for drifting. Absolutely beautiful weather out here. Awesome competition. Going into the top 4 and top 8, people are really out there gunning for the win, and we love to see it.
I see some big checks in the background. I see some stuff going on
Big
behind
checks
the scenes.
coming.
And it's important, even though you can't take those to the bank. You get to put them up on the wall, maybe up on the wall of your trailer, take a look at them. Remember the times where you kicked butt. Use as inspiration for the next time where you have to kick a little butt. It's a good thing to have.
Well,
It's like a
I will
little
tell
bonus
you,
trophy.
those checks were custom signed by Ken Martin himself. So that is original. That's a piece of history in itself. Track owner of MidPond, beloved figure in drifting, has signed each individual check, and he will do so each round. So that's a super special piece of history.
We love you, Ken.
And while we are waiting, we can just chit-chat with these final drivers here. Everyone's kind of just hanging out. I like that this vibe is not super serious, but it's still a good time. You guys were running it like, no joke. I was absolutely impressed with the one more time battle you guys had earlier in the bracket, and of course the final battle out here now. How are you feeling now that the event's in the books? MidPond, the first year the Klutch Kickers is at MidPond.
Relieved now. There's no reason to be stressed anymore. With the cars are here. They didn't break, and it's all done. So now we wait.
Absolutely, and you have the unique perspective of being at the previous Klutch Kickers and winning the first one.
Yeah, to have won the very first event that Klutch Kickers ever put on, and then that championship the first season, and then kind of see it come full circle back to MidPond, where we've run a bunch of drift universities out here and got a lot of laps out here. Just never in a high horsepower car, mostly in cars that are like 200 or less. So this is a different experience.
Right, because it's officially a kart track, but I enjoyed seeing some higher horsepower cars on the kart track. And speaking of which, do you mind if I call you a young gun? Because that's kind of what you are. You gave everyone a run for their money here today. I love to see it. You're no stranger to MidPond. How'd you feel being out here for this level of competition today?
I loved it. I've been here since I was 12, which is crazy, but I've been here, and when Ken told me that he was going to be doing Klutch Kickers, I was so excited because I have so many laps here. I've literally been driving since I was 12, so it's crazy, and the car did good. My dad kept the car together. I'm so grateful for my family and everybody, and especially going up against this guy, it was so much fun.
Absolutely. The camaraderie off the charts, guys. We'll go ahead and chat with the other two drivers here that came to join us. Everyone's stoked. This is great. The vibes are immaculate. All right, come on. You got like, well, okay, announcing stuff instead of me. You're on my crap list here. Still, driving this event today, as historic as we just heard that it was, how are you feeling being able to be in the top 4 on the track?
I'm pumped. I didn't even expect to get this far, but we made it, and you can't ask for anything else.
And you had a ton of fans dropping some camels in the chat. What do you have to say to them?
I love y'all. I love y'all a bunch.
We love it.
I don't
we
think
love
I can
it.
smile any harder, guys. We got
You
one
wanna
more
chat
over
with
here.
Ben
Don't
Lee
think we
real
forgot
quick?
him. Absolutely. Let's get Ben Lee really quick. I'm going to ask you the same question. I want to get your perspective. Obviously, you had a tough go. One of the only driver to trade your chip early on. You didn't want to battle your buddy. You had to. But here you are in the top 4. How do you feel?
I feel amazing, honestly. This has been a crazy experience. I'm stoked.
I love it. Short and sweet. There you go. Back to you guys up in the booth. I'm assuming we have a decision down here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we were waiting for everybody to kind of make their way over. Obviously, we want the teams to be with their drivers, so it did take a little bit of time to get everybody over there. Decision obviously was unanimous. So as we get ready to go on, we'll start off with our 4th place driver. That is going to be crowd favorite, Kashawn Parson, the Camel.
Woo! That's right, Whoops Motorsports in 4th place out there, Mr. Camel himself. We got no mic on.
Anything else do you want to add? Okay.
You're good. Sorry, you're there.
Obviously, what I was saying was you can't top what we just heard, but anything else you want to add? Officially 4th place.
Nah, just shout out to my team, man. We got out here, we did it. everything, life's crazy right now, and we needed this.
You want to hop back on that bumper one more time for us? Give it up for him.
Yeah, crowd favorite, chat favorite for sure. Good shot, all right. Now we go to 3rd place, Ben Lee in the 370Z. Well played, Ben. Turbocharged 3.7, laying it down today. Check out that grip royal wheel and that big check.
It's official, you got the goodies. It's official. 3rd place at the very first Klutch Kickers at MidPond. How are you feeling?
Still, just stoked. I'm excited to be around everyone that's here. Shout out to my friends that are basically my family for helping and just making this weekend super awesome.
Absolutely, couldn't put it better. And you did have to beat your buddy to do it, but.
Yeah, that was tough, but we knew it was all right, one of us is gonna go far. Let's just drive. Let's just tandem like how we always do, and that's what we did.
Absolutely, congratulations.
All right. Well, there's obviously only 2 drivers left, but there can only be 1 winner. So, in 1st place,
we have none other than
Taylor Hull.
What an excellent final battle between these guys. We'll hand it back down to you there, Sarah.
That's okay. I was watching So I was watching them rivet your doors on. So even though you may have broken your door just now, I think you'll be just fine with your crew. And it is important to note, we did talk about this earlier, Taylor Hull is the champion of the very first Klutch Kickers, bringing it full circle back at MidPond. It's official now. How do you feel?
Man, it feels great. I mean, just my team did an awesome job. James, Tamara, Cody, Ernie, there's so many people to thank. Of course, Comp Cams, Kenda Tire, the 265 here. We had a tire rule. We had to take it down a little bit, but 265 still prevailed on Kenda. So that was pretty dang cool. just a really, really neat experience. So especially, again, coming to MidPond, having the relationship with Ken, we've got so many laps and done a lot of business together, so this is pretty dang neat.
Absolutely. Happy to have you out. I'm sure you had plenty of tire to hang out here, as we saw. Congratulations one more time. Let's hold up that grip road steering wheel.
All right.
beautiful.
Congratulations, Taylor. And of course, we have one final announcement. Young gun, hard charger in second place, really gunning for it out there today. Cabot Cardosa. Everybody give this kid a round of applause. All right.
We already talked about it a little bit. You gave this man a run for his money. One more time battles earlier. You dropped down into the second chance bracket. You came back to battle him again. I saw those tire pressures going back on the track. That was a strategy. Can you fill me in?
Yeah, we were running almost single digits out here trying to keep up with him because that car is a pro car, just has a fiberglass body, but this thing's only making 600 horsepower, so it was kicking it, but yeah, I'm stoked. This is crazy.
Well, you did a phenomenal job. You used every inch of that 600 horsepower and then some. You worked some magic here. What are you gonna bring into the next round?
The same mentality, just drive and have fun and not really care, but not care as much at least. And that was so much fun. I can't believe how fun it was, and yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's what it's all about here at Klutch Kickers. You saw your podium here, guys. Your 1, 2, and 3 drivers coming out here to party with us at round 1 of Klutch Kickers here at MidPond. Thank you guys so much. This was an amazing round. And congratulations, sending it back up to you guys.
Oh, thank you so much, man. This has been a fantastic experience. We really appreciate everybody joining us for this first round of Klutch Kickers at MidPond. But don't worry, we will be back. I know we've got a couple bugs that we need to fix through or work through. We got your back.
Yep, we're going to try and iron out those details. What a great time today. All the drivers had an amazing attitude. We had some weather delays that threw everybody for a little bit of a loop, and everyone just worked with us, rode out the storm quite literally. Everyone on the track is here to have a good time and drive hard, and that's what we want to see. We want drivers to have fun, come home with a little bit of money, and show up and do some hard driving. So we're really excited to see more and more people show up for us, and we're here for you, for everyone there viewing, for the drivers, for all of it. We're right here at MidPond, the new home of Klutch Kickers, and we're ready for more.
Well, the drivers that showed up certainly delivered, so shout out to all the drivers who came. Shout out to the spectators, Race Data Labs for their introduction of Wally into the U.S. for the first time. Of course, our Lads Out Loud production team for all that they have done for us here today. We'll see you here for round 2 in July.
Twice. You can still fight your way back.
la la la.